Seleka, good morning, everybody.
Morning, Chairperson.
Are you ready?
We are ready, Chairperson.
Yes.
Our first witness is Ms. Lynne Brown, the former Minister of DPE, Department of Public Enterprises. Ms. Brown is legally represented, Chairperson, by my learned friend, Mr. Lusenga, who will place himself on record.
You can place yourself on record from where you are if your mic is working.
Welcome, Lusenga, on behalf of Ms. Brown, Chair. And just for the record, I was with Mr. Advocate Similebala when the brief started.
Oh,
He is now passed on.
yes, I heard about that.
Yeah.
Yes. It's such a pity. Yes. Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Brown.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you for availing yourself to assist the Commission.
Thank you very much for having me, Chair.
Thank you.
I think I've waited a long time for it.
Well, now you have got the opportunity.
Thank you.
And I think because the scope for today is limited, you probably are going to get another opportunity in regard to other work streams soon. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. Mr. Slega.
Thank you, Chairperson. I suppose Ms. Brown will be ready to take.
Please administer the oath or affirmation.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is Lynne Brown.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you consider the oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Then Mr. Slega.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, we're using for Ms. Lynne Brown, Eskom Bundle 19, and the affidavits of Ms. Lynne Brown are contained in Exhibit U40. Ms. Lynne Brown, please confirm with me that you have Exhibit Eskom Bundle 19 with you.
You will look at the spine of the file to see whether it is Eskom Bundle 19.
She's following the electronic bundle, Chair.
I do not have Eskom, but let me see. I have Eskom Bundle 1, Eskom Supplementary, Zola Tutsi. I have 13, 12, 6. I have 9, 17, and 14. I do have copies of my sworn affidavits.
Yeah.
It would be better if you have exactly what the evidence leader and I have. It will make it easy when you are referred to pages. Do you know whether you have got this bundle somewhere in your house or you?
No, I have it all online.
Oh, okay.
But I don't have. We received the bundles quite late last night.
Oh.
So I don't have bundle 19. Oh. I have 14, 17, as I told you, all
Yes.
the numbers, Chair.
Okay. Mr. Selega?
Yes. Thank you, Chair. Ms. Brown, I'm being shown the link that was sent to you by email. Is that the link you are using to access the bundles?
That's absolutely the link that I'm using.
Yes. In that link, I see that there is the Eskom bundle 19. Yeah. Tell me the email that you are using to access the link.
I'm sorry, Mr. Select. Maybe I should adjourn while you sort
Yeah.
out the issue of the bundles.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to adjourn for a short time to enable this to
I
be
have
sorted out.
one. Sorry, Chair.
Unless you say you have just found it, I would like to adjourn to give everybody a chance to sort it out. You are not saying you have just found it.
Thank you. No, I haven't. I haven't just found it.
Okay, all right. Let's adjourn for a few minutes. We adjourn.
Advocate Seleka,
Yes.
I have the wheat transfer
Yes.
that Rowan, someone sent me.
Yes.
It was bundle 1, bundle 6, bundle 9, and Eskom bundle 14 and 17B.
Okay, just a second. Okay. Go back to that email. Are you back in that email?
Yes, I am.
Yes. So you have
No.
the message, join Zoom meeting.
Yes, I have that message.
Okay. You have, go to the line just above kind regards, which says you may also access Ms. Brown's paginated bundle content. Yeah.
Okay. So just give me 1 second while I get my person to just put that on. So is that the document?
That's correct. Yes.
I've not seen that document now before.
Okay.
I received it right now.
Okay. Well, I think it will be sorted. Just wait. Just wait.
The bundle hasn't come through. The bundle hasn't come through.
page 4. Eskom Bundle
Yes.
19, page 4. Are you on page 4?
The removal of Mr. Natani Rajesh.
Did you tell her about black numbers on
Yes.
pagination?
Yes, we did, Chair.
Okay, look at the top black, top corner left, black numbers on that bundle. Look at where it says Eskom -19-004. When it says page 4, that's the
Yes.
page he's referring to. He's just not mentioning 00. Have you found it?
Okay, thank you. I have.
Okay, all right.
She was there.
Is that right?
Chairperson, as we do that, let me just explain. Ms. Brown has submitted to the Commission 3 affidavits. 2 of those affidavits were requested from her by a different work stream. The first one and the last one. The first affidavit doesn't deal with Eskom matters, but we will make it available to the chairperson. We did ask for it, and in view of the fact that it didn't deal with Eskom matters, we approached Ms. Brown to do an affidavit in relation to Eskom matters, and that affidavit is this supplementary affidavit, which is being referred to as the first supplementary affidavit. The last affidavit, which is the third, is the second supplementary affidavit, and we will place both the 2 supplementary affidavits on record for purposes of Eskom matters.
Okay, no, that's fine. The reason why I was inquiring about it was, and 1, I know it exists, and 2, in this supplementary affidavit, she makes references to it, I think.
Yes.
So it seemed that it might be necessary to have a look
Yes.
at what she says in that affidavit, insofar as she refers to it.
Correct.
I think there are places where she says something like, as I said in my main affidavit, or something like that.
Okay.
So that's why I wanted to have a look.
Yes.
But it can be made available as soon as you are able to make it available to me.
Thank you, Chair.
Obviously,
Chair, could I just say something about that?
yes.
I have submitted in January 2020 a affidavit, and that's the affidavit I refer to all the time.
Yes. Yes, I think that's the one that I'm talking about. I think in this supplementary affidavit, there are places where you make reference to it. But they will make it available to me.
You're absolutely right, Chair.
They will make it available to me, hopefully within the next hour, so we can continue. Okay, all right.
Thank you. Ms. Brown, let's go back to page 4, where you found that supplementary affidavit.
Yes.
You are there?
I am Advocate Seleka.
Thank you. That affidavit runs up to page 18. Page 18.
On my, it says 355.
Yes. No, that's the entire bundle. But if you go to page 18,
Okay.
you will get to the end of your supplementary affidavit.
It actually takes me, when I go to page 18, it takes me to governance challenges facing South African Airways.
Are you still using the black numbers as opposed to the red numbers in regard to?
I'm using whatever Advocate Selector tells me, Mr. Chairperson.
Well,
When he says,
when he said page 18, he is referring to the black numbers at the top left-hand corner of the page. And he's not referring to 018, just says 18 and leaves out the 0.
yes,
On that page, there is the signature of the Commissioner of Oaths before whom you deposed to this affidavit. That is before the annexures.
I think I should.
yes, I have that, and that's because I've just scrolled down.
Have you found the page?
I have found the page.
Okay, Mr. Selega.
Yes. What do you see on that page, Ms. Brown?
Do you see the words declaration at Stellenbosch on this, the 19th August 2020, and then the signature of Commissioner of Oaths and the SAPS stamp?
Yes,
Okay.
I do.
Okay, and do you see on the previous page, namely page 17 at the bottom, a signature before the word or above the word deponent?
Yes, that's my signature.
That's your signature. And is this your affidavit, and do you confirm the contents thereof as true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
To the best of my knowledge and belief, I believe it is true and correct.
Okay, Mr. Selega.
Thank you, Chairperson. I beg leave to have this affidavit, which is dated 19 August 2020, admitted as Exhibit U 40.1.
40 or 14?
40.1.
Okay. The affidavit of Ms. Lynne Brown that starts at page 4 will, together with its annexures, be admitted as an exhibit and will be marked as Exhibit U 40.1.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Brown, then to the second supplementary affidavit, which you found on page 73.
The second supplementary affidavit.
Yes.
Yes,
On page 73.
I have it.
It goes up to page 106, is that right? Go to page 106, Ms. Brown.
Yes, I have that, Chair.
Yes, can you see the signature of the Commissioner of Oaths there?
I can.
And then if you go to the previous page, namely page 105, at the bottom, there is the word deponent, and there is a signature above the word deponent. Can you see that signature?
I see the signature.
Is that your signature?
That's my signature.
Is this your affidavit, and are the contents thereof, to the best of your knowledge and belief, true and correct?
They are, Chair.
Mr. Slega?
Thank you, Chairperson. Then I beg leave to have Ms. Brown's second supplementary affidavit dated 17 September 2020, admitted as Exhibit U40.2.
The affidavit, the second supplementary affidavit of Ms. Lynne Brown, which starts at page 73, will, together with its annexures, be admitted as an exhibit and will be marked as Exhibit U40.2.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Brown, sorry, Chair. Ms. Brown, then we can lead your evidence. Yeah.
It looks like she's still occupied with something. Are you ready to start, Ms. Brown?
I am ready, Chair.
Okay, all right.
I'm ready.
Okay.
Chair,
Yes.
just a moment. On the first supplementary affidavit, Ms. Brown wanted to effect a correction to paragraph 78. I think is the opposite time to do the correction.
On second,
On the first supplementary
On the
affidavit,
first.
yes. Paragraph
Okay.
78 thereof, I'm not sure in terms of,
It is
Yes.
about time.
Yes.
You are aware of it, Mr. Slega, that correction that is intended?
Yes, I think she did indicate she wishes to make the correction.
Oh, okay. So, okay,
I think is the opportune moment.
this is
to
the
do
right
so.
time. Okay.
Ms.
Ms. Brown, what correction would you like to make?
The correction is sections, paragraph 78, and it says the war room. In essence, it's a Wednesday, and it should say cabinet.
Oh, okay.
So that's on.
Are you sure about it, Ms. Brown? Because it will read you had attended another frustrating cabinet meeting.
I might be punished for it, but I think it was frustrating because it was about Eskom.
It's the truth. Okay, all right.
Yes, it's the absolute truth.
Yeah.
Cabinet is on a Wednesday, that I know absolutely for sure.
Okay.
It's never not on a Wednesday.
Yes. Actually, I seem to think that the acting DG may have raised something about
She did.
that to say it could not have been a war room meeting because it was a Wednesday or something like
She
that.
did, Chair. Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Was that the only correction, Ms. Brown, you wanted to make?
That, as far as I can see, Chair.
Okay, no, that's all right. I'll ask that your legal team just prepares a short supplementary affidavit so that we can have a supplementary affidavit in the bundle that corrects that, so that one never says you said war room when you corrected it to say cabinet. Okay, all right.
we shall do so,
Thank
Chair.
you, Chair.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Mr. Slager.
Ms. Brown, I've explained, Chair, to Ms. Brown that she is called today specifically in respect of the Eskom workstream related matters. And those matters exclude, therefore, matters relating to other work streams, which are the focus of this Commission's investigation. She will then, in due course, be called to lead evidence on those matters. For present purposes, the matters relating to Eskom, as I explained to Ms. Brown, we will start with her appointment as a minister. The appointment of the Eskom board in December 2014, the subsequent appointment or composition of the subcommittees, and what Mr. Tsotsi has testified about before the Commission. We will ask Ms. Brown to touch on whether or not she had any dealings or relations with the Gupta brothers and or Mr. Salim Essa. She will deal with the suspensions of the executives in light of the meeting she had with the board of Eskom on the 11th of March 2015. The inquiry in relation to that, which was conducted by Dentons, because the report was presented to her, and the findings that were made in regard to that. She will touch on the secondment of both Mr. Molefe and Mr. Brown and Mr. Singh from Transnet to Eskom, deal with the removal of Mr. Tsotsi and the removal of Mr. Norman Baloy. Those will be the issues.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank
You
you.
may proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Brown, I see that the electronic bundle is 2 pages out. So maybe that's why you were struggling. So when I refer you to a page number, just add 2 more numbers, you get to the right page.
Okay.
Yeah. So Ms. Brown, just as by way of a background, could you tell the chairperson when you became the Minister of the Department of Public Enterprises?
I became the Minister of the Department of Public Enterprises in May, I think the 26th of May, 2014.
Who was the president at the time?
The president was Jacob Zuma.
Okay. This was your first time to head this department.
Well, Chair, it was my first time in national politics and heading the national department, but since 1994, I held various positions in the Western Cape Provincial Legislature. I was Speaker, Deputy Speaker, I was an MEC for Finance and Economic Development, I was Chairperson of various portfolio committees, and I even served as a stint as a Premier. I am a teacher by profession. I have also joined the ANC in 1983. I joined the ANC and Mkhonto Wesizwe. I came to via my church youth movement. So I was not new to politics. I was not new to public service when I became a minister in December 2014. I was new to national politics.
Yes.
If that was the question, Advocate Seleka.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That answers it. And are you still in national politics?
No. When I was removed as Minister of Public Enterprises. I also resigned from the National Assembly.
Okay. So you became tired?
I think it might be, no, I didn't become tired.
Oh.
It did take its toll on my family and my friends. You know, the attacks were no longer on me. I joined politics and I was the person who could take the attacks. But when they started going to my family and my friends, and I use the word they quite widely because at this stage I don't want to say it's this or that, I stepped down. And anyway, I'm of age to step down now. I'm 60. I'm retirement age.
Do you think you're free to tell the chairperson what the attacks were about?
Well, the attacks, in essence, were, I think somebody in, I think it was Mr. Molefe who said that the biggest, or let me rather put my view of it, I think the attacks were driven by a campaign that the chairperson now has to make a decision on, is whether I was part of capturing the state. And capturing the state, in this case, was about whether I was part of capturing the state via an entrance with the Guptas, the president, and all of that. But that wasn't the worst part of the attacks. I think the attacks came to where it actually dealt with personal matters, and it dealt with people who had nothing to do with my work, family, friends, but also saying, you know, if I were to read everything I read in the newspapers, I wouldn't be surprised if any of you thought that I must live in a palace with a couple of sports cars in my basement, a house built for me by the Guptas. No, Chair, a whole lot of Gucci, whatevers. I live in my own house I bought 28 years ago. I paid it off when I retired, in essence. And I drive the same car I've driven before. So I think they were all quite unmitigated attacks. And I decided I left, and I then left politics. At the time, of course, my father was also very ill. And it played a big role in me not staying in politics.
Well,
in formal politics. I am not, that's formal politics. I'm actually a member of the African National Congress. I believe in fighting for a non-racial, non-sexist, prosperous South Africa for all people. And I suppose I will always do that. And I go to my branch, or I will go to my branch. I've been waiting for this occasion to come to the commission so that I hope I will be able to clear myself, and that this process would help to set my reputation straight again.
yeah.
I've worked for 20 odd years in provincial governments, and have always been viewed as a corruption buster, a stabilizer of the organization, In my time, 29 out of the 30 municipalities did not receive a single poor audit. One did, 29 didn't. So this is a very important occasion for me. And it's a very important occasion for me to be able to clear my name.
Yeah.
And I'm very grateful to you, the Chair. In fact, I've always been a supporter of this commission because I really believe that it will separate fact from fiction. I also believe that it will separate the narrative from a reality. I supported it, especially when the public protector sent me questions on a Thursday. I was on my first ever and only ever international trip with the former President Jacob Zuma to Kenya, and I was to sign with Transnet. And I received her questions on the Thursday. And by the time I arrived back home on the Monday, the public protector had to leave office on the Wednesday. And even though I gave my responses, it was never incorporated into her report. It couldn't have been because she had left office at that time. Her time has expired. So yes, Chair, I make myself publicly accountable to this commission today, and I thank you for the opportunity. I might sound a bit like you at the moment. My voice is a bit croaky, but it's because I have a bit of flu. So
Yes. No, that's fine. You definitely should use this opportunity to deal with all relevant matters and make sure that you have put your side of the story properly, because that's important.
thank you very much, Chair.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Selega.
Thank you.
I don't know what you plan to do, how you plan to start, but it seems to me, looking at Ms. Brown's supplementary affidavit, that it might be appropriate to give her an opportunity to talk about what the state of Eskom was when she was appointed and so on and so on.
Okay.
Before one goes to specific questions.
Yes.
Yes. Would you like to talk about that, Ms. Brown? How you found?
I'm delighted to be able to do so, Chair.
Yes, okay, just do that.
So I know this is a work stream that only relates to Eskom.
Yes.
But at the time when I became the Minister of Public Enterprises in May 2014, it was already 6 years before that where Eskom was not able to keep the lights on. And the way Eskom kept the lights on in all this period was to use what was called OCGT, open gas turbines. And we have two in Ankerlig and one in Mossel Bay. So that is the purchasing of diesel. And purchasing of diesel, and my figure might be a bit out, and it costs about R1 billion. So Eskom was no longer a going concern. And it doesn't matter how many documents is written up. Eskom wasn't a going concern. There were a whole range of reasons for it. One of the reasons was the fact that it was spending so much money on trying to keep the lights on by purchasing diesel. The second problem with Eskom at that particular time was the fact that it therefore did no maintenance. And all of the plants, all of Eskom's plants are older than, if my memory serves me well, remember, Chair, this is 7 years ago, all of the plants were 25 years and older. And some of those plants within my period, their lives were extended by 10 more years. Eskom had a huge debt. In my time, when I came to Eskom, the debt was at 180 billion rand. By the time I was reshuffled out of cabinet, Eskom's debt was at 260 billion. I think I looked at it about a month ago. The debt is at 450 billion rand.
So it was getting
Eskom
worse.
has a huge debt. So that's on the one hand. So on an operational level, the company was, the December of that year, both the CE and the chair called me around December to say that by January the 15th, we will not have money to pay the 42,000 plus workers that work for Eskom. So Eskom was in a really real dire straits, including the fact that by the time I got there, the then board was in a very highly conflictual state, and that was to do with the fact that there was a tender for Kuberg that happened 3 years before my time, but it came to an end within my time. They sort of made the agreement or made the deal within my time. They concluded the deal within my time. And that was the Westinghouse Arriva project. And this was also quite, in fact, it was my first run-in with the media in a very negative way. Because that, for some reason, Mr. Matona was DG at the time, asked me to look at the process of that tender. Now, I've never done it again before, even though there were big tenders. But the view was that I was the person who changed the name of whoever got the tender. But the courts ruled on that matter, and many months later, the courts ruled on the matter, and the matter was, I think, largely clarified. But it was, the company was a very conflictual company. I also want to just make two last points about Eskom. The company is incredibly large. It is a key national point. Eskom also employs about 42,000 workers across the country. And it is absolutely crucial to the economy. If Eskom doesn't work, the economy will not work. So Eskom is absolutely crucial to the economy, on the one side. On the other hand, Eskom is doing a fabulous job. We now, in 1994, I think 52,000 people had access to electricity. And I'm sure now it's even more, but by the time I left, it was about 90% of the public had access to electricity. And therefore access to lights and warmth and being able to put your food in the fridge, just on a very ordinary level. And therefore the company accepts and affects everyone's life. I think I'll stop there, Chair, but I think the point I'm making is that Eskom was in dire financial straits. It was in dire straits in terms of load shedding. I mean, I think I was called the Minister of Load Shedding, even though I had other portfolios in my portfolio. I was called the Minister of Load Shedding. It's nothing compared to what is happening at the moment. Nobody's blamed at the moment for any of this load shedding. And I just want you to reflect on that, even if it's not now. Not even Eskom is blamed for the load shedding at the moment. The public sentiment against the company was very, very high. And that was just when I came into the company. So nothing happened yet. I just came into the company and there was that public sentiment. So I want to leave it at that for now, Chair.
Yes, okay. Mr. Selega?
Yes.
Yes.
No, thank you, Chair. Ms. Brown, could you please give us the date when you were removed as the minister?
I must give you the date when I was removed as the minister.
Yes.
I think it was in 2017, in February. I can't remember the exact date.
No, not 2018? Was it not when President Ramaphosa became president?
Yes, 2018, sorry, 2018.
February 2018. Yeah.
Was it 2018?
Well, he became president in February 2018.
Yes. I just need to add, Chair, you know, things were so bad in Eskom that a war room was created. And this war room was created on I think it was the 10th of December 2014. It was the last cabinet meeting where all the kind of companies, or not companies, departments that affected Eskom were all part of it, and it was chaired by the deputy president at that time, the president today. So I'm trying to show you the amount of absolute
Pressure.
chaos within the company and pressure that we were under in that company.
Well, Mr. Selega, I don't know
But
whether...
equally, if you have a tender in that company, you're a millionaire or a billionaire overnight. So, I mean, there's a lot of battle around that too.
Are you going to have questions to her in relation to how she found Eskom, or are you going to go into other issues? Because if you go into other issues, I want to ask her about how she found Eskom.
Yes. No, I have a version from one of the executives on this aspect.
Oh, okay.
So I could put that version to her.
Okay, maybe let me start
Yes.
by raising a few questions. You know, Ms. Brown, one of the issues that the Commission is looking at is whether bodies and functionaries which were supposed to perform oversight over SOEs and government departments and hold relevant people accountable if things didn't go right, particularly if there were allegations of corruption and so on, whether they did their job and whether they performed their oversight properly. Now, oversight might not, the term oversight might not be seen as accurate maybe in relation to the role of some of the people, but basically everyone who was supposed to concern themselves about whether a certain entity, SOE, was working properly or department and so on, simply because it may well be that where oversight bodies and other functionaries who are supposed to perform oversight or supervise, keep an eye on how things are going in a government department or in an SOE, where they don't do their job properly. A number of SOEs where there are a lot of allegations of corruption, and those allegations have been there for a long time, which seem to either on their way to collapsing, or some of which seem to have collapsed. And one wonders whether part of the reason why that is happening is because people who are supposed to perform oversight functions over them have not done their job properly over a certain period, because they are supposed to have picked up weaknesses or certain issues quite early and put in place measures to arrest the situation and not get the entities to a point where they are almost collapsing. So you said in your evidence about how you found Eskom, for example, that when you came in, the debt was about, I think, 100 billion rand, but then later on it was 200 billion, and I think you said now it's around 400 billion, which seems to suggest to me it's not getting better. It's getting worse. So the question that arises to me is, but the problems at Eskom, talk about load shedding. I think the first load shedding, that I remember, happened in 2008. I don't know if it might have happened earlier, I can't remember. But I remember 2008 quite well, and then I remember 2015. Obviously we have it now.
2010.
Yeah, 2020. So, but the question is, the people, and in this case, maybe one should say the executive, and maybe the boards as well, are they not capable of identifying what the problem is about load shedding? If they are not capable of doing that, can't they find people with the right expertise and experience anywhere in the world who will know how to solve this problem and then solve the problem? It just seems to me almost inexcusable to say you can have the same problem that affects businesses and the lives of people in such a drastic way for about 12 years. It's going on, and there seems to be no light at the end of the tunnel. Because if I don't know how to identify the problem, at least I must recognize that, to say, look, I don't have the expertise to identify the problem. Let's look for somebody who can identify the problem and identify what needs to be done to solve it. So I'm asking this at the level that I look at the issue of oversight. Maybe this might show that oversight, performance of oversight has been extremely poor, or is dysfunctional, and it then makes it easy for corruption to happen as well, because those who pursue corruption realize that people who are supposed to perform oversight are sleeping. I may be harsh in terms of what I'm saying, but these are real problems, and we mustn't shy away from saying it the way it is if we are to solve the problems. So what would you say about that?
Well, Chair, you make it's an incredibly important comment that you make. Because in essence, what it says that in my time, I couldn't get rid of corruption. In the people before my time, they couldn't get rid of corruption. But you must remember there are a couple of things that I want to raise. And I think the answer at the end of it is actually nothing to do with the companies, it's to do with the model. So let me explain oversight in, say, my department or that department I headed, TPE. Personally, I don't do oversight as the executive authority. Oversight is done via all of the DDG on energy and her or his department. Aviation has a department, legal and governance has a department, and so forth. So everyone has a oversight responsibility, but you only get the documents, the annual statements, for example, or the quarterly statements 2 months after the statements have been drawn up, because they have to interrogate those statements and then they bring the issues to you. And the issues are never issues of corruption or any of that. In fact, in my time, I got so frustrated within the second year that I started engaging the SIU and in dealing with this matter for 3 of the big state-owned companies, Transnet, Denel, and Eskom. And part of the problem was that we spent a very long time, probably almost 6 months, in negotiating the terms with the SIU, because there's also a culture in all of these state-owned companies. For example, the coal plus mines they never went out to tender, for example. The fact that procurement is completely decentralized. So even the person who's purchasing the milk at a small station could purchase enough milk for him or her household. So the levels of corruption, I think, have been ongoing for many, many years. But I want to pose, so I think it has to do with the fact, for me, that we have a system that's largely governed by the company's law, and out of the company's law, we developed what's called the MOI, which is the memorandum of I can't remember what it means, but
incorporation.
It's about incorporation, and then we have a whole number shareholders compact. They have to meet the shareholders compact. And in preparation for this day, the first meeting I had with Eskom, they met 53% of the shareholders compact. Now, why are we not dealing with the 47%? And part of the problem is that we do not have a step-in clause. We have to leave the company to run itself, have oversight over the company in terms of its overall results. The PFMA doesn't make provision for you to stop a tender. The PFMA says that the National Treasury should write out, and I use the word blacklist. I can't stand the word blacklist because why are there no whitelists? But anyway, they blacklist companies that you are not supposed to do business with, and this is supposed to come out annually. Now, I know this because I was a finance MEC. So my own view is that the company, and I've seen this in other countries as well, and I've gone on 2 or 3 trips with the vehicle that these companies can run in. These companies, some vehicle where the companies will be able to deal with aviation, deal without it being attached to government. But it still remains state-owned companies. And that we called the SOC reform process, or the South African state-owned company reform process. So in a way, what I'm saying is there's also a culture within all these organizations. And plus, you can tick off all the check boxes. There's an internal audit, for example. Then there's also an external audit. So the internal auditors are audited by external auditors. So it's a very complex governance structure that I think lends itself to any of these problems. What do? When I had a problem and nobody in Eskom could tell me how we solved load shedding and the financial crisis we were in. And what I did was I then told and I had to say this is an informal meeting that I'm calling, and I'd really like to have you interrogate what the problem is and how we solve the problem. And I think that August 2016, we had no more load shedding. I think August 2015, we had no more load shedding. And that was a combination of the skills that we brought in, as well as the fact that we had an investigation, and that investigation set out, and I believe it was about 18 areas that Eskom had to follow. And I'm using Eskom only as an example. Eskom had to follow, and those had to be, and it's a combination of that gave us a break in load shedding for the next 3 years afterwards. So, Chair, I've gone roundabout to explain to you this. The issue is oversight is practiced, but it is practiced through a department that has to interrogate the documentation that Eskom brings. So I'm not sure what what else you want to interrogate. But if there was anything else you had to interrogate, then that you hand over to the relevant authorities, whether it's the SIU or the MPA or so on.
No, you see.
But we have no stepping clause. We have no stepping clause in that, in actually getting into the operational issues of Eskom.
Well, I would imagine that to the extent that you say you didn't have any oversight function to perform, but your officials, the DG or certain DDGs, were the ones who were doing that, I would imagine that it would nevertheless have been your responsibility to assess whether they were doing that, performing that function effectively. Because where I come from, Ms. Brown, is that if you can have a problem, and load shedding is an example, that was known in 2008, and it happened in 2008. I don't know whether it was only in 2008 or it went into 2009, but it happened in 2008. And then it happened in 2015. I hope I'm right about 2015. I know it happened somewhere there, and then there was a time when...
I think you're right.
Yes, there was a time when it stopped, and I think we may have been told as the nation at some stage that the load shedding problem had been solved, it would never happen again. I think we may have been told that at some stage, and it is back. So I'm simply saying, either there is no proper and effective oversight, or if there is proper and effective oversight, which identifies what the problems are, then maybe somebody who is supposed to make sure that the solution is found, maybe those are not doing their job properly, because it's 12 years since 2018, maybe 13 years. And if, as we sit here now, we say we don't see the end in sight of load shedding, unless we change how things are done, we will have load shedding in the next 10 years from now. We'll still be complaining about load shedding. Something somewhere needs to change. And one of it might be looking at whether everybody who is supposed to do something about it is effective, knows what they are doing, or whether somebody else should be brought in who might have better expertise and experience to say the correct solution is this one and not this one. Because otherwise, as things stand, it's like 10 years from now, we might still be having the same problem. And it doesn't seem to me, it doesn't say to anybody who is looking at this, we know what the solution is. It's like we don't know, but if we don't know, I would imagine there must be somebody in the whole world who has the right knowledge, the right expertise, the right experience, who can say, no, this is the way it should be solved in the context of South Africa.
Chair, you know, other countries have found a solution. And in many other countries, they have what is called a reformed state-owned company structure. And some of them have it within, so they run as commercial businesses. And the commercial business becomes a catalyst for growing the economy. And I still think that it's because it is placed within a department, I didn't say that I didn't have oversight over. I wouldn't have called in the SIU if I didn't have
Then
oversight.
I must have
The problem is
not had that.
the documentation that you get from the department that actually does the actual work it's very late. And so it's always it's a structural problem. But I also want to make a point. When in my time we stopped load shedding from without using OCGTs, that is diesel. We stopped load shedding completely. And I didn't stop it, but Mr. Molefe and his team of people stopped load shedding completely. And they said to the then president that there will not be load shedding again. And there wasn't load shedding for a while. And we have load shedding now again. And, you know, Chair, if I were to say to you that this is only about Eskom, I would be lying to you.
No, you
I
definitely
think it's a whole
would be.
range of issues.
Yes, yes.
I think it's a whole range of issues. It's got to do with who purchases coal, the price of coal, why some people get more for coal than other people. It's a whole range of all of those things. And so, you see, if somebody says it's 150 Rand per ton of coal, so, and let me make one other point, and this is my last point on this. Chair, the other issue is, you know, all of these large companies that provide Eskom with coal, remember, they don't want to be affected by any small people coming in. So they then get in all the well-known black leaders to be a director in this company and in that company. And eventually you see them in Save South Africa. So it's a very complex thing. I think what you must do for state-owned companies is to take it outside of government. I'm not saying they must be privatized. Remember, there are 720 state-owned companies in this country. And those we don't see and we don't feel. And it doesn't affect our lives. We don't know they exist. So some of them must be closed down. Some of them must be merged. There are lots of cultural organizations. They can be merged into one or a few other. We decide what are the strategic ones that we want to grow and to help us grow the economy. And that we place in a vehicle like they've done in Singapore, like they've done in China. They've done it around the oil in Norway, and they've done it in the United States. They've done it across the country because they realize that it's not going to work operating within government. It reports, its greatest shareholder is government. But there's public participation, there's participation from capital, but it's structured as a company, and it operates as a company. It isn't accountable to some politician somewhere. It is actually accountable to a board that will be getting dividends if and when this company, including the state getting dividends, when this company succeeds. So for me, I think it's the wrong space. for a state-owned company to, and that, Chair, is the last point I make on this. I think it would be a wonderful doctoral thesis for somebody to do.
Well, I'll let Mr. Selega continue, but you said it's not just Eskom, and I agreed. You go to SAA. SAA, I don't know where it is with regard to the liquidation process, the rescue process right now, but for all intents and purposes, it has collapsed. And you ask yourself the question within the context of my question on oversight. You ask yourself the question, but didn't somebody pick up the problems earlier and identified what needed to be done in order to avoid SAA reaching the point that it has reached? Now, I've had evidence in the commission of a lot of problems that happened at SAA a number of years back. And so you ask yourself the question, but there were the problems. Some of them were in the media. Didn't somebody take a view to say, here is what needs to be done in order to avoid SAA collapsing? Then same thing is happening. So where are the people who are supposed to look properly after these assets of the people of South Africa? And when these assets of the people of South Africa have got problems, where are the people who are supposed to pick up the problems? If they don't know what the solutions is, look for people who can find the solutions and take measures to make sure that these assets of the people of South Africa don't end up where SAA and TENEL are at the moment. You have SABC also with its own problem. It's as if there is no commitment or there is no will to do the right thing to make sure that these things, these disastrous consequences don't happen. So, but I come to this discussion within the context of saying, when there is no proper oversight, it may well be that that's one of the things that fertilizes the environment for corruption to happen. Therefore, if I am going to make recommendations about what measures need to be adopted to try and bring the levels of corruption in this country down, I must look at that as well. I must ask myself the question, how does it happen that entities such as the ones I've mentioned deteriorate over a long period and the deterioration is not arrested? It just goes on and on and on until in the case of some of the entities, they have either collapsed or are on the brink of collapsing. So you might not wish to say anything further, but I'm just contextualizing what my concerns about oversight are about. Okay, Mr. Selega.
Yeah. Ms. Brown, just
Well,
taking the...
I see that we have gone past the tea, but maybe you can continue at 11:45. We can take a tea break.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Brown, to take the point further, particularly in the context of Eskom and the war room that you have already mentioned, wasn't that establishment of the war room, particularly in respect of Eskom? Well, I know the other SOEs were also singled out. I think TENEL and SABC. Was that not a good example of pursuing an oversight role in respect of Eskom in this case? Because that war room was established, as you say, in December 2014. That is about 7 months after your appointment as the Minister of DPE. And we have listened to evidence here that, I think even from your own affidavits, that you were part of the ministerial committee that was assigned to that war room. The Deputy President, Mr. Ramaphosa, was the chairperson of that war room. The war room requested information from Eskom, had meetings. So, but we know that after Mr. Molefe was appointed, Dr. Ngubane writes a letter to you, and he says, not only are we going to stop participating in the war room, but we will not respond to requests by the war room. And that gets to be allowed. So his request is given, the request of the board. Again, taking away government's effort to do exactly what the chairperson is saying, perform an oversight role. So why was the war room terminated?
I mean, that's a question you have to ask the president, the then president, because he is the only one who, I'm the one who attended the war room, but he was the one who put the war room together. But, you know, at the time, there was a huge debate going on about whether IPPs were preferable to Eskom, and Eskom had to take the IPPs. And it wasn't, and so that was actually the letter around Dr. Ngubane, because Eskom knew that they could not afford the IPPs. They were largely foreign business, with I think about 10% South African owned. And that became a big struggle because it was again on a take or pay basis, which means that even if we don't need solar for the day, we still had to pay for the solar. And Eskom couldn't afford that. And there was a lot of, I mean, look, Advocate Seleka, this is 7 years ago. There's a lot of conflict around that. But the issue was to be able to bring together water and sanitation, public enterprises, the Department of Energy, National Treasury, and all the departments that impacted in some way or the other on Eskom. But there remained a sort of policy decision that created a lot of fractures within that. When Dr. Ngubane wrote the letter, I don't seem to remember the letter, because I would have told him he should just go to the war room, because the war room was established by the president at the time, and we had to follow that direction. I don't know if you have a letter from me to say that I would have just insisted that he attend the war room. The fact that people give apologies to the war room and not have alternatives would be another issue. But the idea with the war room was to try and stem a load shedding. The problem with the war room was that it was too large a structure that looked at the technical aspects without looking at the issues that we were facing at that time, whether it was load shedding, no access to finances, and so forth. Out of the war room, a very positive thing did come, and that was that we got a 23 billion rand bailout from government. But the company cannot operate on bailouts. And then, of course, the bigger issue is that fewer people are purchasing electricity from Eskom. People are going off the grid. Very large users of Eskom have also gone off the grid. So yeah, I think I'm understanding the conflict. If the chairperson reads my recommendations in my first affidavit, I do quite a number of things on oversight. But unless you can show me to the document where Dr. Ngubane writes a letter.
Yes, no.
And maybe later I will be happy to respond to it then.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Chair, can I do that before you take the agenda?
Yeah,
But it's quickly, because I have it opened right in front of me.
okay.
It's in Eskom bundle 13. It's page 4. I'll read it to you. You will look up for it during the T agenda.
Yes.
Ms. Brown.
Okay.
It's a letter dated 10.
Okay.
Yeah, let me read it to you, Ms. Brown. It's a letter dated 10 September 2015. Eskom bundle 13, page 445. So he writes, Dear Minister Brown, Eskom's participation in the war room. The letter has 5 paragraphs, with the sixth one being a one-liner. He ultimately reads, and we will do the whole letter when we come back. The second last paragraph, he says, accordingly, the board has resolved to suspend Eskom's participation in the war room. This will mean that the chief executive will be requested not to respond to the requests for information and attendance at the meetings, but focus on the management of Eskom and its turnaround. This decision will be implemented forthwith. And he says, I trust that the minister will find this in order. And we will come back to it after the tea.
Okay, let's take the tea adjournment. We'll resume at 12 o'clock. We adjourn.
Thank you.
Ms. Brown, did you, in the meantime, find that letter in Eskom Bundle 13, 1-3? The sound is off.
Sorry, I haven't
Oh,
unmuted.
you were on mute, yes.
Yeah,
You did.
the issue that my recollection of that is, and I was that by now
Yes.
they were starting to resolve the issue of load shedding. And I think somebody said they stopped going to I think it was Mr. Molefe, who said that they stopped going to the war room. Remember, the issue before Eskom was the fact that there was incredible load shedding that was happening. And I had a meeting with the president, Jacob Zuma, at a little bit before that, where it was told to me that we would be heading for a blackout. And a blackout, if it happened that we had a blackout, especially in the Gauteng area, it would crash the economy completely. So at the time, the board's reckoning was that the load shedding was their biggest concern, and they wanted to get on top of that problem. And I think that letter is written just after we had gotten to a point where there was no load shedding any longer. And they did not see the need to sit through those meetings. And I had an engagement with Dr. Ben Gubani. And I insisted that they send people still to those war room meetings. But I must tell you that it was not the CE or the acting CE or the acting financial director. It was somebody else who went. I can't remember who it was, but who went to the war room. But it's because they completed and they've actually found a solution. And the only big solution that they found was actually to do more maintenance. And to do more maintenance, they had to find the money for it. And they felt that the war room was taking up too much of their time.
Yeah. If you look at that letter, Ms. Brown, the third paragraph, well, let me read the letter. It says, the above matter has reference. The board engaged with the acting chief executive and his executive management. At a strategic breakaway over 2 days, we examined a number of key strategies that the team has put together and encapsulated in a turnaround plan for Eskom, which will soon be sent to the minister. The board has fully endorsed this plan and supports its execution. And this paragraph says, the turnaround plan focuses on key areas, namely liquidity, maintenance with minimal load shedding. And that's the part I want to emphasize. Maintenance with minimal load shedding, which seems to suggest that there is load shedding, but they want to minimize it. And then they go on to mention other aspects. And
their rationale at the time, sorry.
Yes, proceed.
I'm very, very sorry to make a fish up of your mouth.
Yeah, this is what I wanted to say. Let me complete it then.
The issue is,
Hang on, Ms.
sorry.
Brown. Hang on, Ms. Brown. Let Mr. Seleka finish.
Let me complete it then, because
I'm very sorry.
when Mr. Molefe was here, he also specifically said his main issue was load shedding, and he didn't want to go to the meetings of the war room anymore, so that he can concentrate on getting rid of load shedding. So he made the focus on load shedding, as he testified here, the reason why he wanted to stop attending meetings of the war room. Well, I don't know whether you have insight into that, because if you do not know, maybe you shouldn't venture an answer as to why they wrote you this
No,
letter.
I'd like to venture an answer.
Okay.
Because I remember that, I remember the trauma of load shedding in this country too well. By the time we set up the war room, we were at load shedding at stage 3. Eskom then introduced 3A and 3B, which meant that we had no electricity 3 times a day for 2 hours at a time, 6 hours out of the day, which was just not good enough for business, especially businesses that did not high end and intensive business. That's what I wanted to say. So at the time, they did not want to come back to the war room, because they wanted to minimize the load shedding, so that if anything, we should be doing load shedding at stage 1, which is once a day. So I think, and then systematically get to a point where we have no load shedding, which by August 2015, we had no load shedding. So that is my explanation. But having said that, I insisted that one person with enough knowledge, and it doesn't have to necessarily be the CE or the acting CE at the time, that one person with enough knowledge still attends the war room, so that there's feedback from the war room to Eskom.
Yeah, can you recall whether your response was communicated in writing? That response to the effect that you still wanted one person to attend?
You see, Advocate Seleka, one of my problems is that I've never made decisions, or I rarely made decisions, let me say it that way, without a decision memo. So if that letter came to me, there would have been a decision memo that accompanied that letter, because that letter would never come to me. A formal letter like that would never come to me without it going via the energy unit within the department, because it will come to me with a solution, which I might accept or reject. But having said that, I don't have a proof. I don't have a copy of that memo.
Yes. Well, I was just raising that with you in the context of the shareholder exercising an oversight and ensuring that the SOEs operate at an optimal level. And I want to draw your attention again to the affidavit of Ms. Tsolofelo Molefe, which is a second supplementary affidavit, also in Eskom Bundle 13, page 686. She refers to an occasion there in her affidavit, and I'll read it out to you on page 688. And this relates to the war room. In this affidavit, she says on 11 December 2014, Cabinet announced a government war room with an implementation of a 5-point plan. Eskom made its first presentation to the Interministerial Committee on 28 February 2015. She says she did not attend the meeting, she was not available, she had traveled for business. That's the first presentation, 28 February 2015. A second presentation to the IMC, which is the Interministerial Committee, she says was made on 3 March 2015. The presentation was led by Mr. Matona and herself. Before that main meeting, Mr. Matona was requested to meet with the Deputy President to take him through the Eskom challenges and presentation. Mr. Matona was accompanied by myself, Mr. Machela Koko, Mr. Den Marokani, and 2 other Eskom executives. Then she says, Ms. Lynne Brown was not at this meeting. She arrived a few minutes after the main meeting with the Deputy President and some ministers had started, as we understood she had been out of the country. Paragraph 11 reads, Mr. Matona and I tried for several weeks to have a meeting with Minister Brown to take her through the Eskom presentation prior to the meeting on 3 March 2015, but all to no avail. Were you aware of this? Attempts by them to seek to have a meeting with you? Go ahead.
Can I respond?
Yes, please.
Well, I must say that the Deputy President always kept me informed if I, on the odd occasion, left the country. My recollection of that they presented on every Friday, Eskom had to present. Remember, the meetings were about Eskom. And so the dates that she has there, I'm sure it's absolutely true. And that I could have been late for that meeting, not because I did not attend. I attended every IMC meeting. I remained in engagement with the Deputy President. I might have been late because I've been abroad, as she says. I don't remember that I've been abroad then. But having said that, the structure is like this. It was unusual for the CE and the chief executive to present to me, unless it was with the approval of the board chair. Because I spoke with the board chair, the CE spoke with the DG, and that happens to be the practice that comes out of the Companies Act, so that you don't have an interference of a political interference in the operational side of what is happening. The FD never presented to me. I heard yesterday, Mr. Singh said I spoke with him, but the FD never presented to me. So I'm not absolutely sure what she's talking about, wanting several meetings. Mr. Matona had easy access to me. He spoke to me often, and the reason, and my department, my legal and governance unit warned me about that, saying, you should not be speaking to Mr. Matona. The chair speaks to you. The dilemma I had is that we were in a crisis. We were in a huge crisis. We were not liquid, we were not a going concern, and we were having load shedding every day. So, yeah, that's my response to that. I don't, for a moment, disagree with her I do disagree with her that she has attended all those meetings. I do disagree with her that she had a liquidity plan for the company. I also stand by my statement in my affidavit where I say that the company was not a financially going concern.
Yes.
And it doesn't matter what the books say, we at any time could not pay us Eskom at any time could not pay its staff. And that's what the CE communicated to me.
Yes. Well, that tells me you have read the rest of her affidavit. I'll come to that.
I did.
Yes, no. I'll come to that point of liquidity, but let me stay with this point for a moment. You say you spoke, in terms of protocol, you would have spoken to the board chair and the CE would have spoken to the DG, but would that be the position in the context of the war room, where there is this interministerial committee that was established? The chairperson of the war room is the deputy president. They were able to have a meeting with the deputy president, but they sought to have the same meeting in the context of the war room with you, and they say they could not. Would that protocol apply there?
No, the protocol wouldn't apply. I mean, it would apply in law, but in terms of the company's law, but it wouldn't apply with me at that stage because we were in a crisis. And for the life of me, I cannot tell you at all why I did not give a meeting to them. You must remember every other state-owned company who had difficulty dwarf in the face of Eskom. Eskom's difficulty was just enormous. So I'm not aware of not wanting to give them a meeting.
Yeah. Okay. And of course, on the 11th of March, they were suspended, but we will come to that at a later stage.
Yeah.
Can I want to ask you this insofar as you have mentioned sorry, before I move on, if one looks at what the FD at the time, the person who was the FD at the time is saying in this affidavit, is it a fair observation that there seemed not to have been an effort on your part to show commitment to a tool or mechanism in the form of the war room that Cabinet had put in place to play an oversight role over Eskom.
Not at all.
Not at all.
As I said to you before, I saw the war room as after I've gotten past my emotional issues about being undermined and all of that, I completely supported the war room. I worked tirelessly with the war room. I ensured all the time that Eskom was present and they had their presentations. The issue was, and remember, I also saw a set of minutes that Ms. Molefe has put in. You must remember that those are action minutes. All of the squabbles and the battles and all of that won't reflect in those minutes. But there was a real issue that I think it was March, it was first January the 15th that they couldn't find money. And this they phoned me in December. And then by March the 15th, we remained on high alert, and I was hoping that we would find a solution within the war room. But remember, the war room also worked on broader issues and technical issues. One of the big issues that the war room worked on was the fact the issues are relating to generation. Why the Medupi and Kusile had huge cost overruns and behind time in their building. But at the same time, they were also looking at broader energy proposals. And in my mind, I could understand that Eskom had a very specific focus, and that was to keep the lights on, stop load shedding, and to become liquid again. So that might have been the issue, because we spoke about IPPs in the war room, we spoke about our rejection and now non-rejection of nuclear, we spoke about all forms of energy types. The water usage at particular plants. We spoke about financing of the energy options within the war room. We spoke about the 23 billion rand bailout for Eskom. So there were lots of issues that we spoke about. Eskom had a specific focus, and that was load shedding.
Mr. Selega,
Yes,
I think we must move on.
Yes.
I think there's been enough time for the war room. Let's move on to specific issues.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. And then on the liquidity problem, Ms. Brown, that you've mentioned, I know you have touched on that in regard to her affidavit. You have seen she refers to not herself, but the board writing in the financials that Eskom will be a going concern in the foreseeable future. The very board of Dr. Ben Gubani. Are you saying despite that?
We were not a going concern at that time. A foreseeable future. They also said we'll have no load shedding in the foreseeable future. They also said that we will be liquid in a foreseeable future. We were just going, Eskom was going from one crisis to the next crisis, dealing with load shedding and liquidity.
Yeah. So in respect of the liquidity statement they made in the financials, as a statement of the directors, are you saying that was not truthful?
I think them saying that in the foreseeable future is truthful. But when was the foreseeable future? I don't say it's not truthful. They probably saw a light at the end of the tunnel, but the light at the end of the tunnel did not provide for salaries on a monthly basis. And that's always been my fight with Eskom. Anyway.
Yeah. Because the quotation she takes from the financials, which is a statement, she says, was signed by Dr. Ngubane and Mr. Faminski, reads that the directors have made an assessment of the ability of Eskom and the group to continue as a going concern in the foreseeable future. The directors reviewed Eskom's and the group's performance for the year ended 31 March 2015, and the cash flow forecast for the multi-year price determination 3-year period ending 31 March 2018. The directors are satisfied that Eskom and the group have access to adequate resources and facilities to be able to continue its operations for the foreseeable future. Accordingly, the board continued to adopt the going concern basis in preparing the financial statements. So they are setting that Eskom is a going concern. And that's the statement I want you to comment on.
Well, Mr. Advocate Seleka, the fact that Eskom was a going concern in the foreseeable future, I understand. I also think that I believe that Eskom would be a going concern in the foreseeable future. We got the 23 billion bailout. I think it was just after or just before May, or in around that time. But in my estimation, the queries that came to me from both the board chair and the executive, we were not seeing the light at the end of the tunnel yet. There is a light, but it's in time to come. As far as I was concerned, the crisis was then. And you must remember, and it was on a weekend, that the president called me to tell me that, and it could have been somewhere in February, March of that year, I can't remember, but to tell me that there would be a blackout in in the Gauteng area. Now, the blackout has nothing to do with the liquidity situation. But the liquidity situation had everything to do with whether Eskom was able to get itself out of the mess it was in. So, I retain my position that Eskom might have had and Eskom projects with the multi-year, the MYPD. They also project with NERSA, what NERSA allows them to claw back from the clients. And every year, the budget looked in a particular way, and then NERSA says that they had to collect far less than what they were projecting. So the chair asked the question earlier about oversight, and that was part of the dilemma. We had good documentation that looked like we could be on a sure footing, but the documentation or the expectation of what that documentation meant could never be met, was never met. So they build into their predictions what NERSA would be giving them as a clawback from the public. And Chair, if I didn't hear complaints from the CE, from the chair, that we were in dire straits, frantic phone calls, then I probably would agree with Ms. Molefe that we were fine, we were going concern, and that the only problem we had was load shedding. But I personally feel that they projected, and this is what state-owned companies do all the time. They project themselves out of a crisis, and they never ever meet that projection, because it's not solely reliable on them. It's also reliable on what NERSA would give them and what they can claw back from the public. And remember, the public were also going off the grid. So fewer and fewer people were on the grid. I think now, I still follow Eskom, I think about 2% of the public have, we are not able, Eskom is not able to gather money from about 2%. They decreased by 2% annually. Let me put it to you that way.
Yeah.
The use of electricity by the public.
Yes.
So
Chair.
that's my comment to you, Advocate Seleka.
Chair, should I exercise some restrictions? Or as you call it, lead the witness?
Well, I expect you to go to very specific, important issues.
No, I mean...
I think you have taken some time on the matters that you have covered.
Yeah. No, in respect of the responses, should I... Okay.
Well, exercise your judgment, but I feel that you may wish to move faster to the other issues. If you are left with some more time at the end, you might wish to come back to some of these issues. I'm suspecting you might run out of time.
Yes, no. Let me make my last comment on this one, Ms. Brown, because those two contrasting positions cannot exist side by side. When the board says the board continued to adopt the going concern basis in preparing the financial statements, they seem to adopt the view that they are at that stage in a going concern status, as opposed to the opposite. But so all I'm saying to you is the two positions cannot exist side by side. Either you are a going concern or you are not.
I don't want to continue and go on and on and on, but I've made my position, what I
Yes.
felt was quite clear.
Yes. No, thank you. In regard to load shedding, well, I probably need to follow a sequence because I'll be getting out of a sequence, but let's see. In regard to load shedding, insofar as you've mentioned it, that Eskom, you brought in experienced people who were able to stop load shedding. An investigation was instituted, and there were some outcomes made from that investigation. I would like to take you back to what Ms. Mokolo says about your statements at the board meeting of 11 March 2015, and only for the purposes of the statements, because I'll come to the sequence of events. But she says in her affidavit that the minister began addressing the board on the issues of the war room and the challenges facing the war room. Some of the issues pertaining to the decision to switch off non-paying municipalities, the issues of directors' liabilities, mishandling of load shedding by Eskom, and the sabotaging of power stations, which are all operational matters. There was an allegation made to the executives that load shedding might be intentionally manipulated. Mishandling of load shedding and sabotaging of power stations. Do you recall these comments made by yourself?
I don't know about the power stations, but I didn't see it in the minutes.
Yes.
Even my off-the-cuff minutes, I didn't see it in them.
Let's stick to load shedding.
But I can tell you that I did go over into operational matters.
Yeah, but let's stick to load shedding.
Just before,
Sorry, let's just stick to load shedding for a moment. The concept that load shedding was mishandled or manipulated.
Well, I always had a difficulty that when Parliament example, I used an example, and that was actually in the minutes of that meeting, and now I'm just using my memory. I had a difficulty that we'd have load shedding, and terrible load shedding, 2, 3 times a day. And then we have an opening of Parliament, and we have no load shedding from before the opening to the day after the opening. Now, if you can keep the lights on for 3 days, all the lights on for 3 days, then why are you not and of course it's operational, and I'm not a Mr. Koko, so I don't know the details, but I mean, I did have a difficulty with that. Because if you can suddenly not have any load shedding, and then we go into terrible stage 3 load shedding where the lights are off for ordinary people 3 times a day. And because Parliament has a State of the Nation address, and this was in Jacob Zuma's time, you suddenly can keep the lights on for 3 days. So yes, I did have a problem with it, but frankly, it was operational, and I concede that I shouldn't have gotten into the operational matters.
Mr. Seleka.
I did not see the board often.
Yeah, Mr. Seleka.
Let's go to the
Except in the context
I did
of,
not see the board often.
except in the context of oversight,
Yes.
and except in the context of Mr. Koko's allegation that when he was suspended, there was an allegation of sabotage which could affect load shedding. Why is load shedding relevant to our terms of reference?
Why is load shedding relevant to the terms of reference?
Yes, except in the context of oversight, performance of oversight, and Mr. Koko's allegation that when he was suspended, I think he said he was accused, there was an allegation of sabotage,
Yes,
which could affect load shedding.
yes. The question is limited to that, Chair. I'm not pursuing it
Yes.
any more beyond that.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
let's try and move. I'm more keen on those specific issues
Okay.
on which we have had quite some evidence.
Yes.
That is the secondment of Mr. Molefe and the secondment of Mr. Singh.
Yes.
The cancellation of the meeting of the board of Eskom that was scheduled for the 26th of February.
That's right.
The meeting of the 9th, but she was not at that meeting, but the meeting of the 10th, of the 11th, she was there. And then Mr. Tsotsi's evidence, the suspension of the executives, those are, for me, some of the most important issues I would like to hear on, and Mr. Tsotsi's evidence also deals with the question of Mr. Salim Essa meeting with Ms. Brown, meeting with Mr. Salim Essa. For me, those are the issues that I'm very keen to hear her evidence on.
Shall I ask Chairperson to start with the appointment of the board members?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's important too,
Yes.
the appointment. I think start there.
Yeah.
Because in terms of sequence, you start with the appointment of the 2015 board.
Yes.
She has given some evidence with regard to what happened, what the position of the state of Eskom was when she was appointed in 2014. And then for the rest of 2014 until December, the board that was in existence was the one that was chaired by Mr. Tsotsi. That board left, and then a new board was appointed in December. Mr. Tsotsi was appointed chairperson. Yeah, it's that the events around the appointment and the composition of the committees of the board, and then we move in terms of sequence.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ms. Brown, we understand from the evidence of Ms. Mokolo, and this is in regard to the appointment of board members, that when the 2015 Eskom board was appointed, members were appointed, which were appointed on or about 11 December 2014. The normal practice of a database at DPE, pulling names from the database and populating the boards of the SOE was not followed. That instead you requested that an advert be published calling for members of the public to make themselves available to serve on the board of Eskom. Is that your recollection as well? That is what happened?
I must, well, the advert would add to the database. It's the first, well, I probably didn't read the affidavit or didn't think there was a problem when I read the affidavit. But I thought the advert was actually a good idea to add to the database because they had a database, but the database didn't necessarily give the desired effect year on. And I think even now, after I've left 3 years ago, we can see that the same thing is happening with the board. So that's why I had the advertisement.
Yes. But the question is raised in this context, because when you sit back and look at members of the board that got appointed at the time, you see that some of them have, if not most at the time, had some either previous connection or association with either Mr. Salim Essa or the Guptas. And one wonders, but why not follow the database and do the advert? And you ask these board members, how did you get appointed? And they say, well, I came across an advert in the newspaper. And many of them were getting appointed for the first time to serve on the board of an SOE. Do you think this was
Many of them also served on boards of SOEs prior. And I think, Advocate Seleka, with due respect to you, many of them were also not people who had anything to do with the Guptas or with Salim Issa. So I think your question itself is quite loaded. But having said that, I get involved at the beginning of the process where I sign off on an advert. They decide what the criteria, the TPE decides on the criteria, and then at the end of the process, I get involved again when they present me with a list. I'm not sure if you've asked every one of them, of the board members, if they knew the Guptas, and if you had the 13 of them, and if you can measure how many of them knew the Guptas or not. When I saw the newspaper article that you are referring to now, you're not referring to the newspaper article, but you're referring to the popular narrative. When I saw that newspaper article, I started phoning them. And one person asked me, yes, but who is Des van Rooyen? I don't even know the man. And it came to pass that 3 or 4 years ago, her husband did some work for MKMVA. That's how she got to know. Another person said to me, and I can't remember who they are, but because it's a long time ago, another person said, well, I worked for a particular accounting company, and I did the accounting work for the Gupta's computer company. Does that mean that she worked for the Guptas or she knew the Guptas? Somebody said I met them at a wedding. So I frankly, this is the kind of questions that I really would like to refute here now. Because I open up the process so that it's transparent. I open up the process to increase the database, the pool of people we can draw from. I open up the process so that the process for being on a board is not, it's not closed in year 10, and I'm coming in year 15. I actually got such a shock with that those board appointments that in 2018, I did something very different. I actually asked all the companies, all the sector organizations like the Black Business Council, Business Leadership South Africa, etc., to send me 3 names. Not me personally, send the department 3 names. so that I could do it differently, so that I'm not accused again of maybe not the Guptas this time, but something else. But that's what I did. I thought it was the right thing to do.
Okay. Now, I know the person you're referring to as having worked an audit for the Gupta companies is Ms. Miriam Kasim. But you haven't mentioned Dr. Ngubane, Mr. Pomensky, Ms. V. Naidu, Hiroshni Naidu, Mr. Nazia Karim, and you are yet to get the affidavit of Mr. Romeo Kumalu, I understand, from your advocate. All the names I've mentioned.
I can respond.
Okay. But can I conclude?
And neither can you answer on Pat Naidu,
Yeah, but,
or Zitembe Khoza,
yeah.
or, I mean, David, you know, the point I'm making a broader point.
Can I finish?
No.
Can I finish?
Hang on, Ms. Brown. I think Mr. Slega had not finished
Yes.
his point or question.
Yes. What I want to say to you is, this names I've mentioned, the persons I've mentioned, they say in their affidavits what dealings they had with the Guptas and or Salim Essa. My putting of this to you is exactly to give you that opportunity for you to either refute, as you say, or to explain whether or not you had knowledge of what they have stated in their affidavits. So it's not in any way to cast aspersions on you. It's just a process of putting a version to you. If you understand what I'm saying, then you can respond.
I do understand what you say. My previous profession was actually an English teacher. Advocate,
No, Ms. Brown, I don't think that's fair to Ms. Hang on, Ms. Brown.
I'm sorry, Chair.
Hang on. I think that's not fair on Mr. Seleka, because I don't think that when he asked whether you understood, I don't think he was saying that because he thought you didn't understand the English language. I think what he was saying is you might not understand the purpose of why he was putting these things to you. So I don't think he meant you didn't understand the language.
A huge apologies, Chair. I have an unfortunate tendency to just jump at things.
Okay, all right.
Chair, let me please put this thing to you. As I said earlier, in the interest of transparency, I did want to open up the process, and I did so. I didn't, when they vetted the companies and when they vetted the people, I didn't think that they should be vetting the people for anything more than what they usually vet people for. So the group of people who come to me have been vetted already. They're not people who have not been vetted. And when the issue got raised in the media, I then instituted a second conflict of interest process where I say you do it at the beginning when you're appointed, and then in the middle of the year, you do another conflict of interest. And it's in that area that even though Mr. Pomensky, for example, and I remember this one very clearly, he listed that he was from Oak Bay. I can't can't remember, Oak Bay company, and this was a Gupta Link company. I asked him to resign or to choose. That's what I asked him to do. And he chose to resign, I think. So, yes, it wasn't something that I constructed in order to get a particular grouping of people in. I followed a process, and if Ms. Magolo, and I have no reason to doubt her, say that I went beyond their database, then and opened up the process, which I thought was a good idea at the time. Clearly, it had unintended consequences for me, but that's the process that I followed. And I actually I don't know what more to say about this process. I've spoken to this issue over and over in the media, in explaining to everyone how the process happened, and I'm telling you this process as well.
Yes.
I, for example, also know that there are people who were not, who said they didn't know the Guptas. But you see, a bigger issue for me is if the Gupta companies, in terms of the PFMA, if they were blacklisted as the PFMA requires of National Treasury annually to blacklist these companies, my department would have picked up in January when Mr. Bemensky said that he worked or he was a director of Oak Bay. They would have picked it up in January already. And that's just using one example. But yes, that's my only response that I have.
Yes. Well, given the incident of 2013 and the media coverage of the Guptas since then, do you think they needed to be blacklisted in order to be a red flag? Any association with them to raise a red flag?
I do. I think you should actually, I wouldn't for myself, but I think we should be able to, if you red flag anyone for any reason, you must be able to give there must be a fair process so that either they are able to defend themselves that they're doing the right thing, or or it's put to them, or they are blacklisted and they are then allowed to go and do this, go and contest it in a court of law. But having said that, this is how I would think any law-abiding citizen would think about it. But having said that, I didn't release all of them because they were in some way or the other. I didn't fire them because they were in some way or the other linked to the Guptas. Because none of it was actually direct. It was either through somebody, I did speak to a number of them at the time. And I didn't think I should let them go. I should fire them because they were linked to the Guptas.
You mentioned earlier this resulted in unintended consequences to you. What unintended consequences were you referring to?
Well, I am now being said, the fact that I've opened up the process is the unintended consequences that I have, and I've lived with this for the past 5 years. that I have appointed Gupta. In fact, the public protector makes that point, that I've appointed Gupta linked people to the board.
Did you have any relations with the Guptas?
I know the eldest brother, and I tried to work out to remember his name earlier, but I know none of the others. I have met the eldest brother, Ajay Gupta, about 13 or 15 or 10 years ago when I was MEC for Finance. I was on a trip to India with the then Premier and the minister in the presidency, Minister Eskom, I met him.
That was long before you were appointed as the Minister of DPE.
Yes. And he, in fact, on the day that I was appointed, the day I was sworn in, I showed my friends, who were friends of mine from my province, I showed my friends that Ajay Gupta was phoning me. I showed it to them on the phone, and of course it became a big story in the newspaper. But I did show them that he sent me a message. Or not sent me a message, he phoned me. I didn't take his call because I was in a public place.
Well, let's take the lunch adjournment now.
Yes, Chair.
I think you may have forgotten to keep an eye on the time, Mr.
Yes.
Salega.
Yes.
We'll take the lunch break now. We will resume at 2:05.
Thank you.
We adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.
say something with regard to Ms. Brown's various affidavits that she has filed. I was looking at some of them, and I noticed one that one of probably the first one that she filed, she complained that she had not been given the full statements or affidavits of the people who had testified or whose affidavits had been filed, which she was expected to deal with. In this regard, I think Mr. Saluji was one of them, his affidavit, and I think Mr. Tlakuti, if I'm not mistaken. So I just want to find out whether the commission did ultimately give her full documentation, because if for some reason she was not given, she should be given. So that's one. Two, I see in one of her affidavits that she mentions having applied for leave to cross-examine Mr. Jonas. Now, it's been a long time. I can't always remember all the applications for leave to cross-examine that I have dealt with and those that I might not have dealt with, but I just don't want anything to fall through the cracks. So I just want to check either from her or the legal team whether on these two issues there's anything that is still outstanding, and maybe other issues that I might not have picked up.
I can assist, Chair.
Yes.
Insofar as the information relating to the 3 Daniel witnesses is concerned, the matter has become academic. We subsequently received all the information we needed in respect of those transcripts.
Okay, so there's no
affidavits.
issue here.
That issue
has fallen away.
Has fallen away.
Okay.
The application for the cross-examination of Ubabung Cebisi Jonas, that application was tabled and heard and was not granted. That was sometime in 2019 thereabout.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
okay. So, but otherwise there are no other issues I haven't picked up which are still outstanding that she has raised in one or other affidavit.
There is just one loose end, if I can put it that way, is that in respect of the 3 Daniel witnesses, Babu Tlakudi, Babu Riaz Saluji, and Mam van Rensbeck, there was an application to give evidence against their versions, as it were. Nothing happened of that, but I suppose that has become academic as she has been, I think she will testify in any way.
Yes, no, she will
matters.
testify. She will testify.
She will
yeah.
testify. It has
Yeah.
become really academic.
Yes, no, that's fine. No, she will be given a chance to testify. Yeah. Okay, no, I just thought because I picked these things up, I wanted to make sure that we know where everything is in regard to them. Okay, Mr. Seleka, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Brown, you can hear us?
I can.
Thank you very much. Back again to the board with whatever call it connections, association, or dealings with the Guptas, insofar as some of the board members had those connections. The reason, again, that question being put to you is exactly for you to give a response in regards, insofar as that board was being called the Gupta board. But I want to take it further because on the evidence that we have, we see that the board that became, as from December 2014, at least the board insofar as we have examined the evidence, seems to have been quite sympathetic to the transactions that were in relation to the Gupta-owned entities or an entity relating to Mr. Salim Essa. And in this case, I'm talking either regiments, which was later Trillion, when Mr. Eric Wood established Trillion with Mr. Salim Essa. And on the other hand, in regard to the Guptas, you have the Tigeta company that received some transactions from Eskom and prepayments, at least one of 659 million rand. Those facts do not pertain to you, but I'm raising them with you in regard to dealing with the reputation and image of this board. I don't know whether were you aware of this fact in the manner in which the board handled matters that related to Tigeta on the one hand and Trillion on the other.
They would give me a PFMA application if I were in any way to be involved in procurement. I received no PFMA application in relation to those two matters. So I don't really have enough evidence on that. I also don't have enough evidence that the only procurement matters that they oversaw was exclusively about the Guptas. So I don't have, they send a PFMA application to me if it's over a certain amount of money, and it's not just in the general operational budgets that they are allowed to have. I do say, though, anything over 10 million had to be secured by had to be overseen by National Treasury. So I don't get to see it, and that's in terms of the PFMA. I don't have, look, I've read it in the newspapers.
Yes. I
have asked the board about it, but as far as I know, those are not the only matters that they were seized with at the time in relation to procurement.
Yes. Insofar as those matters... Sorry, carry on.
So no, I don't have insight into their procurement matters.
Yes. Insofar as the matters received media attention, the specific matters of Tigeta, specific matters of Trillion, and you made inquiries with the board, or shall I ask you rather, did you make inquiries with the board in regard to those specific matters? Not necessarily...
I did.
Yeah, not necessarily on procurement, but on why are you making a prepayment? Why are you making a decision of 1.68 billion rand prepayment overnight? Why are you paying Tigeta prepayment of 659 million rand, also virtually overnight? And if you did, what does the board say to you?
I might not have asked it whether it was done overnight, because I don't think I remember having read that.
Yes.
But I did ask them why they had what happened around Tigeta. As far as I'm concerned, it was a direct sale from Glencore, selling Optimum Mine to the Guptas. So that was a direct sale. I asked the executives about the prepayment because they were in I called them up and I asked the executives about the prepayment, and I was told that prepayments it's something that they did in order to secure coal. And they've done it before, and they've done it often before. So, in fact, yeah,
Yeah.
that's my answer.
Yes. No, those are the issues we have raised with the with the members of the board, in fact, and some of the executives. We will pursue that with them. Did you find, were you troubled by the media reports? Did you have concerns about the manner in which these transactions were done?
I was very troubled by the media reports, and that is why I asked them what happened.
Yes.
Yeah, so it did trouble me, but I also, now would like to just go off a bit. The media reports were one thing. The issue is that we had to investigate whether those matters actually happened.
Yes.
And so the DDG of Energy would be seized with this matter as to whether or not the board, whether or not it was a true reflection of the transaction. So when I do my speech at a budget hearing, I actually would speak to issues of the cost of coal and so forth. And I think I even, in one of my speeches, I think I even, because of the responses from the executives and the responses from my own department, I believe that the Tegeta mine was giving us coal at 150 Rand per ton, and eventually it was 400 Rand per ton, which was much lower than what most other companies were giving. So to say it in a nutshell, I was concerned about it. I was concerned about the media reports on it. I raised it with them. They've given me answers that were sufficiently good to me because they said they've done this before. They've done it with all the other mining companies, or with most of the other mining companies. And I would like to just leave it there.
Yeah. I may come back to show you to just put to you certain things on that. But in the interest of time, let's go back to the meetings that were scheduled for the board in 2015. There was a first meeting of the board scheduled for the 26th of February 2015. You would recall that that meeting was cancelled on the basis that...
Mr. Slay,
Yes, Chair.
is it oversight or is it deliberate to skip the beginning of the board soon after its appointment?
The subcommittees.
Yeah.
It's not an oversight.
Okay.
I'm waiting for a document to be printed out for me.
Okay, all right. You see, it's just that I like it when incidents or events are dealt with in terms of the sequence in which they happened.
Yes.
Because it makes it much more easier. But if you need some document before you can deal with it, it's fine.
Yes, no.
Yeah.
It's a strategy of some sort. Yes, Ms. Brown, I will come to that issue the chair is drawing to my attention, but there was a meeting, you would recall, a board meeting scheduled for the 26th of February 2015. This meeting, Ms. Mkolo would have told you about a call from the President Jacob Zuma at the time. Can you recall that? In regard to
Yes,
this,
I recall the meeting
Yes.
from her testimony, and I recall the meeting from her having told me. I don't recall the same incidents that she says, but I recall the meeting.
yes. Well, you will give the chairperson your recollection in a short while, but the evidence goes along this lines, that President Jacob Zuma at the time called her and told her that he was trying to get hold of you. The long and short is that he wanted the meeting, the board meeting of Eskom, scheduled for the 26th, to be either postponed or cancelled. And that she should get hold of Mr. Tsotsi to convey that message, which is what she did. And Mr. Tsotsi wanted to know from her, for what reason should the meeting be postponed or cancelled? She was not given an answer, but she said reluctantly to him that it is the President who wanted the meeting to be postponed. Please, insofar as you can recall, and particularly her reporting to you about this meeting or the cancellation and the request from the President, please relate to the chairperson your recollection of the events.
I returned from my trip abroad. Remember that somebody stands in for me when I am out of the country, and it's never my deputy minister. I don't recall who it is who stood in for me that day. I think it was a 3-day trip that I was on. When, according to Ms. Makgolo's statement, she says that I said, when she told me about the meeting, I didn't look perplexed or anything. In fact, she used the term, which is not in my lexicon, aish or what, however you say it, but she used that term. She said, I said. Now, I want to refute that I used that term.
Yes.
Because it is just not in my language use. I never use the term. Secondly, I use very few slang words. Secondly, she said I didn't, and I'm assuming she didn't use the word perplexed, but I'm assuming that she meant that I didn't look surprised at all.
Maybe, I'm sorry, Ms. Brown. Let me just tell you the impression I got from when she gave evidence in terms of your reaction. And my impression of what your reaction was, based on what she was saying, may be wrong. But the impression I got was that you were thinking, and this is not what she said, my impression, you were thinking something like, maybe that should not have happened. It wasn't something you were very pleased about. That was my impression.
Of course not.
That was my impression. It's not what she said, but when she gave evidence, that's the impression I got.
Chair, I wasn't pleased with it because, firstly, I don't think that any of us, unless there's a good reason, and when I say us, I mean anyone in the executive, should not be cancelling and interfering in board meetings. I did not express to Ms. Makwetla my view. Because I didn't think it was right to express my view of my principle to my official.
Yeah.
So I did not express it at all. But my view is that we shouldn't be cancelling anyone's meetings, especially board meetings. It then becomes an issue of interference.
Well, maybe I got the right impression, even though she didn't say, she didn't say you were not pleased or anything, but it looks like I got the right impression. Okay, Mr. Select. Yeah. Well, I interrupted you while you were still saying something, and I'm sorry about that. If you still remember what you were still going to say, you must do so, but otherwise, Mr. Selega will remind you of what his question was, and then you can add if you want to add.
I'm long-winded, Chair. Please just continue.
Okay, Mr. Selega.
Yes, that's all right. Okay, Ms. Brown, you were talking more about, your response was about refuting what she's saying, but I would like you to tell the chairperson what is your recollection and what did you do in regard to what you heard the president had requested.
I can't remember if I did anything. I might have, as would be my nature, at the next meeting that I met the president, I might have said something about it.
Did the president speak to you?
But I can't remember. No, the president didn't speak to me about the cancellation of that meeting at the time, because remember, he couldn't get a hold of me.
Yes.
But you also said that...
And he couldn't get a hold.
Okay, please continue.
And he couldn't get a hold of my deputy.
You said that you would have had a colleague in the cabinet acting in your position as acting Minister of Public Enterprises during your absence from the country, and you said you can't remember who it was. I'm just surprised that in terms of the evidence that we have been told, there is no suggestion that the then president had looked for the acting minister to speak to him or her, but had looked for the deputy instead when he couldn't get hold of you. But you might not be able to say anything about that. But your recollection is clear that there was an acting minister.
Oh, there always is an acting minister.
Yeah.
When a minister leaves.
Yes.
And the assumption is that the acting minister will work with the deputy minister.
Yes.
Because the deputy minister doesn't have the same delegated authorities that the minister would have.
Yes. Yeah.
But I really don't know what happened.
Okay. Mr. Selega.
Yes. I think you were mentioning that in the context of what Ms. Makwetla says, President Zuma said, you are in charge, that she is in charge if you're not there.
No, but I mean, she's an official. She's in charge. She's an accounting officer.
No,
I'm the executive authority.
yes, no, I understand. I'm saying,
I really don't know any of the conversation that happened between the president then and the acting DG.
yes. Yes, so you are correcting the statement that she says President Zuma would have made to her, which is when she said the minister is not here, the president said to her, but you are in charge, you are the DG. You are the acting DG, you are in charge. Is that what you're seeking to correct?
No, I'm not. I'm saying that she's an accounting officer.
Yes.
I don't know the conversation that the president and her have had. So I can't say that that's what the president said at the time. And she is an accounting officer, but she doesn't have responsibility over the board. The only person who can speak to the board is through a delegated authority given to me by the president to do one part of his large portfolio of everything, and that is to be the Minister of Public Enterprises. That's the only... So I'm the one who speaks to the chair, but because the president couldn't get hold of me, he then spoke with Ms. Mokgolo. Mokgolo.
But you personally, leaving aside the incident regarding the president's call to Ms. Mokgolo, were you aware that there was a meeting of the board of Eskom scheduled for the 26th of February?
No, I wouldn't know the board meetings unless it has something to do with me. The board meets regularly, it meets, the committees meet all the time. I don't know when they meet. They don't send me a schedule of our meetings. I don't request it from them either.
Now,
The board acts as an entity on its own. It actually has its own legislation as well, its own act.
yes. Okay, let's move on further. That meeting gets to be cancelled, as the message conveyed by Ms. Mokgolo to Mr. Tsotsi ultimately. Mr. Tsotsi then gets to be called to a meeting with the president in Durban on Sunday, the 8th of March, 2015. In that meeting, he finds Ms. Dudumieni, according to him.
You're deliberately skipping the 6th, Mr. Selega,
The
or is it
6th.
Oversight?
Now that's Mr. Lynne.
And Ms. Dudumieni
Yes,
in Pretoria.
yes, I will add it, Chair.
Yeah.
I will certainly add it. I was just focusing on Mr. Tsotsi's version.
Because the discussion in that meeting,
Yes,
which Mr. Tsotsi didn't attend, is important
yes,
for purposes of establishing what the minister may have known about the subject before that meeting between Mr. Linnell and Mr. Dumieni happened.
yes. Okay, let me add that factor as well, or fact, Ms. Brown.
Or maybe I can do it for you, then she can deal with
Yes.
both. Ms. Brown, the evidence that I've heard from a certain Mr. Linnell is that on the 6th of March 2015, he got a call from Mr. Dumieni, who in effect asked him to drop everything, and he was in Cape Town, and traveled to Pretoria because the president, according to Mr. Dumieni, wanted to have a meeting with him. He dropped everything and flew to Victoria, had a meeting with Mr. Dumieni. The understanding was that the three of them were going to have a meeting with, the two of them were going to have a meeting with the president. And at that meeting, of the two of them, because ultimately they did not meet with the president on that day, Mr. Dumieni said that there needed to be an inquiry into the affairs of Eskom, and the president, I think, wanted an inquiry, and she had recommended that that inquiry should be done or could be done by Mr. Lynne. Do you know whether, as at that time or prior to the 6th of May, do you have any recollection whether the president may have had a discussion with you about any need for an inquiry into the affairs of Eskom?
6th of March.
Are you asking about prior to the 6th of May?
Yes, prior to the 6th of May.
Chair?
March.
Yes, prior to the
No,
6th.
I don't.
Yes. And on the 6th
No,
of
I
May,
don't.
and on the 6th of May, you were not, you had no such discussion with the former president.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Correct something. It's March.
When? 6th of March 2015. Okay. When did you hear for the first time about this supposed need for an inquiry into the affairs of Eskom in 2015, if you are able to recall?
You see, Chair, I had a view that since it didn't matter what the existing board and executives wanted to do, there was never a plan with strategic blocks to get us to a point where we can actually say we are going to be dealing with load shedding and the liquidity issue. We never got into those blocks. So I've always had a view, and initially I thought that view would be a successful view through the war room, that we should have that investigation. But the investigation in the war room seemed to be quite a technical one. It wasn't about dealing with the nitty-gritty of us dealing with the issue of load shedding, or Eskom dealing with the issue of load shedding. So I've heard from somebody's testimony, I can't remember, that the president in the 8th meeting then says that he'll call me. And I assume that he did call me. And I was quite happy to have an inquiry, because I wanted an inquiry to understand what the problem was and how we get out of the problem. And I didn't want it to be with anybody that knew Eskom or did work for Eskom. So did the president tell me in his discussion with me, or did I tell him in the discussion with him? I can't tell you, but I didn't do it before the 6th of March.
Okay.
Sorry
all
for
right.
pointing.
Yes, no, that's fine. But I hear you say you assume that he told you or called you after the meeting of the 8th of March. Is that because you have no recollection whether after that meeting of the 8th of March, he did raise the issue with you?
I don't have a recollection of it
Okay.
at all. I just know that the president was seized with the matter
Yes.
of the load shedding.
Okay. But what you have said is that in your own mind, you did think that it would be necessary to have some investigation of some kind into what the problems were at Eskom and how they could be addressed successfully. And initially you thought the war room might be the right vehicle for that, but then after some time you thought that might not be working. But in your mind, the idea of some investigation was something you were thinking could be a good idea.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Mr. Selega?
Ms. Brown, do you recall whether in your conversation with the President, there was any talk about the suspension or stepping aside of the executives?
No, not at all. I don't recall that at all. In fact, I think the first time I heard about it was I thought a lot about this particular issue. I think the first time I heard about the suspension, the stepping aside, I never heard about the suspensions. I heard about the stepping aside of the executives was actually when Mr. I don't recall a letter coming to me from the chairperson at the time to invite me to a meeting. I think what he did was call me. And one of the issues that he raised with me was the issue of having an inquiry. And he told me, I must tell you, I was very hurt by it because I wasn't called and I was the designated minister. But maybe in retrospect, it wasn't such a bad idea. But the issue is that I think, I can't remember, but it might be that he said, and in order to do this inquiry, and I was happy. Look, when I heard the inquiry, I was very happy because I wanted this inquiry. I didn't know where we'd get the money. I didn't know if we had the money, but I was happy for the inquiry. But I think he could have told me, but Chair, you know, it's 7 years ago. I can't tell you exactly. It could also be that as they walk me, they meet me at the car. The chair of the the chair of the
board
of Eskom meets me at the car when I arrive at Megawatt Park, and then walks me into the meeting. He could have also told me there, but somehow I must have known that there was a meeting that I was called to on the 11th of March to talk about the inquiry and the stepping aside. Now, the only person I spoke with between the 8th and the 11th, I could have spoken to the president. The night or the 10th or the 9th, I could have spoken to the chair. I'm just not sure who I spoke with, but the chair must have invited me to the meeting. And I would really like I'm not sure if the commission still has investigators, if they can go and find out if a letter was written to me, because I don't have a recollection of a letter being written to me.
I think...
But that might just be the fact that my memory, I just don't remember.
I think Mr. Selega will talk to you about the meeting of the 8th, but at the end of that meeting, according to Mr. Tsotsi and I think Mr. Lynne, both of whom have testified before me, at the end of the meeting that the people concerned had with the president, the president said to Mr. Tsotsi, so you, Mr. Tsotsi, will talk to the board about these issues and I will talk to the minister. That was the 8th. And then on the 9th, there was a meeting of the board. And at that meeting, as I recall, Mr. Tsotsi told the board about the need for an inquiry. And I think he said he did tell them that he had been to a meeting with the president where this issue was discussed. And it seems he did not tell them about suspensions, he just told them about the inquiry at that stage. But apparently there was some dissatisfaction on the part of some members of the board, or they had questions and they preferred that the minister should be the one who comes to meet with the board and clarifies the position. And Mr. Tsotsi says he communicated with you, and I don't think he says he wrote to you. I think he says he must have called you, and arrangements were made for you to then come and address the meeting on the 11th, the meeting of the board. That's what he has said in brief. And then you came to the meeting. Does that more or less accord?
It's perfectly plausible, Chair.
Yes, yes.
And it's perfectly plausible that the president could have called me.
Yes, yes, okay. Mr.
Yes,
Salega?
thank you. Thank you, Chair. In that, then Ms. Brown, in the meeting of the 8th, which is attended by Mr. Tsotsi in Durban, he says in his evidence that he's told by Ms. Mieni that there should be an inquiry at Eskom because of Eskom's financial stress and poor technical performance. She elaborated further to say 3 executives should be suspended. And according to Mr. Tsotsi, she mentioned the names, being Mr. Matuna, Mr. Koko, and Mr. Dan Marukan. 3 executives to be suspended. And that's the message Mr. Tsotsi comes out with from that meeting, and on the request of the president has to take it to the board. So to the extent that the president might have spoken with you, can you recall whether this particular factors were part of the conversation between you and the president?
I can't remember the president speaking to me about a suspensions or step-asides, but I do remember that somewhere from, in fact, I was in Pretoria. I remember I was in Pretoria, and I think I could have, Mr. Tsotsi and I could have had a conversation about me coming to the meeting on the telephone, and that he is supporting the inquiry, and I was, of course, happy for the inquiry, with tight terms of reference was the only thing that I had. Tight terms of reference, short turnaround, and we know we're going to be bashed by the media, but at least we'll know what to do.
Okay.
And I think it's in that context he then speaks about the board to the step aside. I might, you know, I've had a view on the liquidity matter throughout the morning. I've spoken to you about the fact that Eskom had no money. I mean, I'm using just the words. So that's more likely where I could have had heard it, because or in the presentation of whoever, Mr. Tsotsi chairs the portfolio. Look, I'm also speculating, Chair. You can hear that, because I don't know absolutely for sure where I've heard of the suspensions of the members of the executive members, sorry.
Yeah.
But having said that, it could be either in a conversation when he invites me to the meeting, as he walks me to the meeting room, as he introduces the meeting, that becomes part of the conversation. It could be anywhere.
Well, before you proceed, Mr. Slega, I just want you to double check whether it's accurate to say, if I understood you correctly, that Mr. Tsotsi said Mr. Dubieni mentioned the names of the three executives. If it is so, that's fine. My understanding was that he said Mr. Dubieni mentioned the portfolios because he was the only one who knew who occupied which portfolios, and then he may have mentioned the names. But if it's something you have checked, then it's okay.
Yes. I was
You are
reading
reading from it.
Affidavit.
Okay, no, that's all right then.
Yes.
But the
Chief,
question...
can I just say something?
Yeah, yes.
Dudu Myeni, I didn't know Dudu Myeni was involved in this meeting.
Yes.
That I am absolutely clear of. I thought it was a meeting between him and Mr. Linnell and
The president.
the president.
Well, the evidence that has been given before me by both Mr. Tsotsi and Mr. Linnell is that the people who attended that meeting were Mr. Dumieni, Mr. Tsotsi, Mr. Linnell, and Ms. Dumieni's son. But the son, they said, was not participating in the discussion, but he was there. Mr. Linnell has also said that there was somebody else who seems to have been Mr. Jabu Maswangani,
That's right.
who was also present. I don't know whether Mr. Tsotsi was initially not sure whether he could remember that Mr. Maswangani was there, but Mr. Linnell was quite clear that he was there because he said he provided some documents relating to Eskom. So those were the people that were there, and both Mr. Linnell and Mr. Tsotsi say initially these people had a meeting without the president and discussed the various issues, and then later on they moved into another room at the president's Durban official residence, and in another room then they had a meeting with the president. So that's the evidence that we have had, and I think in her statement to the Portfolio Committee in Parliament, Mr. Dumieni also confirms that she was at that meeting, I think.
Yes.
She disputes that her son was there, but she accepts that Mr. Tsotsi was there and Mr. Linnell was there. And I don't know, I think she disputes that the president, I don't know if she disputes that the president took part in the meeting.
She disputes the president taking part, but she concedes the president
Came in to greet or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
And she disputes the purpose of the meeting.
Yeah. So that's just the gist of who was there. But the question that Mr. Selega had asked you, which I think you may inadvertently not have responded to, I think was whether, to the extent that the president may have spoken to you between the 8th of March and the 11th, whether you have any recollection of him talking to you about the suspensions or stepping aside. But you may have responded, but somehow I thought you might not have responded. Do you want to confirm what your position is?
I'm just not sure whether he spoke to me about suspensions. I don't know. I kind of, as I said earlier, I have an idea that Mr. Tsotsi spoke to me about suspensions.
Yeah.
On the night when he called me, because it was the night that he called me to tell me that the board wanted to see me.
Yes. Well, if he called you on the night, if he called you to say the board wanted to see you, he must have called you then either on the 9th, because the board had a meeting on that day, or on the 10th. So it would be one of those. But it might not matter which one of those it was, but it would have been one of those. Okay,
Yes.
Mr. Selega?
Right.
Yeah. Then, Ms. Brown, you agreed to come to the meeting on the 11th of March 2015 to meet with the board. You were there with Ms. Mokolo, the acting DG. And when you arrived, the meeting started. Two of the executives, after you had arrived, sometime after you had arrived, were asked to recuse themselves from the meeting, for lack of a better word, and that was the CE and the FD. The board members seem to recall that it being you and or Mr. Tsotsi asking them to step out. Do you recall what happened?
I can't recall. I recall what happened before that meeting, before the meeting started. And my immense irritation with inaction around a bug that was in their room. But, and then other things, of course, as well. And then I don't know if it's me or Mr. Tsotsi who asked.
Who asked them to move out. Then the members said you spoke with them about the inquiry. In the discussion that they say was in accordance or confirmed was what Mr. Tsotsi had told them on Monday, the 9th of March, 2015.
Well, maybe what if we put it this way, Mr. Selega?
Yes, Chair.
You addressed the meeting of the board, is that correct?
I did.
Is it correct that in your address to the board, you supported the idea of an inquiry into the affairs of Eskom?
I did, Chair.
Is it correct that you also said that there were certain portfolios within Eskom that needed to be the subject of investigation?
No.
You did not.
I clearly dealt with certain areas.
Yes.
The only areas that were problematic in Eskom.
Yes. When I say
And
portfolios,
I dealt with it, the minutes is written. they've written, I dealt with it in layperson's terms.
No, that's fine. When I said portfolios, that might not be the term you used, but certain areas
Okay.
in the operations of Eskom that you were concerned about. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Yes. Is it correct that there were 4 such areas that you were concerned about?
Yes,
Yes.
4 areas.
Yeah. Do you recall which ones they were?
I can list them as I speak to them. I was concerned about the financials, the cash flow of Eskom. I was concerned about the cost overruns and underperformance at Medupi and Kusile. I was concerned about load shedding, and that had everything to do with maintenance and all of that. And there was a 3rd area that I was concerned about that I can't remember now.
Okay.
But that was the cost overruns on Medupi and Kusile when they decided in 2007 to build these power stations, which would have brought online 4,800 megawatts. It was now almost 10 years later, not a single unit has come online or even been synchronized. So that, and there was a 4th area.
Yes.
That I can't remember
Mentioned.
the 4th area, but those were the definite areas that Eskom was in crisis with,
Yes.
as far as I was concerned.
And those areas were, as far as you are concerned, were supposed to be the subject of the investigation that you were in support of. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes. Now,
Yes, Chair.
what has been said is that you, having identified the areas which were cause for concern to you, you also said that although you could not instruct the board what to do, you said something to the effect that the heads of those areas, which might be like portfolios as far as the evidence of Mr. Tsotsi is concerned, the heads of those areas should step aside or step down. You might not have used the word suspended, should be suspended, but step aside or something like that. The understanding of the members of the board who have given evidence here is that you were saying that although you could not instruct the board what decisions to make, you thought that the heads of those areas should not be there when the investigation took place. Does that accord with your recollection of what you said?
Not at all, Chair.
Yes.
In fact, I've been listening to quite a number of board members who says because I said that these were the areas that they had to focus on, that I, in essence, I told them that these are the people who were supposed to leave.
Yes,
I've heard a number of them say that.
Yes, yes.
And look, I'm sure the minutes and I'm sure the investigators must have gone into whether I said it or not. I don't know if I would have said the heads of these things must be allowed to step aside. What I did say I think was, and I saw it in Ms. Molefe, and I have no doubt that she's probably right in what I said. I said, this must happen as quickly as possible. So it has a 3-month effect. And what needs to happen, irrespective of whether you ask executives to step aside or not. I don't recall it, but I'm sure if as many people have said that that's how they understand it, that might be true. But I must tell you that if they were asked to step aside or not, would not have mattered to me. Because the thing that mattered to me was that there is, without interference from the executives, because they were there all the time, why were we still in load shedding? Why was Madupi still behind schedule? Because of that, I didn't want them involved in it necessarily, but I didn't necessarily want them to step aside or I just didn't want, that's why I didn't want any of the popular companies who normally do the work for Eskom to do the work for Eskom. Because we had investigation after investigation and we still had no success on it. So, I mean, that for me was the issue. So those were the areas that mattered to me. Whether the executives were asked to step aside or not, I don't think I had a view either way. But as long as they're not involved in it, that's all. I just didn't want them to be involved in it. I wanted a fresh eye on this. In fact, I used the term a fresh eye, a quick, deep dive into what the problem is and how we can resolve it.
Well, I can say to you that, if I'm not mistaken, almost every member of the board who has testified has said that you said you could not instruct the board what to do, but that you did express, I think, a view that the executives who were heads of we called them portfolios when those board members were here giving evidence, the executives who were heads of those portfolios should step aside. I think what you are saying is you are not certain whether you said that, but you think you are inclined to think you would not have said that, but you are not certain whether you said it or you didn't say it. So I'm just saying almost every member of the board who has testified has confirmed along those lines. But you have said you are not sure, you are inclined to think you would not have said it. I think Mr. Selega is shaking his head, and maybe he thinks that I'm not putting it as strongly as the board members put it before me. Mr. Selega?
Yes, no.
You go ahead.
Yes. Ms. Brown, yeah, it's a little bit higher than the chairperson is putting to you, because some of them have said, although you did not direct them to suspend the 4 executives, the minister felt that the presence of the 4 executives might hinder the investigation. One has said the seed of suspensions was planted by the minister. And I'm now reading from Dr. Ngubane. He says, after the meeting with the minister, it was clear that the government, as shareholder of Eskom, required the inquiry to proceed, and that the 4 executives had, and he put it in inverted commas, step aside whilst the inquiry was underway. Mr. Khoza in his affidavit says, it was clear that the minister wanted us to read between the lines.
Yes, I was about to say that. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, Mr. Koza said, and it was in response to a question from me. I said, well, although the minister said he could not instruct the board, what are you saying? Are you saying you could read between the lines that what she wanted, namely that the executives should step aside or be suspended? He said, yes, you could read between the lines. That's what the minister wanted. You might not be able to say
I heard all of that, Chair. I've heard all of that. That is why I'm saying to you, I've heard all the board members say that I said what you've said, what you have said. The issue for me, and I say it again, it didn't matter if they were there or not. I just, look, firstly, I didn't know because I did not engage with those officials. So I didn't really know the officials except for the group CEO, who was the DG in my department before he left for Eskom. So I knew him quite well. Well, not well, but 7 months at least. So, Chair, I've heard all the board members say that the minister said this and the minister said that. I concede that as long as we're not involved in the inquiry, I can concede either way. I mean, I don't know what you'd like me to concede to at this point, because if you say to me, Ms. Brown, please concede that you instructed the board to suspend the 4 executives.
No.
What are you asking me to accede to?
No, nobody is asking you to concede to anything.
I think I was going to law after this.
Nobody is asking you to concede anything. All we want is for you to just tell me truthfully and honestly what you remember to have happened. And the reason why
exactly what I said.
The reason why Mr. Selega wanted to refer to the specific members of the board was that he wanted you to have a clear picture that they seemed to be very clear in their minds what you said. And I think, as you might recall, Mr. Tsotsi subsequently had tensions with the board, but on this, both Mr. Tsotsi and the other board members appear to be on the same page. But I guess that you are not able to say anything more than that. You say you don't recall for sure, but I think you say you may have said so.
I may have said, I can tell you for absolutely sure that the areas are outlined. That would also be the areas of the inquiry. Did I want the board the executives involved in it? I don't think I had a express view about either way. If they were there, as long as they were not involved in the investigation, that would be fine. If they were involved in the investigation, it would not serve us. I don't think it would have served us well. So, did I want them to step aside? Not necessarily. If they stayed on, it would have been fine. If they were asked to step aside for 3 months in the interest of stabilizing the company, that would probably also have been something I could have alluded to. Because nobody says, I said, because I listened to all of them too. Nobody said, I said that they must step aside for 3 months. Because that was exactly the duration of the period. That the inquiry was going to happen.
Well, I think what is important to highlight, Ms. Brown, in regard to what you say and what the board members say, is that they are quite clear in their evidence. I think all of them, if I'm not mistaken, who have given evidence that whatever you said, it was clear that you wanted, you wished to have the executive suspended. I'm saying you wished, but maybe Mr. Selega will say you wanted the executives to be suspended. They are all quite clear on that. There is no contradiction among themselves. You say you may have said, but you also say you didn't want them to step aside as long as they didn't interfere. But they may, I think there is contradiction between what you say when you say you didn't want them to step aside. There's contradiction between what you say and what the various board members say, because they are quite clear. But I'm just highlighting that so that you know what the difference is between you and the board members. They are quite clear, that's what you wanted. You are saying that's not necessarily what you wanted, as long as they did not interfere, the executives. Okay, Mr. Selega?
Yes. Oh, she wants to come.
Oh, did you want to say something, Ms. Brown, in response?
No, I
Yeah.
think it's something you will have to adjudicate, Chair, and write up your
Okay.
recommendations.
No, that's right. Well, that was the point why I'm highlighting it, so that you can
Yes.
see here. Mr. Selega?
Ms. Brown, then there's evidence that as you were ending your discussion with the board, and sorry, I'm reminded, I mean, you've already said about your involvement in the operations, you accept that was wrong, so I'm not going there. I want to deal with this aspect, that you were telling the board they must make the decision. I'll hang around. Do you remember that?
I find it quite an odd thing that that they say that, because I normally just leave. But I don't know why I would have hung around to wait for them to make these decisions, and why it was so urgent. Because I think all I needed was an agreement from the board that they would have an inquiry, that we were going to come to the end of load shedding. That's all I wanted. So I'm not sure. My habit is never to hang around, because I don't want to talk to the boards individually, board members individually. And it's not because I don't like them, but because a new inquiry happens and they will say, while I was having coffee with the minister, she told me I've got to wear a gold shoe, and that would be law. So I try never to hang around, and I don't know why I hung around that day.
Well, my understanding is that one or more of the witnesses said that you said something to the effect that you would hang around so that if they needed guidance, you would be at hand, as it were. And it's not just the board members who said that, if I recall correctly. I think your own acting DG said exactly that as well, said that's what you said. And I think she said, if I'm not mistaken, you went to have coffee or something in the vicinity and she didn't want to hang around. That's not the term she used to describe what she didn't want to do, but she didn't want to stay because she said she had a lot of work. She left you and I think went back to the office, but you remained behind because you had said to the board you would hang around if they needed you. Mr. Selega, is my recollection correct, more or less?
It is correct, Chair. We need to add the hanging around actually was at Eskom itself.
Yes, at Eskom, I was saying in the vicinity of the venue of the board meeting.
I have no reason to doubt that they've said it. I don't know why I would hang around, but if they said it, then I probably did hang around. Chair, I genuinely do not know why I would hang around if they had any more questions. Unless somebody said in the meeting and completely forgot about it, that can you please just hang around so that we can discuss it in case we need. And the only person who could have said that would have been the chair to me. But if he says he didn't say it, I can't recall that I was hanging around. I mean, I have other portfolios too. So I actually don't know what to say to you. I can just say that I don't remember whether I hung around. And if I did hang around, did somebody come and walk me out to my car? I can't remember.
Mr. Selega?
Thank you, Chair. The other intriguing thing, Ms. Brown, is that on the 10th of March 2015, according to the evidence of Ms. Suzanne Daniels to the Commission, is that she was called by Mr. Koko to Melrose Arch into a meeting with Mr. Koko and Mr. Salim Essa. In that meeting, Mr. Salim Essa tells her, introducing himself as Minister Lynne Brown's advisor, that, now I'm skipping some of the things because some of the questions relate to what is the process to suspend executives at Eskom. But ultimately, the point is, the message is conveyed to her that 4 executives are going to be suspended. The names are given, including the FD, including Mr. Koko, but that Mr. Koko will return, but the other 3 would not. 4 names are given to her. 4 executives will be suspended. This is not the same as what Mr. Tsotsi was told in Durban. The FD was not mentioned to Mr. Tsotsi. But it's surprising that when you come to the board on the 11th, you were concerned with 4 areas. And ultimately, is this 4 individuals who get suspended as opposed to the 3 that were mentioned in the discussion with the president. Was this a coincidence?
I have always held a view from the beginning of my conversation or since we were speaking about whether or not Eskom was liquid or a going concern, or whether Eskom was going to be bankrupt, I have always held a view that finance would be part of the group of areas that would be areas that we had to focus on. So, look, I actually personally, if somebody came to tell me that Mr. Issa was my advisor, I would have done exactly what I did to other people who also played themselves off as my advisor. I write to the companies, I tell them these people are not my advisors, and then I go, my department, not my department, my office would go and lay a charge against them at the intelligence officers, so that if he was to say that, Mr. Zan Daniels had always been part of the company where when she came to my meetings, where my officials were present and my advisors. So I don't know what you want me to say any further to that.
Well, maybe let me put it this way. There is a version, as Mr. Selega has told you, by Ms. Daniels, but what he didn't tell you is that also by Mr. Abraham Masango, both of whom say at different times they were called by Mr. Koko to come to Melrose Arch, and then when they came there, they came into an office where they had a meeting with Mr. Koko and Mr. Salim Essa. And each one of them says they were told in that meeting something that not known before, namely that certain executives were going to be suspended at Eskom. And 4 names were given of the executives. And those were the executives who ultimately got suspended the following day. So the question that arises is, apart from the fact that it was the people who had been at the Durban meeting that had discussed the possible suspension of certain executives, Mr. Tsotsi, who is the only board member who had attended the Durban meeting, had not yet told the board about the idea of suspensions. He only told them at the meeting of the 11th, as I understand his evidence. So the question arises, if that version is true, namely that such meetings did take place at Melrose Arch, and Mr. Koko and Mr. Essa told Ms. Daniels and Mr. Masango in different meetings that there were going to be suspensions of these executives, how it is possible that somebody from outside of Eskom, Mr. Salim Essa, had this knowledge and was getting involved in who should be suspended and who should not be suspended, and who should come back after the suspensions and who should not come back at Eskom. That's the one part. The second part is simply the one that also Mr. Selega mentions, that according to Ms. Daniels, Mr. Salim Essa introduced himself as your advisor. The third part is that at the Durban meeting, the 2 people who attended that meeting and who have testified, namely Mr. Tsotsi and Mr. Lynne, they are all agreed that the financial director or head portfolio was not included among the portfolios of areas that were to be investigated through the inquiry. And therefore, the suspensions or stepping aside that was discussed at the Durban meeting did not include the financial director also stepping aside. So, but when you came to the board meeting on the morning of the 11th, you talked about 4 areas that needed to be investigated, and it included the area or portfolio of the financial director. So that's where some of the issues are, to say what was happening here. So you might be able to say, I can tell you, or you might say, look, I can't tell you, but that I came with 4 areas, including the financial director. I knew nothing about the Durban meeting, but that's what happened. So, but that's one of the areas. I mean, if I will have to decide whether this version that there was a meeting, or these 2 meetings at Melrose Arch, whether it's true or not, and that what is alleged to have been said in that meeting, those meetings was said. And if I find that those things were said, it will be quite something to say, how come at the Durban meeting the financial director is not included as one of those to be suspended, but the minister comes on the 11th and she includes her portfolio? Maybe it's a coincidence, maybe it's not, but I have to apply my mind to it. So, Mr. Selega, just wanted you to say what you might be able to say about this.
Your turn, Ms. Brown.
Oh,
Yes.
I've never missed a chance to talk. Just one part of the version that I think I must refute entirely, that Mr. Salim Issa was not an advisor of mine, is not an advisor of mine, and I, other than having shaken his hand at some gathering somewhere, do not know the fellow. The second point is, I think the strongest recollection I might have about how finance is added on can only be me, because I seem to be the only one in all of the conspiracies, all of the gatherings, all of the meetings, who believed that Eskom was in a financial crisis. So I think in my conversation with Mr. Tsotsi, when he says to me, we want to have a meeting with you tomorrow because of the following things, because I would not be going to a meeting if I do not know what the following things are. In that meeting, I could even have told Mr. Tsotsi, this is just another version, Chair. It's not that I have done it. Mr. Tsotsi, but what about finances? Because at this stage, it seems that nobody else thought that we had a financial crisis in Eskom, except to me, the minister. So that's the only thing I can say to you about this matter, Chair.
And maybe I can also just say that it would appear that, according to the evidence of a number of the board members and board members who testified, it would appear that when the meeting of the board deliberated on the suspensions after you had left the meeting with them, a number of them were opposed to the idea of the suspension of the financial director. One of them was giving evidence here yesterday, Mr. Pamensky. He said he was strongly opposed to that. Mr. Tsotsi himself said he was strongly opposed to that. I don't know if there are others who said they were opposed to it, but the impression I got was that those who may have been opposed to it may have ultimately not pursued their opposition further than they did, because the minister included the financial director or the financial director's portfolio among those who should step aside or which should be investigated. That's the impression I had. But also yesterday, Mr. Pamensky said, no, the decision of the board after the minister had left was that only 3 executives should be suspended, and they did not include the financial director. That was his evidence yesterday. So I'm just mentioning this so that you have an idea of what happened, according to some
But
of
true,
the-
that's interesting. If a board member says that the board made a decision that only three people were going to be suspended, why was that decision not sent through to me? Look, I did write a strongly worded letter to them, because remember, the decision of the board is actually the deciding decision. Whether the minister or the president or anybody instructs them, the decision remains the decision of the board. So I'm surprised that the board, when it is characterized as being a Gupta board, it is one matter. If it's characterized as not carrying through a decision as important as the one that you are now raising with me, that they can't carry that decision through.
Well,
So why did the board succumb to the minister's power?
well,
It's just an interesting issue that I would like, just putting on the table. I've already said to you, Chair, what my version is of it.
yeah, no, that's fine.
And yeah, but I think that's an interesting point.
Well, I must tell you that if the board members who testified didn't say so expressly, certainly my impression is that the evidence they have given here is to the effect that they were not prepared to make a decision on the issue of the inquiry on the 9th, at the meeting of the 9th of March, when their own chairperson, Mr. Tsotsi, was proposing that they should make a decision to say there should be an inquiry. And what they insisted on, in effect, seemed to me to sound like, we want to hear it from the minister. And that's why you were then called to come and address them. And the evidence, at least of some of the board members before me, gave me a very clear impression that after you had spoken, they felt comfortable going along with this proposal of Mr. Tsotsi, which he had told them about on the 9th, now that they knew that the minister was supportive of this idea of an inquiry. Mr. Selega, you might indicate whether you had the same impression of the evidence.
Yes, no, that's correct. Chair.
Yeah,
That's correct.
it comes across quite clearly that they wanted to hear what the minister has to say. And once the minister had said, okay, had addressed them, they seemed, at least a lot of those who testified, this suggests that they were comfortable because then they knew Mr. Tsotsi was not misleading them. I'm putting it in my own words.
Yeah.
What do you say about that?
Look, I have nothing more to say. I just think that if you're the board, you're in charge of your company, and if there's some things that I wish I didn't do, then this is one of them. Not going to that board meeting. Because they're responsible for running the company. I'm responsible for oversight over the running of that company. The fact that they have to call me in because Mr. Tsotsi met with the president at the time, and they therefore didn't want to believe him, they then call me in. It's something that really, it's really something that I wish I didn't do at the time. I wish I never went to that meeting. Because if I didn't go to that meeting, I wouldn't be in this position to make a decision about whether or not. And why would they call me to a meeting that they could make a decision on them by themselves? But anyway, that's just my point on this matter.
Well, it might raise a certain point, and maybe when you said this is interesting, relating to them wanting confirmation from you or something like that, maybe this is what you had in mind. It may be raising the question of whether the board that Eskom had enough independence, whether they had what it would take to make decisions that fall within their purview on their own, and without wanting to know whether the minister would approve of their decision or not, or would be happy about that decision or not. It might be raising that issue, and maybe that's in part what you may have had in mind when you said it's interesting why they wouldn't make a decision and call you.
You know, Chair, I don't know why they didn't make the decision themselves. But having said that, I appointed a board of very competent board members. They themselves fell under a terrible spell of having been called a Gupta board. And nothing they did right. And that whole, I think it was Mr. Molefe who said, having moved from, having sold Optimum Mine to Geta was the way to get us all classified as Gupta people. But that's aside, Chair. They were of the most equipped. I had the chairperson of the Institute of Directors in South Africa. I have had electrical engineers in that board. I have had in that board lawyers, CAs, just of the most highly educated and talented people on the board. I find it, if I were to go on a conspiracy, I find it interesting myself. But that's where I have nothing more to say on the 11th March meeting, Chair. That's my view.
Yeah.
Either way, it
Yes.
would have, I just wanted the inquiry.
Yes. Mr. Selega?
Thank you, Chair. Just to the extent, Ms. Brown, that you say this is one meeting you should not have attended, you regret attending it. Ms. Mkolo says that she was hinting to this issue during the meeting, that the minister, we should go, because these are operational issues that the board should decide. We shouldn't be here.
And she said you were agreeing with her on that point, but you were not leaving the meeting.
Yes.
I was not leaving the meeting for no other conspiratorial reason other than the fact that I've not seen the board in a long, long time. The last time I saw them were when we had an AGM and the induction, and the board was feeling, this is what Mr. Tsotsi told me, the board was feeling that they were having grave difficulties with being, in a way, shut out by the war room. And so I wanted to, that's one of the reasons I wanted to be there, so that I could get them involved in and get them to understand what's happening. But equally so, we were in a crisis. We remained in a crisis, whether we had whatever war room, whatever structures we had in place, whoever we had in place, we were in a crisis. And that's why I went to the meeting. But you're right, Ms.
Mokolo.
She did send me a message.
Yes.
Quite late after the meeting, within the meeting, not at the beginning of the meeting, not in the middle of the meeting, but at the end of the meeting.
Yeah. There was a question I had, now it's missing. Oh, this is another thing I need to add is, at the meeting at Melrose Arch, Ms. Daniel says she was told by Mr. Essa that he wants an independent firm to conduct an inquiry. And I've heard you earlier say you also wanted a fresh eye, an independent person who didn't have anything to deal with Eskom prior to that to conduct this investigation.
I can't answer that for you.
Yes.
I don't know if I believe anything anyone says.
Yes.
So I can't answer it. I mean, I can also say to you that somebody told me that so-and-so did A, B, and C. I don't have that. I don't want to do that.
Yes.
I don't know if it's true that Mrs.
Yes.
I know that I said it. I read it in the press statement that I said it.
Yes. But
Or not I said it, but the press statement reads that we wanted a fresh eye, or not a fresh eye, we wanted an independent, so not somebody who worked with Eskom before, and so forth.
yes. What?
Not because I thought it up, but because it came out of a conversation within the meeting. So maybe somebody else raised the fact that if we are going to do this investigation, because remember, we were under a lot of pressure, and another investigation was just not going to fly. So when we had the press conference, just putting that into the public was enough to get the public very, very irritated. So, I can't tell you what anybody said about whether it's true or not.
Yes.
I don't know.
Yes, no, my point is
I
different.
wish I knew.
Yes, now I'm raising a different point with you. The point is, there seems to have been not similarities, but the same idea or view. Idea coming from the meeting with Mr. Salim Essa, and ultimately what you propose to the board, which is 4 people should step aside. That's number 1, is the same thing. Number 2 is that there should be this independent firm that should conduct the inquiry. Now, those 2, contrast them with what Mr. Lynne had in mind and was advising the president to do, and Mr. Tsotsi. Mr. Lynne, he was given 3 names, and Mr. Tsotsi, but on the second point is this. He was proposing terms of reference that would include a retired judge to conduct an inquiry, an accounting or auditing firm, and a law firm, which is nowhere close to what you had in mind. But what you had in mind seems to have been the same as what ESA had in mind.
I didn't have in mind any specific, I didn't think, oh, this is how it should be, when that is how it should be. I just thought the right thing to do would be to have an inquiry. I agreed with my principal that the inquiry was something that would happen. I don't remember the issues around the suspension of the 4 people. I don't know if if one person gives their view and I give another view, which view carries. So, I mean, all I'm saying is that was my view. The fact that it should be an independent inquiry is a view that I held very strongly. That it can't be somebody who's worked in Eskom before, because we've had enough inquiries before.
Yeah. I have the minutes of your meeting with the board. Just to mention this to you, you would have seen the minutes of the 11th. There was no audio recording of the meeting. That's what the board members have said. But during the discussion, according to the minutes where you were present, during the discussion following the questions, it was clarified as follows. The board confirmed that the letter had been sent to the minister, and the minister stated that she would look at it. And then the executive, who are responsible for areas which will be the focus of the investigation, must step aside for the duration of the inquiry in order not to impede it. So that is what is captured in the minutes.
Is that what I say?
Well, they say during the discussion following the questions.
No, is that what I say?
No, they don't say you said it.
Oh.
They are saying in the discussions following questions, this was clarified.
By who?
The minute taker doesn't specify who.
You see, Chair, that's the point I'm making. The assumption is that the person who clarifies is me. The person who clarified by who?
I think Ms. Brown, as I understand it, what Mr. Selega is doing, he is aware, of course, what your version is on whether you said at the meeting with the board the executives should step aside or not. He's aware of your version. What he had not done earlier, which he is doing, I think, for the sake of completeness, is to refer you to the minutes to say what is reflected in the minutes. He is not saying that what's reflected in the minutes that you are the one who said the executive must step aside, but he is saying, as I understand it, the minutes that relate to your meeting with the board reflect that at that meeting it was said that the executive's concern should step aside. So that's all he is saying. He's not saying the minutes say you said, yeah.
But Chair, what surprises me that every single meeting is recorded by Eskom. Why did they not record this one?
Yeah, I guess Mr. Selega won't know either. Well, you see, to the extent that they did not record this one, I can tell you that there are some meetings where I think there are audio recordings, but there are some meetings, maybe one, maybe two, where part of the meeting is not recorded, and then, or we don't have the recording, the transcript, but everyone agrees that when you listen to the audio, where it starts is not where the meeting started, the discussion started. There was a discussion prior to this point, but that part of the discussion is not covered in the audio.
I find it extremely odd Because I know, Chair, that Eskom records all its meetings.
Yeah.
And so I find it really, really strange that Eskom records its meetings, a narrative is created, and I'm not saying the Commission is creating this narrative. A narrative is created, Eskom, that thing disappears completely. There's no recording of that. My speaking in the meeting, and everybody remembers 7 years later that the only person who actually thought there was a liquidity crisis was actually the minister. The rest of us didn't. So I just find it odd. But Chair, I'm in your hands again.
No. I understand. The most an important part of the exercise is that you get an opportunity to say exactly what you say, to say, well, this is odd. You might not be able to say whether it's right or wrong, correct or not, but you say your understanding is that Eskom would record all meetings, and it's strange that this one was not recorded, So, yeah. Mr. Selega.
Yeah, Chair, and I'm going to move on, but I have a recollection, Ms. Brown, and I think this was Dr. Ngubane and Mr. Tsotsi. This also came up when Ms. Benita Klein was testifying, that as they were debating whether or not you wanted the FD also to be part of the persons to step aside, Dr. Ngubane stepped out to give you a call to confirm with you whether in fact you wanted the FD, and came back to tell them, yes, the FD should also be included on the list. Do you have any recollection of Dr. Ngubane phoning you?
I don't have a recollection of Dr. Ngubane phoning me and saying that I should. Not at all.
Not at all.
Do you have a recollection?
Was I not just in the coffee shop at the time? Why didn't he just walk to the coffee shop? Why did he phone me? I thought I was sitting in the coffee shop somewhere.
Well, my understanding is that after you had left the board meeting to go to hang around, as they said, but to go to the coffee shop, the board continued with its meeting for a certain period of time. And then its meeting ended. And then another meeting, I think, of the PNG committee was to start after the board's meeting. That committee was given a mandate to do certain things about the suspensions, if I'm not mistaken, to take the matter forward. And my understanding is that what Mr. Selega is talking about is something that was said to have happened during the PNG committee meeting. And by that time, it's possible that you might have left because the board meeting had ended, even if you had been hanging around for some time. So the understanding from the evidence is that when the board meeting, when the PNG committee meeting was carrying on in the afternoon or after the board meeting, Dr. Ngubane went out, according to one of the witnesses, went out and came back and said he had spoken to you on the phone and said what Mr. Selega has said. But I also wanted to say, my recollection is that when he gave evidence before me, Dr. Ngubane may have admitted having called you quite a few times on that day. So I don't know whether you have any recollection of that.
I have no recollection. The only recollection I have is that the chairs of the boards called me regularly.
Yeah.
But I don't have a recollection of him calling me on that day and me saying, please fire the FD.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe we should have an adjournment.
Okay.
Mr. Solega. We are at 4 o'clock. Let's take a short adjournment, 10 minutes adjournment. Maybe to the extent that everybody might wish to know, I think that we will continue at least until 5 maybe, because I am meant to have an evening session with other witnesses who will testify during the evening session. So I think that we would continue with Ms. Brown's evidence, maybe at least until 5. So I thought I must just mention that so that everybody, we are all on the same page in terms of how far we might go. It may well be that by then we will have finished. It may well be that we will not have finished. If we have not finished by then, we will talk when we come to that point as to the way forward.
Thank
Okay.
you, Chair.
We adjourn.
Between you and Mr. Tsotsi. On the electronic copy, you will have to type page 1215 to get to page 1213.
Okay.
You are on that page.
So I am in, then there's an extraordinary board meeting. I have to get to 12, you say?
Yes, the
Page 12.
12, 15.
And is that the red 12?
No, always the black. 12,
It's bundle 7, Eskom bundle 7, page 1215. Is that right, Mr.?
the hard copy is 113.
Oh, but then
1213.
she has got to go to pages.
1215.
Okay.
Yes. Because that's the document which we have as 1213 on the hard copy is on 1215 on the soft copy.
What's the heading of what you want me to just read, Advocate?
Just ask the question again.
What's the heading you want me to read?
Oh, it's an email.
Because
It's an email from Mr. Zola Tsotsi to yourself on the
and is
16th
that
of December.
the 16th of December?
Yes, 2014.
Yes.
Have you got it?
The one that I don't respond to.
I don't know about that, but if it's 16 December 2014 at 8 minutes past 2 in the afternoon from Mr. Zola Tsotsi to you, and it says, Dear Minister, that's the right one. Does it
Yes.
say that?
Yeah.
Is that a yes?
Look, I can't get it on my. I have copies of the letter because I printed this letter and I sent it to my legal advisor. So just give me the page on. I am in bundle 7.
Okay. 12, it's 1215. It's 1,200 250.
Oh, 1250.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
There you go.
I trust you are well. Yes.
That's correct. That's the one. So, Ms. Brown, let me give you Mr. Tsotsi's version. I know you already know it. Mr. Tsotsi, yes, Mr. Tsotsi communicates with you in regard to the composition of the subcommittees. He says he was preparing the list that he would provide to you. In the course of that, he receives a list from Mr. Salim Essa for the composition of the subcommittees. He had initially said to the Commission in an affidavit that he ignored that list and gave you his own list. He had subsequently come back to correct that version, and he says what we are looking at now on page 1213 of Eskom Bundle 7 is in fact the composition that was given to him by Mr. Salim Essa, which he then sent to you.
Maybe I could add this, Mr. Slega.
Yes.
Is that the 28th of January?
No, stick to the email of 16th December for now.
Yes.
Just stick to that. I think Mr. Selega may have given you a longer version. Let's keep it manageable. Go back to page 1215.
I am on page 1215.
Okay, all right. What Mr. Tsotsi said is that he was going to send you his proposed composition of the committees of the board. But before he could send you those, or before he could finalize his composition of how the committees of the board should be composed, he received an email from Mr. Salim Essa with a composition of how the different committees of the board should be composed. And he said, Mr. Salim Essa said to him, he should present that composition from Mr. Salim Essa to you as his own proposed composition. You understand so far?
I do, Chair.
Yes, okay. And it's not about English. Okay. I just want
I'm not going to let that one down, I think, from you.
I just want to make sure that I don't tell you a long story. By the time I ask you to say something, you have forgotten some of the things. That's what he says. But then he says, he said to me previously, that is Mr. Tsotsi, that he had decided to ignore Mr. Salim Essa's proposed composition of the committees. But when he testified the last time, he did say, he did send to you the composition of the various committees of the board as suggested by Mr. Salim Essa. It would seem that he did not send to you the email from Mr. Salim Essa, but formulated an email, which is this one on page 1215 on your side, page 1213 on the hard copy, and said what he said, and then gave you the list of names under different committees as they appear here. But he says those lists were Mr. Salim Essa's lists, not his. and he concedes that in the email, he presented them as his and not as Mr. Salim Essa's. What do you have to say about that?
Well, Chair, I've seen this, and I've actually sent it to, when I went through my iPad, I saw the list that he sent to me. And none of these lists matter unless it comes as a resolution of the board. So I say to him, I don't respond on the 16th of December. Now, I can't remember why I don't respond on the 16th of December. But I can only imagine that it's a public holiday and all public representatives are probably speaking at some function or the other. I have my iPad with me because all my speeches are on it, and I open his thing and I don't remember to go back to it because I always respond to people's emails. That's the only thing I can remember. But none of these lists really matter if it doesn't go, and I say this to him. He writes that there are small changes on the board. I write back to him and I say, please put this. I then send it to all my staff, the 28th of January's list. Is that the list? The 16th, I don't respond to him. The 28th of January, I say, put this on a letterhead and formalize it through the structure of my department. Because I can't, on the face of it, make a decision about any list. I don't know the people. I don't know, looking at the list, the expertise, the capabilities, the technicalities of any of it go through the legal and governance unit. So I say, send it formally. I then send that list that he sends me, I send it to Mr. Tsotsi, I send that response to Mr. Tsotsi, to Matsietsi Mokolo, to my real special advisor, Brendan Roberts, and to my office, Kim Davids. She to put it through the registry, Brendan to look at it and to know that he's got to account for it, Matsietsi, so that she can put it through the legal and governance unit. Because it doesn't matter to me. I am responsible for two, I don't know if there's two statutory committees, and it's only to do with skill and capacity. I am responsible to look at, to note all the rest of the committees. So I am not sure why it's an issue other than the fact that he has actually given me a list from somebody from outside. That's the only issue for me. Any list that comes from anywhere has to go through to the department so that they can actually process that list.
Mr. Salega?
Yes. Ms. Brown, your email that you have taken us to, I think it's the email of the 28th of January 2015.
Yeah.
I've considered that email against what you say in your affidavit. The email reads, Dear Mr. Tsotsi, thank you for the email below regarding the composition of board committees. Given that this is a newly appointed board, it is my responsibility as shareholder representative to formally consider the composition of the committees. And I mention that specifically because it relates to not just what you say are the two committees in respect of which you have legal responsibility for their appointment, which is Audit and Risk and Social and Ethics Committee. But this seems to extend to all the committees. Can you explain to the chairperson why you casted your interest that wide in this?
I'm sorry, Mr.
Yes,
Selector,
Chair. Yes, Chair.
that I'm interrupting you again. But it may be that it's going to tie in certain issues properly if we deal with Mr. Tsotsi's email of 26 January 2015 to Ms. Brown before we come to hers
Yes.
to him of 28 January, because in Mr. Tsotsi's email of 26 January, which appears at page 1215 on the hard copy, which I guess on Ms. Brown's electronic copy will be 1217. In that email of 26 January, which is before Ms. Brown sends hers of 28 January,
Yes.
Mr. Tsotsi says, please find the revised board subcommittee deployment as follows, and he gives the composition of various committees there. Now, his version, if I recall correctly, was that initially he sent you the composition as reflected in the email of this 16th of December. And then later on, which was not his composition, but Mr. Salim Essa's composition, but then later on, sent his own composition to you. Now, I don't remember whether when he was giving evidence, we found that his composition in his email of 26 January is the same as Salim Essa's composition, or whether it was not. But to the extent that it might be different, it would represent, according to him, his own composition that he sent to you, as opposed to Salim Essa's composition that he had sent to you on the 16th of December. So I just want to check whether you remember having received from him first the email of the 16th of December, and later, and before you could respond, later receiving his email of the 26th of January, whereafter you then responded by way of your email of 28 January. Whether that's your recollection of the sequence.
That is my recollection, but Chair,
Yes.
yes. So, you see, this thing has bothered me a lot. And you know, I'm retired now.
Are you tired now?
So, I'm retired.
Oh.
Well, I'm also tired. I'm retired now.
No, I'm just alive to
so
the
you see,
fact.
I can do a lot of research on my own. The issue, so I do receive a letter from Mr. Tsotsi on the 16th of December, which I don't respond to.
Yes.
For some odd reason.
Yeah.
But the thing I'm saying is it was a public holiday, and I was probably in my constituency doing constituency work in Richie in the Northern Cape.
He may have said you were on holiday. I'm not sure. He may have said he understood that you were on holiday, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's correct.
You know, I wasn't on holiday yet. But I could have been in Richie, so I might not have been there. But it doesn't matter.
His sequence,
Now,
you say, is fine.
Yes, the 28th of January, I write in quite a formal letter
Yes, no, but hang on, don't go to the 28th of January as yet. Mr. Selega wants to put a question in regard to that. I just wanted to make sure that before we go to the email, your email of 28th January, we have put the email, Mr. Tsotsi's email of 26th January in its correct sequence. So you have confirmed that that sequence you think is correct. Then after having received Mr. Tsotsi's email of 26 January 2015, you then responded by way of your email of 28 January. Mr. Selega will then put his question.
Do you recall the question, Ms. Brown? Why did you cast your interest wider than the two subcommittees that in your affidavit you accept are the only two you are legally responsible to appoint?
Because I note, if you look at, it's in your documentation somewhere, I note the ones I am not, they send a resolution. The board sends a resolution. And in the resolution, and this is all I outlined for Mr. Tsotsi to know, and this I get from the Legal and Governance Unit. Remember, I work with the Legal and Governance Unit on the compilation of this letter. So I say to him that for approval, I don't say this to him, I look at the full combination of people within the board. Some board members would have 3, 4, or 2, 3 positions. Some board members would have 3, 4. I look for that. My office, my department looks for expertise, technicalities, and so forth. So I take the full list, and I've done that throughout. And throughout all the boards. I take the full list and I note the ones that I'm not responsible for or not responsible to appoint. And I accept the ones that I am that I'm statutorily responsible for. That's why I write that letter. Nothing else.
Do I understand you to be saying the statement that you indicate which committees you are responsible to appoint? Even though you say it now, you didn't tell him that.
No, I asked him to send me the full list of all the people who are being appointed. But he has to formally send me the list. That's what I'm saying to him. You have to formally send me the list as a resolution of the board. The whole list, everybody who has been put into committees must be a full list of the resolution of the committees. It's a resolution that gets passed in the board that resolves that this is what has to happen.
Yes, now I hear what you're saying. I just wanted to clarify that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Selega. Before I forget, the last time when Mr. Tsotsi was giving evidence about these emails, your junior was working on a document that would tell us what the differences are between the different compositions.
Yes.
I remember that there was a document that was given to me, but I immediately saw that it wasn't correct. my recollection is that you and your team were going to work on that and come back to say, here is a document that correctly reflects what the differences are between the different compositions that Mr. Tsotsi sent to the minister at different times. I just don't have a recollection whether that last part has happened.
It's going to happen now, Chair.
It was meant to happen a long time ago. But tell me immediately, your junior should know whether that composition of Mr. Tsotsi of the committees on page 1216 is the same as the so-called Salim Essa composition or not?
It's by and large the same, Chair, and I would like to hand it up to the chairperson. We have already shared it with...
Because you remember there is also another one. That one at page 1216, that email was sent at 1352 on the 26th January.
Yes.
The one on page 1218 was sent at 1 minute after that one, 26th January 2015 at 1853. But my recollection was that one of these was the same as Mr. Salim Essa's composition, but another one, the other one was different.
Yes.
But I don't remember which one was different.
Yes.
That's why I'm asking which one is the same as Salim Essa's one and which one is different.
According to Mr. Tsotsi, the 16th of December 2014 is Mr. Salim Essa's composition.
Yeah, that we know.
Yes. The 26th of January 2015, according to Mr. Tsotsi, that's Mr. Tsotsi's own revised list.
Remember, they are both 26 January. They're just different times, 1 minute difference.
Yes. The way, I think the one that comes after is forwarding. Is the chairperson on page 1215?
12:15, I've got that the beginning of the email. It's addressed to the email address of Ms. Brown, and then below that it says sent from my iPad, and then below that being forwarded message, begin forwarded message. Then it's from Mr. Tsotsi to Lynne Brown 5@me.com. Then it says, Dear Minister, and on the following page, namely 1216 on the hard copy, it has got the composition.
Yes. Yeah.
Is that composition the same as the Salim Essa composition?
Well, Chair, there are minor differences.
And then if you look at the composition on page 1218 on the hard copy,
Yes.
is that the same as the Salim Essa composition?
No, that one is the same as the one a minute before this one, which is on page 1215.
Okay, so the position is that there is no composition among these two compositions that Mr. Tsotsi emailed. There is no composition that is exactly the same as the Salim Essa one.
Correct, Chair.
Yeah.
Correct.
They are the same, the two of them.
Yes, those two are the same.
Yeah, it's the same one.
Yes.
And they have certain differences, even though the differences might be a few.
No, the two are the same.
No, I mean compared to
Oh, yes.
the Salim Essa
Yes,
one.
not correct.
So with regard to the two emails, two compositions, one at 2016, page 12, 16 on the hard copy, and the one at page 1218 on the hard copy,
Yes.
you say those compositions are one and the same thing.
One and the same, yes.
Okay, all right. And they are different in certain respects from the Salim Essa.
Correct, Chair.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Well, that would tie in, if that is factually correct, if you got that right,
Yes, Chair.
that would tie in with Mr. Tsotsi's evidence that first he sent this composition, which he said came from Mr. Salim Essa, but later on he decided to send his own composition.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Brown, I just wanted to clarify that because there was a little bit of some confusion when Mr. Tsotsi was giving evidence, and I didn't have a clear recollection.
Yes.
Okay, continue, Mr. Selega.
Yes. Ms. Brown, I want to piggyback on that because Mr. Tsotsi's version, as you know it, is that you ultimately call him to, is it your residence, official residence, in Pretoria, where he finds you with Mr. Tony Gupta and Mr. Salim Essa. And you ultimately give him a list of subcommittees for the composition of the subcommittees, which he says was the same as the one he had received from Mr. Salim Essa.
I'm sorry, Mr. Selega, did you say Mr. Tsotsi's version is that he was given that list at the residence of the minister?
Yeah, I'm trying to recall whether is it the residence or the office.
My recollection is that Mr. Tsotsi said the minister emailed her composition, which was, he said, the same as Mr. Tsotsi's, Mr. Salim Essa's composition. That was my recollection, and that when she called him to, whether it was to his residence or to her office, I'm not sure, yes, to Ms. Brown's office, when, according to Mr. Tsotsi, when Ms. Brown called him to the place to which she called him, where he says she was with Mr. Salim Essa and Tony Gupta. On that occasion, the minister simply said he should implement her list. That's my recollection. I may be wrong. Is it different from yours?
No, I think yours is correct. If I read the chair from his first affidavit, he says, because he says, until she called me to a meeting, at the meeting was Salim Essa and Tony Gupta. She merely informed me that the board allocations will be the way she had sent to me. This she did in the presence of these two gentlemen.
Okay, no, I just wanted to make sure that you don't, by mistake, misrepresent his version.
Yes, Chair.
Yes, you want to go ahead?
So, Ms. Brown, that's the evidence of Mr. Tsotsi to the Commission that you then called him to a meeting. Well, let me take it step by step. He sends you the composition, the revised one. And according to him, you would have sent him a composition, which on his version, it was the same as that which Salim Essa had given him. And when you called him to this meeting, where Mr. Essa and Mr. Tony Gupta were with you, according to him, you informed him that the board allocations would be the way you had sent to him. Your comment on that?
So I sent him a list. I also want to clarify something. He says the list I sent him
Yes.
was the same as Mr. Issa's list.
Yes.
So why do I not have a copy of that list that I sent him? Does the commission have a copy of that list that I sent him? Not the one he sent me, the one I sent him.
Yes, we asked him that question.
Yes.
Okay. I refute the fact that these two people were in my house. Wherever the house might have been, whether it's in Cape Town or in Pretoria, I refute the fact that they've been in my house and that I've called him to a meeting to speak to him about appointing these people to these committees. Chair, I had a board that was appointed. I wanted the committees to be largely equally allocated, technically sound, and that must come to me as a resolution, and that was as far as I wanted to go. Around this time, I don't want to get involved in coffee shop politics now, but Chair, I do want to say that Mr. Tsotsi has not made this. This is not the first time Mr. Tsotsi has made this allegation. He's done it at the Portfolio Committee. He's done it before. He's done it again he's done it a few times in the Commission, and he continues to say so. I wonder if Mr. Tsotsi has ever thought that he should try and allocate the day that he was at my house. Now, either one of my official residents has a security or control point that they have to come in. Now, if he could get the date or when all three of them were in my house, then I would be happy to hear that.
Mr. Seleka?
Yes.
What is the position, by the way? Is there a list? There is no email that was provided to the Commission coming from Ms. Brown to Mr. Tsotsi with a list, or was there?
There wasn't, Chair. There isn't.
Yes.
We have asked Mr. Tsotsi both about the email, or if it is an email, from Mr. Salim Essa to him, and then this one from Ms. Brown to him.
But Ms. Brown, is my understanding correct that you do not deny that you would have sent him your list? When I say your list, I accept that it might have been a list that came from him and you looked at it to see whether there was a balance in the spread of skills and expertise. Maybe you may have changed here and there to say, let's have a balance. But would there have been a list, a composition of committees that you say you would have sent to him? It just happens that we might not have it, but it would have been there.
Chair, I would only respond to Mr. Tsotsi formally on any list. Remember, it isn't actually a big issue. who's on which list. The only issue we have is that those who are on the list are skilled people. They are skilled for that particular committee. That's the only issue that's important to me. The rest, who's on which list, it doesn't matter. All of those committees feed back into the board. So why would I make such a big song and dance about getting people onto a list, onto a particular list? The only thing is that those lists must be equitably distributed, those committees must be equitably distributed, and the expertise levels must be where it's supposed to be. So people with finances should try to be in the Audit and Risk Committee. I think I separated some committees in some way they combined Audit and Risk with, I'm not absolutely sure if it's procurement or something, but I think I separated, I asked them, I didn't separate it, I asked them to please look into it and separate it, because Audit and Risk is a very, very big committee. It has not a big committee, it has a big responsibility.
Yes,
but let me put
but
to
my
you
question,
this matter.
my question
Yes, so
is...
no, even your version, Chair, I've not sent him a list.
You did not send him a list?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, how would he have known whether you were happy with the spread of the skills in the composition of the committees? Would you have spoken to him?
I wouldn't know it personally, sitting with my iPad.
Mm-hmm.
I would only know that information if it went to my department.
Mm.
And my department assessed the skills composition.
Mm-hmm.
That is why on the 28th, when I eventually respond to him, I tell him to formally write to the department.
Mm. And as far as
not to engage me on the committees on a private emails. Engage the committees through the department so that we can have clarity on whether the committees are working. By February that year, I remember, the committees were working already.
So, but do you have any recollection whether he did engage with your department on the composition of the committees after your email of 28 January?
I absolutely believe that that would have happened.
Yes.
Because I then get a decision memo from my department. And the decision memo has the resolution of all the subcommittees. So there's no other informal conversation or no other informal way of appointing those committees. It comes via a decision memo. And it says, and it has 5 people who must check whether it is legally right, whether it is financially right, whether it has 5 people check that list. And then I check it and I either amend it or I approve it, and my deputy minister notes it. So 7 of us signed that document eventually.
So the position...
So if Mr. Salim Issa gave him a list initially, whatever has come to my department in the end, they might even have changed the list and said, no, but you can't put Ms. Klein here. You should put Ms. Klein in this committee because that is a skills base. So they would have been able to do that. But I've not changed any lists.
So, on your version, there would have arrived a time after the 28th of January, which is your email to Mr. Tsotsi, telling him what you would require, including the resolution of the board. There would have arrived a time after the 28th of January at some stage where he, that is Mr. Tsotsi or the board, would have received a document from your department, whether it was from you or from your officials, that says we are happy with the following composition of the committees. Is that correct?
It would have come from my officials.
It would have come from your officials.
Formally, it would have come from me.
Yes.
So after the officials have had a conversation with their officials who deal with governance matters, and normally it's the company secretary, and then that company secretary goes and deals with Mr. Tsotsi. My officials could deal with me or not necessarily. They might say, Minister, we decided to change this or that. It could have happened in that way. But the formal resolution and Chair, there is actually a formal resolution that I have seen in one of the packs, one of the bundles. There's a formal resolution where it shows, to answer Mr. Seleka's question, that I appoint the two committees and I note the other committees.
Well, there would still be questions around this issue, but I see we are at 5:05.
Yes.
I don't know whether the next work stream is ready. I'm told they are ready. So I think we may have to stop here and adjourn. But let's talk about the way forward. I would like us not to delay, not to take long before Ms. Brown is able to come back and complete her evidence. I'm going to mention some dates to all of you because I think maybe we could quickly sort it out here. If we can't, then we'll sort it out later. If everybody concerned is available, I can make myself available tomorrow, Saturday, in the morning to continue with Ms. Brown's evidence. If you are not available, I can make myself available on Monday morning. I know that Monday morning is a public holiday, and I know that you might not be available, but I mentioned these 2 days so that if by chance everybody says, no, let's do it tomorrow morning, then we could do it. If everybody says, no, let's do it Monday morning, we could do it. But if there is one or more people who are not available, then we'll have to find some other time. Can I hear from the legal team for Ms. Brown?
Chair, both days are a bit of a problem.
Both days are a bit of a problem?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. And with Ms. Brown as well, or not necessarily?
Saturday morning is a problem for me, Chair, but
Yes.
Monday I'm okay.
Yes.
Monday morning I'm fine.
You would be fine. With you, Mr. Seleka?
I'm permanently employed at the commission.
But even those who are employed at the commission might say they're entitled to some holiday. But I just checked with Ms. Brown's legal team whether, seeing that all of us, including her, might be able to make a plan for Monday morning, may I find out whether it's completely impossible for them to juggle things around, or it's something that they can look at, and maybe they can phone Mr. Silega this evening to say, look, we've been able to juggle things around.
I'm mulling over the possibility of a Monday. I would also want this to be rounded up quickly. In the back of my mind, I'm thinking of rearranging certain things. I will let Mr. Silega know. In all probability, we can work out something for Monday. Yeah.
Okay, no, if your situation permits you to move things around and to be able to be available, we would really appreciate it. As everybody knows, we are running out of time as the commission, so that's why we have day sessions and evening sessions. Last night I left the hearing at something to 9, about 8:45. We are just trying and hear as many witnesses as possible that need to be heard and to finish. So if your situation will permit and you'll be able to juggle around and be available, we would really appreciate that. And thank you, Ms. Brown, for indicating that from your side you would be available on Monday morning. So I think what will happen is that once your counsel has spoken to Mr. Silega, maybe later this evening, even if it's tomorrow, if this evening things don't get sorted out, then everybody will be informed whether the arrangement is successful for Monday or not successful. If it's not successful, we'll have to find another time, but hopefully we'll cross our fingers. Hopefully it will be successful. But thank you very much to everybody. We are going to adjourn the day session. I'll take about 10 minutes, 15 minutes break, and then I'll come back for the evening session. Thank you very much to everybody. We adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
It's QAGANA.
Yes, okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you to you and your junior as well and your instructing attorneys for cooperating with the commission so that we could have this evening session. Thank you. Okay, Mr.
Thank
Noche.
you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for accommodating us.
Thank you. Mr. Noche?
Chairperson, we am appearing together with Mr. Refulo Molefe. Chairperson, the genesis of today's hearing
Yeah.
is the evidence of Mr. Agrizi and Mr. Richard Leroux. In respect of the security installations that were done at the house of Minister Mantashe, and both here in Gauteng and in the Eastern Cape, farm in the Eastern Cape and the house there. And Chairperson, then Mr. Mantashe applied for leave to cross-examine Mr. Agrizi and to cross-examine Mr. Leroux. So the bundle that will be before you, the exhibit before you, will contain that application. And that application, you'll see it contains the affidavit of Mr. Mantashe, where he refers to the evidence of Mr. Agrizi, And it also contains the responses of both Mr. Agrizi and Mr. Leroux. And then it has also a replying affidavit of Mr. Mantashe. And that, Chair, appears in BOSASA Bundle 3. And then it's Exhibit T32 of that bundle. And before that, before the Chair goes there, and can we have Mr. Mantashe's sworn in, and then we can take it from there.
Well, maybe that you have started doing that. Don't you want to just remind the public what the issues are that will be covered, and then the oath of affirmation can be administered, and thereafter we start?
Chair, firstly, the evidence of Mr. Agrizi was to the effect that the BOSASA and had targeted certain people which they regarded as influential, and they'd done favors for those people. And one of those people was Minister Mantashe, and we must mention that at that stage, he was not yet a minister. And what they did some security installations in his house in Gauteng, and his house in the Eastern Cape, Kala, and also his farm. And then there's evidence of Mr. Richard Leroux, who actually did the work. And it is not in dispute that the work was done at all these three premises. The real dispute is the value of the work, the rent value of the work that was done. And also the issue is whether Minister Mantashe should have allowed that work to be done for him. And Mr. Mantashe has, in his application to cross-examine the two witnesses, he has given a statement explaining how he got the work to be done, and his explanation being that it was done by Papa Lishabane. These services were offered to him by Papa Lishabane, and his evidence is that on the affidavit, he knew Papa Lishabane is a friend and a family friend, and he even in one of the children's graduation, he was a master of ceremony. Well, these days, a person of ceremony. He was a person of ceremony, and Mr. Lishabane offered to do this free of charge. So the issue now is whether he should have accepted that service and that gift from Mr. Lishabane.
Okay, no, that's fine. Then, Registrar, you can administer the oath or affirmation to Minister Mantashe.
Mr. Mantashe, will you be taking the oath or the affirmation?
Take the oath.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is Samson Gwede Mantashe.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
I have no objection at all.
Do you consider the oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, oath is binding.
Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Mantashe.
Mr. Mantashe, do you confirm that you have in front of you a document which is marked Exhibit T32?
I've got the document.
Chair, for the record, and may I reiterate again that this is part of BOSASA Bundle 3.
Hang on, let's just get the bundles clear first. Which bundle were you confirming he has got in front of him?
It's an exhibit. It's Bundle 3, but Exhibit T32.
Okay, the lever art file is BOSASA Bundle 3.
Yes.
And then you will refer to his affidavit, which is a particular exhibit
It's
in that
Exhibit
file.
T32 in the file.
Yeah.
And on page BOSASA 03187. Mr. Mantashe, whilst I'm on that, when we talk about the pages, you will see on the left hand of the document, at the top, left hand, there's the name BOSASA and then numbers in black. You see that?
I can say BOSASA 0319 is the first page.
Yes. When we refer then to documents, when we refer to pages, we're referring to that. You understand? Whenever I'm referring you to pages, I'll be referring to the page on the left hand corner at the top.
So disregard the red numbers. Disregard if there are red numbers on any page. If there are red numbers on any page as well as black numbers, disregard the red numbers. Focus on the black numbers. But on some pages, you only have black numbers on the top left-hand corner.
Do you understand, Mr. Mantashe?
No, I see there's black and white, yes.
Yes. And also, when we refer to the pages, although it's written BOSASA -03 the number, we won't be saying BOSASA -03. We'll just go to the last 3 digits, if it's 3 digits or 1. So I'm at page 187. So if we refer to that page, we'll just say page 187. So we forget about BOSASA and 03.
You understand?
Yes, I see 187 on the covering page.
Yes, so when we refer to a page, we'll just say 187 without saying BOSASA 03.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Mr. Noche.
Mr. Mantashe, you deposed to about 3 affidavits wherein you applying to cross-examine Mr. Agrizi and Mr. Richard Leroux, you remember?
I remember that.
And in those affidavits, you set out your version of events regarding the security features that were installed in your 3 properties, remember?
I remember that.
For now, don't forget about the affidavit about the condonation. Let's deal with the issue of the security upgrades. You confirm that those security upgrades were done at your 3 premises, am I right?
Yes, I refer to them as cameras because security upgrade is a broader concept.
Now, but you confirm that they were installed at your premises?
The cameras were installed in all my 3 houses, yes.
Yes.
Just
now,
one second, Mr. Noche. I just want to make sure I know what's happening here. Mr. Mantashe's application for leave to cross-examine Mr. Agrizi, has that been disposed of or is that still pending? I've dealt with so many applications for leave to cross-examine, I forget. Is that still pending or has that been decided?
It's, my recollection, Chair, is as if it's still pending.
Oh,
May just bear with me.
yeah.
I understand from my junior that you granted the leave to cross-examine.
Oh, okay, but it's the actual cross-examination that has not taken place?
It hasn't taken place.
Oh, okay. No, that's
No,
fine.
in all these matters, the person who wants to cross-examine will file an affidavit, then testify, and then will arrange for cross-examination.
Yes, okay, no, that's fine. Yes, you may continue.
Now, Mr. Mantashe, I would like you to explain to the chairperson about the issue surrounding the installation of these cameras at your properties. How did it come about?
Maybe just to clarify that, Mr. Mantashe, we'll just give you a chance to put the story of how this happened in your own words, and then Mr. Noche, when you are done, can then put questions, but to say this is how this whole thing happened and complete that story.
Yes. I had 2 attempted break-ins in my property in Boksburg. And when I had a discussion with my security advisor, who was employed by the ANC to deal with my security, we agreed that we needed cameras so that whenever there would be investigations, we would have ability to assist the investigation. And then I gave the work to the security advisor to deal with it because he knows the field, I don't know the field. He bought cameras to install in my property. In that process, Papal Shaban arrived in Boksburg, had a discussion with him. He is available to give evidence because anything they discuss will be, I will talk in third person. And Papal Shaban is said to have offered to give better cameras because the cameras we bought from Kane were of inferior quality. That is how that project was started.
Well, you may proceed to deal with what you may have discovered later, or what do you say to what has been put up, or otherwise, if you prefer that Mr. Noche can start leading you from now on, he can lead you.
You can lead me from here.
Yes, okay. Mr. Noche?
Now, you talk about the property in Boksburg, but you know, and it's not in dispute, that you had properties in the Eastern Cape. Am I right?
Yes.
And installation was done in those properties as well.
Yes.
How did it come about that installation was done in those properties as well?
If you look at the time difference between the installations, you'll see that the installation in the Eastern Cape was informed by the success of the Boksburg installation. We installed cameras in Boksburg in July 2013, and the installation were effected in the Eastern Cape in 2016. Having seen the effectiveness of the cameras in Boksburg, where we also even found a person who was actually stealing from within our property, who is working in the property. And then we thought that we should put those cameras in those properties as well.
I see. So there was a 3-year difference between the installation of the property in Boksburg and the Eastern Cape, am I correct?
Yes, you're correct.
Yes. Now, you have told the chairperson about how it came about that the cameras were installed in Boksburg. How did it come about the installation of the property of the cameras in the Eastern Cape?
Let me repeat myself. We saw the effectiveness of the cameras in Boksburg.
I see.
And thought that we needed them in the Eastern Cape because we are absentee landlords.
I see.
And then we installed them.
I see. So in the ones in the Eastern Cape, you ran with that project. You decided the cameras in Boksburg are working well, and therefore you must install proper cameras in the Eastern Cape as well. Am I right? Whom did you engage to install those cameras?
In the political settings, there is a very strict division of labor. I was kept out of details of security arrangement, and the security advisor handled that aspect himself.
I see. Now, you are saying to the commission, Papa Lishabane was only involved in the Boksburg because he overheard you talking about the installations in Boksburg. Am I correct?
I didn't say that.
What did you say?
I said Papa Lishabane came to the Boksburg property when Mzonga was working on the project in Boksburg.
Yes.
And offered to Mzonga to give better cameras than what we bought from Cape.
Yes.
Now, if they continue to the Eastern Cape and other areas, then that was their arrangement as the security team.
Now, can you explain to the commission as to exactly how it happened then? Because in your statement, you give the impression that Papa Lishabane said he's going to take over the installation and pay for the installation of all 3 properties.
Now, I will give you a third person evidence in that regard. That's why Mzonge Nyagaza submitted an affidavit in that regard, because it is Mzonge Nyagaza who was dealing with the security details without involving me.
Did you read the statement of Mzonke?
Yes, I did read it.
Does it tell the commission as to how this was done, was arranged? To judge your memory, can you look at page 247, which is the statement of Nyagaza?
Yes, I see it.
And
Well, page 247 is the affidavit of Mzupela Nyakaza. Is that the same person as Mzonke?
That's the same as Mzonge.
Oh, okay, all right. Mr. Nacho.
now, the gist of that statement is on page 248. Paragraph 3. And he says there, I start reading. I've read the statement of the applicant being you, herein, and I confirm the contents thereof insofar as it relates to me.
Yes.
Now, your statement does not say that the person who initiated and who arranged for the payment of the security installation in the Eastern Cape was him. It doesn't say so. Perhaps I missed it. Can you perhaps take us to the part where you say he is the person who arranged that?
No. Let me remind what I'm saying.
Yes.
I'm saying security details were left in the hands of Mzonge, Mzopera Nyagaza, who was my security advisor.
Yes.
Yeah. So details include Eastern Cape or Boxing.
Look, Mr. Mantashe, unless I misunderstood your statement doesn't say anywhere that Mr. Nyagaza also arranged for the payments of the installation, or does it?
No, no. We have not spoken about payments. You have not asked me about payments. You asked me and we talked about installation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, who then arrange the payments of the installations?
I think in the statement, Mzupera Nyagaza says, Babal Shabane offered to the cameras at his own cost.
I'm sorry, I don't want this to appear and look funny for you. Mr. Nyagaza doesn't say that. I took you to his statement. He doesn't
Go to my
say.
statement. Where is my, let's go to my statement.
Yes.
I said, Mzonge explained that Babal Shabane offered to give cameras at his own cost.
I see. Tell me, perhaps I missed that. Where is that in your statement?
Let's get the statement. What page?
He wanted you to remind him where to find the statement.
Or his statement?
His statement starts,
Your statement is at page 199.
I was looking at the one at page 235, 199.
Yes.
Yes.
Chair, just Mr. Mantashe, before you respond, Chair, you have the two statements. One deals with the evidence of Agrizi, the other deals with the evidence of Richard Leroux.
Yes, okay.
At 199, it deals with evidence of Agrizi.
Okay.
Thank you. And where is the other one?
The other one is at 235. At least one of the, you said there are three of his, eh?
There are three of his, and one is for the condonation. Then there are these two, which are the founding, inverted commas, the founding statements, and then there's a reply. But let's deal now with the first founding.
Yes, but I think he wants to see both. The other one is at 235, Mr. Mantashe.
Where is the founding statement?
Yes.
The founding statement, tell him, Mr. Noche, is that the one at 199?
Both at 199. The founding statement 199 deals with the evidence of Mr. Agrizi, and then the founding at 235 deals with the evidence of Mr. Richard Leroux.
Are those both a founding affidavits?
Yes.
199 for the one and 235 for the other.
I want my founding affidavit.
Have you
Okay.
found it?
Okay. Page 238.
238.
13, 14, and I think 15. I am informed by Mzonge that Papa requested to see the cameras that were being installed. And his opinion was that they were of inferior quality. Papa then offered to provide Mzonge with high quality CCTV footage and security system, further that he will bear the cost of the equipment and installation. Mzonge informed of the offer by Papa on the basis of good relationship I had with Papa, and I accepted the offer, and I asked him, Papa, about the cost. He confirmed that the cost will be borne by him.
Is that it?
Yes.
Now, can you just go back to 237 and read paragraph 12?
237.
Paragraph 12.
During the same period, Papa arrived at my house in Boxbank to find Mzonge busy with the installation cameras around the house.
Yes.
And 13, 14, 15. Continue from that.
Yes. Now, and then you confirm in your later paragraphs that you then spoke to Papa, and then he said he would then bear the cost of the house in Boxburg. Am I right?
Yes.
That's what's in your statement. Am I right?
I don't think there's reference to Boxbank. There's reference to cameras. And the discussion takes place in Boxbank.
Yes. If Mr. Mantashe, you look at paragraph 12, Papa arrives at your house whilst Mzonge is busy with installation.
Yes.
And then Mzonge informs you that Papa says he can find a better equipment. Am I right?
Yes.
And then you speak to Papa, and then he says you'll do it at his cost. Am I right?
Yes.
This is the same day, same period. Or is it another period?
What is the material difference in that?
Don't worry, can you just answer the question? Is it the same
I must
period?
worry because I must give you appropriate answers.
Right. When you spoke to Mzonge and you spoke to Papa about cost, is it on the day that Papa came to your house and found Mzonge installing security cameras?
It was in 2013, I would imagine so. I can't remember properly.
I see.
But I think it is.
I see. Now, can you tell the commission and take the commission where, to a place now where you deal with how the cameras and the cost, who pay the cost of the cameras for your houses and your farm in the Eastern Cape?
I've never dealt with that.
I beg your pardon?
I never did.
Is it somewhere, anywhere here?
I never dealt with that.
Can you deal with that now? And tell the commission where and when and who paid for the installation of the security cameras in your premises in the Eastern Cape and your farm.
Let me go back. Security details were handled by Mzonga Nyagaza. That is the person who handles security details. Whether it is in Boksburg or in Ghana.
Did you find out from him as to who was paying for the security, the security installations?
I found out after there was a big issue of BOSASA, but who paid for this sort of work? And he said, no, that arrangement in Boksburg continued throughout.
So when they were installed, you didn't know who was responsible for the payments of the security in the Eastern Cape?
The arrangement between Mzonga and Papa continued.
But when they were installed, you didn't know about that, did you?
No.
Whom did you think was paying for these security installations?
Papa and Mzonga had an arrangement that Papa would offer security that were of higher quality, and he will do that at his own cost.
Yes.
And that arrangement continued.
If I understand, this was the arrangement he made was in 2013.
Yes.
And then you said in your evidence, you then found that this is working well. And 3 years later, you decided that the same arrangement should be made in your properties in Eastern Cape. Am I correct, or did I misunderstand you?
We use the term we because it was an outcome of a discussion with my security team.
Yes. This is now after 3 years, after Boksburg meeting, you found that...
It's continuous. Actually, in Boksburg, those cameras help us eliminate dangers on 2 occasions. So as we discussed that, we in the discussion, listen, this thing works well, it can work in Ghana, it can work in the farm, both where there are no security fences.
No, I accept.
Okay, maybe, I'm sorry, Mr. Noche. Just so that I understand, Mr. Mantashe. First, your security advisor had bought security cameras for the Boksburg property. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
With a view to having them installed.
Yes.
And Mr. Papa Le Shabane, yeah, had a discussion with him, in which discussion he said, after seeing these cameras that your security advisor had bought, he said these are poor quality cameras, and he offered to buy at his own cost good quality cameras. Is that correct?
Yes.
In that discussion, you were not there. It was the 2 of them.
Yes.
But subsequently, you were told about this discussion by your security advisor.
Yes.
And but there was a time when you had a discussion with Papa Le Shabane about this offer as well. Is that right?
I asked him.
You asked him.
I asked him.
And you sought to confirm who was going to be responsible for the costs. Is that right?
Yes.
And he confirmed to you that he would be responsible for the costs.
Yes.
And is your recollection that those discussions were in 2013?
In my recollection, I think the installation in Boksburg was around July 2013.
Yes. And the discussion would have been some time earlier than that, but in 2013, as you recall?
It should be around that time, yes.
Yes. Now, the discussion, as you understood it at that time, both when your security advisor told you what he and Mr. Papalashibane had discussed, and when you had a discussion with Mr. Papalashibane, was it about cameras in the Boksburg property, or was
Yes.
it about cameras beyond the Boksburg property?
It was cameras in Boksburg
In Boksburg.
at the time.
Okay, all right. And did you say that after the cameras had been installed on the Boksburg property, a period of about 3 years lapsed before they were installed in the other properties in the Eastern Cape?
Yes,
Is that so?
that is correct.
Okay, all right. Mr. Noche, take it from there. Switch on your mic.
When did then Mr. Lishabane undertake to pay now for the installations of the properties in the Eastern Cape?
That question can be answered by Mr. Nyakazi, because at that point in time, it was a security operation.
And are you telling the commission then that Mr. Nyakaza might have approached Mr. Lishabane without your knowledge to pay for the installations at your
I
premises?
don't think you would approach him with payment. He would approach him with the extension of the security arrangement to other properties.
And I'm sure he didn't expect that these are not going to be paid for. Someone had to pay for this
I
security.
don't know the discussion they had. If they agreed on the payment to have the same arrangement, it is their agreement.
Now, you read the evidence of both Mr. Agriz and Mr. Richard Leroux, am I right?
Yes, I did.
And then before you deposed to the affidavit, you must have made inquiries from Mzonke as to what happened and who paid for the security arrangements in your Eastern Cape properties. You must have.
No. Zonge was responsible for my security,
Yes.
and they made arrangement for security throughout. And when I read Leroux and Agriz's affidavits,
Yes.
there are many things I pick up there.
Yes.
One, contradictions on the price. That's the first thing. Then I read the Shabane's affidavit, who is disputing those two prices. And I would imagine that if Lishabane was offering these cameras, he would be the person who would actually know the prices. And he disputes both the prices.
All right. Let's move back a little bit. My initial question to you was this. After you read the affidavits of both Mr. Agriz and Mr. Leroux, and now you're preparing to answer these in your founding affidavit. Did you find out from Zonke as to who paid for your properties in the Eastern Cape? Did you?
My understanding from Zonge is that the arrangement in Boksburg extended to the Eastern Cape.
Did you ask him who authorized him to ask Mr. Lishabane for the extension of the arrangements in Boksburg?
No, I didn't ask him that precisely because our arrangement, our working and relationship with Mzonge is that of a principal and a security team. And the security team deals with the nitty-gritties of the security arrangements.
I understand.
And they would come to me on the need-to-know basis.
I understand. But they are not your financiers. They're just security people, but they don't finance your security. Am I correct?
No, they don't finance my security.
Then
Security is financed by the ANC.
So did you ask him whether he asked the ANC then to
No, I didn't
extend?
ask that.
Why did you not ask it to find out who authorized him to extend the arrangement in Boksburg?
May I ask this question prior to that, Mr. Nosher?
Yes.
Mr. Mantashe, at some stage, you must have asked Mr. Mzonke to tell you how it came about that the Eastern Cape properties were also provided with the security cameras and who paid, even before you could ask whether he was authorized or not authorized. Did you ask him to just tell you the story? How did it come about?
You see, there's a difference between a legal process and a traditional arrangement. In a traditional arrangement, Mr. Chairman, we help one another in dealing with a number of projects. If Mantashe is going to get married, we come together and have umkalelwan and people contribute. The questions that are legal that you're asking now do not arise because we're a group, we're in a family arrangement, we're in a traditional arrangement. People make contributions, and those contributions are not looking suspicious until years later there's a commission.
No, when I say there must have been a time when you asked him to just tell you exactly how it came about, that could well be after Agrizi and Mr. Agrizi and Mr. Richard Leroux started giving evidence. But I'm saying I would expect that at some stage prior to today, or maybe prior to you doing your affidavits, you would have said, well, I knew before the security cameras were installed by Mr. Lishabane at the Boksburg property. I had to even confirm with him that the cost would be borne by him. So he confirmed to me. But now after that, I found that the properties in the Eastern Cape have also been, cameras have been installed there. But I have not been involved in any such discussion. Now there is this whole issue coming out in the commission, and I want to know exactly how it came about. So I'm saying my expectation is that at some stage, at least maybe after Mr. Agrizi and Mr. Richard Leroux had given evidence, you would have been interested to find out how did it come about? Did Mr. Lishabane just offer on his own, or was he approached by Mzonke to say, let's extend this arrangement that has applied in Boksburg to the Eastern Cape? That's my expectation. Did that not happen?
No. Well, what I was told was that Mzonke and Lishabane agreed to extend the arrangement in Boksburg to the Eastern Cape properties. What I didn't ask is whether it is Mzonke who approached Lishabane or Lishabane. I made an assumption that in their usual conversation and discussion, they agreed to attend the arrangement to the Eastern Cape.
Okay, Mr. Noche?
And you are saying to the commission, you didn't find out how did Mr. Leshabane undertake to pay for the installations in the Eastern Cape?
No, I didn't ask the details of that.
Now, at some stage now, when you were answering the questions, you're saying that the ANC would pay for those installations. Am I correct?
No. I said, don't distort what I say.
I apologize if I did.
But don't do that, because if you do that, I will suspect malice. I said the ANC was responsible for my security.
Yes.
I didn't say the ANC would pay for the installation. I didn't say that.
And was it also responsible for paying for your security?
What does that mean? Let me explain to you. Maybe experience of working for an NGO is limited in the commission. No. You see, when you work for an NGO, which the ANC is to a great extent, is that you live in a way where you are almost living for survival, but you get satisfaction in the work you do. So the ANC doesn't have a pile of money to pay for that and that and that. Security people, many in the ANC, by the way, do discuss and make arrangements for security. They drive your car, they guard you, they go with you. So when you say ANC should have budgeted for security, they know that it is important for me to have security, but they may not be in a position to pay. That's why we were doing that project ourselves. And Babale Shabane didn't join the ANC in that project. They joined our own team in that project.
So you knew you were responsible for the payment of security installments in your houses. Am I correct?
Yes, but I also knew that there was an offer by Babale Shabane to foot the cost of cameras.
And that was in Boksburg only. You knew about Boksburg only.
No. Now, you are fragmenting a family setup. I said earlier, Babal Shabane was a family friend.
Yes.
He was always mingling with a group of young people in the family. And in that process, I had no Mzonge, and they had discussion, and they made their own arrangement in that setup of a family.
See.
Okay. So you want us to make a family discussion a formal meeting. It doesn't always work that way. They come there and say, no, listen, leave those cameras, they are very poor. I will give you cameras. And I would imagine Zonga would.
Okay, let me start with this question. Is the position that you never knew before the cameras were installed in the Eastern Cape? You never knew in advance that they were going to be installed? Or did you?
Zonga told me that they're extending the project to the Eastern Cape. I knew.
So he told you that before the actual installations in the Eastern Cape.
Yeah, almost simultaneously they were extending the project, and he said that project was extended to the Eastern Cape. And I understood.
Okay, all right. And how long after the installation had taken place did you have the opportunity of seeing the cameras in those properties?
I can't remember because I go home periodically.
Yes.
Every month.
Yeah.
I can't remember now.
But probably it might not have been a long time after they had
No,
been
I go
installed.
on regular.
Yes, okay. Mr. Nocha?
And you've already confirmed that with the Eastern Cape, you didn't ask how much it costs. Did you inquire about the cost of the installations in Boksburg?
No, I did not.
I see. And at that time, you knew that Papali Shabana was working for BOSASA, am I correct?
Yes, even if you work for the Department of Justice, or you would have been working for the ANC or somebody, that is immaterial. Babal Shaban offered to give us cameras of superior quality in a project we are undertaking.
I see.
So working for BOSASA or whatever would not make material, not unless I used hindsight, which is an exact science, to say, yeah, BOSASA now. Then once the BOSASA issue comes up, then it becomes an issue. At that time, it was not an issue. So working for BOSASA, others working for that were not an issue. Among the young type who used to come to my place regularly, some were working for TV stations, not coming as reporters, coming as a group of young people intermingling, and the place is mine.
Can you confine ourselves for now to the Shaban?
I'm not confining myself to, I'm confining myself to that he was working for BOSASA was immaterial at the time.
You knew he was working for BOSASA, am I correct?
Yes, yes, he was working for BOSASA. Yeah.
Did you know what position he was occupying in BOSASA?
No.
At that time, you knew that BOSASA had been awarded contracts by government.
I was not in government. I was not in government. The only thing I know about BOSASA in government was the West Rand Youth Center. That's all I knew. The other contracts, I was not in government.
But you knew that they had a contract with government, am I right?
I knew that BOSASA was responsible for the juvenile center in the West Rand. Other contracts were not really my business. I didn't know many of them.
I see. And at that time, you were the chairperson of the ANC, am I correct?
The Secretary General.
Sorry, Secretary General of the ANC, am I correct?
Yes, yes.
And I mean, it was well known, it's well known that the Secretary General and the Executive Committee of the ANC is responsible for, is very influential on government appointments and government ministers, and appointment of ministers, am I correct?
It's well known to who?
It's not a secret, is it?
No. We have a relationship with them. When you say it is well known.
Oh, I apologize for using the term.
Well known by who?
Well, I thought it's public knowledge that
No. If it's public knowledge, yes, I was Secretary General. I was not in government.
Yes. But you were in the National Executive Committee of the ANC.
Not just the National Executive Committee, I was the Secretary General
Yes. And
of
in,
the ANC.
yes. And in the National Executive Committee.
So you don't know that Secretary General is part of the NEC. Actually, when we elect an NEC, we first elect 6 people.
Yes.
Then elect the additional members.
Yes.
One of the 6 people is the Secretary General.
Yes. No, these questions, all you need to do is just to confirm it. If it's not, and then explain. Now you've explained, Secretary General was a member of the National Executive Committee. And the National Executive Committee...
Secretary General is always a member of the NEC, of the ANC.
Understand.
He was not. He is always, even today, the Secretary General is a member of the NEC.
I understand. And the NEC is influential in the appointment of ministers and high ranking government official. Am I correct?
Actually, we're going to come to the commission on that issue. We're going to come to the commission on that issue. The commission has asked the ANC to come here and explain the issue of deployment and the way we relate, how do we relate with the caucus of the ANC and so forth. And I think it would be incorrect of me to be asked to give that evidence here today.
The only reason I'm asking you that is that you were an influential person at that time, 2013 and 2016. Am I correct?
I don't know influencing who.
In the sense that you were in the National Executive Committee of the ANC, which had a power to influence the decisions of the appointment of influential people in government.
No. If you want me to give evidence that I'm going to bring here, let me give you a taste of it.
Please.
There is a deployment committee
Yes.
in the ANC, of which the SG is not a member. Okay.
Yes. Okay.
The secretary is not a member of the deployment committee. Okay.
Okay.
But deployment of ministers is a prerogative of the president.
Yes.
Yeah. But in the ANC policies is that the president must please consult first the officials and then the NEC.
Yes.
Okay, so it's not the NEC appointing cabinet. No, the president appoint cabinet. He consults and says, I'm appointing X, Y, and Z.
Yes.
We can express views, but up to time, we don't even express the views.
Yes. Now, you were sitting at that time as a person who can express views on the appointment of ministers, am I correct?
No.
You've just said so.
No. You see, I don't know what I'm going to ask when I come here next week on behalf of the ANC, because you are venturing on an area that has nothing to do with what we're here for. Because the cabinet ministers are appointed, are a prerogative of the ANC by the Constitution of the Republic. And the president, as a matter of practice, does inform and consult the structures of the ANC.
Yes.
Do you get my point? But we don't say, no, not that one, this one, no. He has the prerogative to appoint, unless there's something terribly wrong with the candidate. They will say, but President, we're going to attract yourself trouble in this one. So
Yes.
we're not appointing cabinet ministers.
Yes. So you were sitting at that time in a committee, which I don't want to use a hard word to say you instruct, but to advise the president on his appointments. Am I right?
You might wish, Mr. Noche, consider whether you want to put your final proposition that you want to put to him, and then if you need to support it with certain other facts,
Yes.
maybe do so. Maybe you might wish to put
Yes.
the final proposition that you would like to put.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
we have been invited to the commission as the African
Yes.
National Congress
Yes.
to
Yes.
explain deployment process and other issues.
Yes.
I don't think it is correct to try to push me to give that evidence today.
Yes.
Because I'm bringing that evidence here. I will give that
In due
evidence.
course. No, it's true that the ANC has been invited and it has accepted the invitation to come and give evidence. And the person who might give evidence might well be Mr. Mantashe in regard to those matters.
Yes.
So I think that one has got to bear that in mind.
Yes, yes.
That if it is him who comes to give that evidence on behalf of the ANC, he will then be talking in a representative capacity.
I understand.
Yeah, today he's here in his personal capacity.
Yeah, I
But it
understand.
depends what proposition
Yes.
you wanted, and maybe you should get to the proposition so that you put it, he knows what you want to, what the proposition is, and he can respond. But he's right to say the ANC will be coming to deal with a lot of those matters. And he is saying maybe it might be better to leave that for that time.
Yes.
But it depends what your proposition finally is, yeah.
Mr. Mantashe, let me cut to the chase. Here was Mr. Lishabane offering to take care, to pay for your security arrangements. And Mr. Lishabane was working for a company, BOSASA, which had a contract with government. Did you not find it strange? You were not uncomfortable with that arrangement?
I never had any interaction with BOSASA at the time. Lushabane was a young person coming with other young people who were in my place. So I wouldn't see him as a representative of BOSASA.
Did it not occur to you that this payment, this undertaking, this payment for a security arrangement was to influence you because BOSASA had contracts with government?
No. BOSASA had contacts with a number of departments which had ministers. None of those ministers were myself.
Now, did you know who were the directors and the owners of BOSASA at the time?
No, I didn't know.
And did you know that Gavin Watson was involved in BOSASA?
No, I knew that Gavin Watson was. Because we crossed wires earlier in my life as a trade unionist when he wanted contract with mines and where to fight when he was bribing shop steward, and I said, no, we're not going to agree to this. So I knew Gavin Watson, that was there.
You say he was trying to bribe shop stewards and for security?
Yes. Yes, because it was not security.
What was he bribing them for? He was
think through your questions, please.
He was bribing them for what?
For contract for catering.
I see.
At the time. He was catering in many hostels, and we fought in many of those hostels with him. So I knew him.
I see. And you knew that he's involved in BOSASA?
I knew that he was CEO of BOSASA, yes.
And you knew that Lishabane is working for this company, the company whose CEO had previously attempted to bribe the shop stewards?
No. You see, presumptions are very dangerous.
Yes, I know.
They are very dangerous. Because that's why I said earlier, young people were coming, they were working for various companies. Among them was Lishabane, he worked for BOSASA. Now, to want me to scrutinize BOSASA, Lishabane for BOSASA Association, now, because of hindsight, it's unfair to me, it's unfair to Lishabane.
I do not think it's unfair to you because at the time Lishabane made the offer. You knew that he works for a company which is headed by someone who on a number of occasions, according to you, had attempted to bribe shop stewards.
Yes.
So he was working for this, he was working for a company led by this corrupt person. Were you not concerned about that? This could be also a bribe.
No. The one thing that I didn't worry me is that one of the things I'm known for, I'm not amenable to bribes.
Yes.
I'm known for that then, I'm known for that now.
Yes, and then in order to avoid that, I'm sure, you wouldn't take any present that you don't pay for. Am I correct?
No. If you run a project and in a collective situation of a family arrangement, people make contribution. It happens from time to time. I contribute to many of such projects. So for example, if a boy goes for initiation, I give them a cow. And this happened there. That is not a bribe. It's how we relate with one another in a social arrangement at family level.
But even now, Mr. Mantashe, if someone gives you a present and you know the background of the person, you would refuse for those presents, a present
Now,
of
if
that
I'm
nature.
having a present now, whether I know the background or not, I declare now I'm a minister.
And you would refuse some of the presents if you know the background of the giver. Am I right?
Yes, yes.
Now, you say Gavin Watson, I'm told he also had a
I
clean name.
never dealt with Gavin Watson.
No, I'm not saying you dealt with him.
Now, you are telling Gavin Watson in a space he doesn't feature. I didn't have any interaction with Gavin Watson on this matter.
I've not gone there. You said you have met him, you know him, you have met him a
I
number
met
of
him
times.
many years. Yes, I know him.
I know, I understand he also had a clan name. He adopted a clan name.
Okay.
What clan name did he have?
I don't know. If you know that he has a clean name, tell us.
Do you know whether he had a clan name or not?
No.
The reason I'm asking this,
Yeah, do you want to focus on the issues?
yes,
Yeah, okay.
the reason I'm asking this is the Leroux's evidence is that you met him at your farm whilst he was installing security equipment at your farm. Remember that?
I read that in his statement.
Yes. And you said to him that he must thank Gavin, and you used Gavin's clan name.
Now, you see, Leroux should elaborate on that evidence. That is not my evidence.
Let's concentrate on that. Did you meet Mr. Leroux at your farm whilst he was installing the security?
I've read about that in his statement.
Yes.
If I saw him working there, that is not meeting. It may happen that I arrived there when he was meeting, but we never had a meeting with Leroux in my place.
Did you see him working there?
I read that in his evidence.
You've said that.
And I'm saying, I'm not disputing it. I went to my place and the cameras were installed. I would have seen people working.
Did you speak to him whilst he was at your farm?
No, I don't remember speaking to him. I read that in his evidence.
And you saw in his evidence, in his affidavit, that you said you should thank, you said to him that he must thank Gavin, and he said it's Scully, using his clan name.
Please, the reason that I want to cross-examine Leroux is because he should elaborate on that, not me.
No, you explain your side of the story.
Well, let me say, Mr. Mantashe, you may recall or you might not recall whether you had such a conversation with Mr. Leroux.
I think I don't remember that conversation.
Yes. So I think you are saying you are not disputing it, but you can't remember it, and you would like Mr. Leroux to elaborate on it. And
Yes.
that's why you would like an opportunity to cross-examine him.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. I think Mr. Noche wanted to establish whether you are disputing it in the sense of saying, no, I have a clear recollection, I've never had such a conversation with Mr. Leroux, or whether you are saying, I may or may not have, but I don't remember. I would like more details. And I think what you are saying is the latter.
No, what I'm saying is there's a difference between meeting Leroux and seeing people working, and I talk to them as I walk in. Big difference. I can't dispute that. That's what I'm saying.
That part, yeah.
But Yeah, but having sit together with Leroux and having a discussion, it never happened.
But is it possible that the words he attributes to you may have been said in what you, may have been said by you in what you don't consider to have been a meeting, but you were walking maybe to your house or out of your house, you may have said that.
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
Those words.
Okay, all right. Mr. Noche?
But you would remember whether you had a red FJ Toyota Cruiser vehicle at that time.
Come again?
But you would remember whether you had a red FJ Toyota Cruiser at that time.
I had that car. I don't need to remember. I had a car, it was my car.
You remember having a car like that?
I don't remember, I had it.
I see. So Leroux is correct that you arrived at your premises driving a red FJ Toyota Cruiser car. He's correct about that.
I arrived at my place from time to time, driving any car that I have. I arrived at my place. I do go to home.
And did you know Mr. Kevin Watson's claim name of Skali, or as I think it's Zikali? You know something about that?
No.
Now, you don't know. I beg your pardon, I missed that.
There will be no Kevin who is the car.
Oh, I see.
Mr. Noche, how is it spelled there?
Well, Mr. Leroux is spelling it as Skali, S-C-A-L-L-Y. S-C-A-L-L-Y, Skali.
Well.
And then I say to the witness, I read to be means Zikali.
Oh, well, now
And
you
I'm
have.
saying, Governor was never known as Zikali. Not unless he has been given another claim name by other people.
And you don't know any name associated with him which is spelled the way that Mr. Noche has
It
indicated?
is not Zikali. It is not close to that.
Yeah.
I know that Kevin Watson was given a claim name.
Yes.
Not
But he gave the spelling S-C-A-L-L-Y. Does that come anywhere near what you know to be his claim name?
That is an English claim name. There can be no such an English claim name.
Okay, Mr. Noche.
What was his claim name, Mr. Watson?
The problem is you want me to give you information to use it against me. You know?
No, look, you must understand, Mr. Mantashe, I'm not here
I'm
to...
saying, Kevin Watson had a claim name. It is not close to Zakat.
Well, I'm asking you, what was the claim name? You've got to tell the commission. You're assisting the commission to get to the truth of things. Assisted by telling what was Kevin Watson's claim name.
Kevin Watson was known as Khadebe.
Yes?
Khadebe.
Yes.
Yes, okay. And not his Kali or something closer.
He is nothing close to that.
I see. Look, earlier on, you said you didn't know Kevin Watson's claim name. Had you forgotten it?
It's Khadebe. I've not forgotten it.
I see.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, I also thought I don't remember him saying he didn't know it.
He said Watson doesn't have a claim name.
Or
I didn't say so. You can go to answer it.
Well,
You will not find that.
look, it doesn't matter now. You have admitted he has a claim name, and it's Khadebe.
I'm not admitting. I'm confirming. What I confirmed earlier. I'm just giving you the claim name now.
I see. Now,
DCJ, may
Yes.
I?
yes?
Yes, I'm trying to follow what propositions are being put to Mr. Mantashe with all these questions about Mr. Watson's clan name, the car that he owned. You know, I'm really beginning to follow what is it that Mr. Noche is exploring with the witness.
I think what he was exploring with regard to Mr. Gavin Watson's clan name and the type and color of the car that Mr. Mantashe may have used on the particular occasion is to check whether the version put up by Mr. Leroux, namely of saying that Mr. Mantashe came to, I think, one of the properties in the Eastern Cape on one of the occasions that Mr. Leroux and his team were working there, and he was in the car that was described by Mr. Noche, and he was also, I think, exploring whether Mr. Mantashe disputes the version put up by Mr. Leroux that he used the word that Mr. Noche read out as the clan name for Mr. Gavin Wood. I think he was seeking to see to what extent Mr. Mantashe was disputing that version. And I think Ms. Mantashe has said, well, I don't remember having, I don't remember meeting Mr. Leroux, or I didn't have a meeting, but I may have come to the property and seen people installing, and I may have greeted them and said something. And he said, well, I may have come in the car that he describes because I did have such a car. But he has said, I think he did not use the name, the so-called clan name that has been put into the affidavit by Mr. Leroux. So I think that is what he was doing. And I think over the time that part seems to me to be at the tail end.
Yes.
Okay, thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. J.
Okay, all right. Okay, Mr. Noche.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Mantashe, if you say something, we will see you.
I am saying something.
Yeah, you are back. Yes, Mr. Noche.
Now, you confirm, you do confirm now that you do not know the cost of the box back installation and the installations at your two properties in the Eastern Cape, am I correct?
Yes, you're correct.
And you never saw any invoices relating to that, am I correct?
Nobody sent me an invoice.
I beg your pardon?
Nobody sent me an invoice.
Meaning you never saw the invoice?
Nobody sent me invoice. I couldn't see invoice unless they sent to me.
I see. Now, you don't know, in the end, you don't know how much those installation costs.
I don't know. I'm reading it in the affidavit that are very contradictory.
Yes. Now, you saw the affidavit of Richard Leroux, where he gave details of the expenses.
I've seen Richard Leroux. I've also seen
Agrees.
Shabani disagree.
I see. Now, let's look at that. Did Lishabani's evidence contain details of invoices and the amounts for each item?
No.
He merely says it could not have been, am I right?
Yes.
And Leroux gives details of invoices of what, how much, and how much each item costs, am I correct?
Yes.
How can you then dispute the evidence of Leroux when you don't know how much it costs, and the other evidence of Lishabani doesn't give details?
I can't dispute because I had no dealings with Leroux.
I see.
Nor did I have dealings with Agres.
Yes.
I had dealings with Lishabani. So if there were any statements to be sent, I would imagine that Leroux would send it to Lishabani. If Lishabani says to us, I will install these cameras at my own cost, I would imagine that a statement and invoices will go to Lishabani. So I can't dispute anything. All I'm saying is that a dispute between Leroux and Agres, which almost doubled the cost, looks suspicious.
Yes. And that's the high water mark of your case. That it looks suspicious, but you can't say that is not the expense.
I can't because I'm not invoiced.
Beg your pardon?
I'm not invoiced.
I see. So in the high water mark of your case, I'm saying the high water mark of your evidence is that you do not know how much it costs. You cannot dispute the evidence of Leroux, of how much it costs. Am I correct?
I don't know.
He has explained it, Mr. Noshe.
I beg your pardon?
He has explained exactly what you are saying. He has said he can't dispute what Mr. Richard Leroux says the costs were because he didn't deal with him.
Okay.
He dealt with Mr. Lishabane. He has noted that Mr. Lishabane disputes those figures, and he has noted what he sees as contradictions, and he says, given that, it seems to him that the figures given by Mr. Leroux are suspicious. Have I summarized your position correctly?
That is a summary.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Now, you are relying on when you say Mr. Lishabane disputes this, you are relying on his confirmatory affidavit, am I correct?
Yes.
I see. Now, his confirmatory affidavit, will you confirm for the commission, it appears on page 249 to 253, am I correct?
No, okay. 249, yes.
And then 250, that's the affidavit, and then there are annexures.
Yes. Yes.
And in paragraph 5 of his affidavit, he says, I'm reading paragraph 5 on page 250. He says, in his evidence, Mr. Leroux estimated the cost to be 300,000. I dispute the said cost estimate. I hereby attach invoice from supplier of the security equipment as annexures G4 to G6.
Yes.
And then the annexures there on 251, 252, 253, and 253, am I correct?
Yes.
Now, is Lishabane, I know you can't testify for him, but when he explained this to you, are these the invoices that were issued to Leroux at the time?
No dealings between Lishabane and Leroux.
I beg your pardon?
I wouldn't know the dealings between Lishabane and Leroux.
I see. But when you talk to him about this, was this the quotation that was given to Leroux regarding the installations at your place?
Lishabane,
Evidence of the amount that was expended on your properties, and you are asking Lishabane, is this expenditure correct? And Lishabane produces some invoices. Did you ask him, are these the invoices that were given to Leroux?
Lishabane make a strong statement
Yes,
to the commission.
I see.
He attaches invoices and say the quotation by both Leroux and Agrezi are misrepresenting the situation. Now, that is his version. I'm dealing with him, I'm not dealing with the others.
I see.
Is your understanding that the invoices that he put up, that is Mr. Leshabane, related to all the properties, Boksburg and the Eastern Cape, or only one of them, namely Boksburg? What was your understanding of what they covered?
My assumption is that this is the cost of cameras, whether they're installed in Boksburg or installed in the Eastern Cape.
Yes. I see that in his affidavit, he seems to talk about residents as opposed to residences, where in paragraph 4, which is at page 250, he says, I further confirm that Mr. Leroux has misrepresented the facts about the security upgrades at the Mantashe residence and has inflated the cost of same. It may well be that he might need to explain. You see that part?
I said that.
Yeah. Okay, all right.
I also notice that what he has put up are 2019 quotations, whereas we know that that work was done 2013 and 2016. Did you notice that?
Yeah.
Did you notice that?
Yes, I see.
Did you ever ask him where are the 2013 and 2016 quotations?
No, I was not in a position to cross-examine Shabani.
I understand.
I don't cross-examine him. That's not how we relate.
Oh, I see. Chair, I've no further questions.
No further questions.
Let me, before I say that, don't want to be dismissed by Ms. Molefe.
Yeah, okay. You want to consult with her?
My instructing junior says I can stop.
She confirms that you are right.
She says I can stop now. Thank you, Chair.
All right, Mr. Mantashe, Mr. Noche has no further questions, but it is possible that your counsel might wish to re-examine if he thinks there are things that he would like to be clarified. So I'm going to give him the opportunity if he wishes to. He might not have a re-examination, but he might have. Mr. Nlane, what is your position? Would you like to re-examine, or you?
Jay, I have a few questions just to clarify a few points with Mr. Mantashe.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Mantashe, I'm sure you are familiar with the terms of reference of this commission.
Yes, I am.
And at the time when the security equipment was installed at your premises, you are not a national minister of government, correct?
Correct.
You are not an office bearer in any state institution, correct?
Correct.
You are not an office bearer in any organ of state or a director of a board of an state-owned enterprise.
That is correct.
Currently, you are a minister of government.
I am a minister in government now.
And currently, as you said, you are bound by different laws, the Executive Ethics Act, for instance.
Yes, I am.
And you have to declare gifts that you receive because now you're a minister.
I do declare even a pen.
Thank you. At the time, you were, as you say, the Secretary General of an NGO called the ANC.
We can hear you.
Did you hear me?
No, we didn't hear the whole question.
Yes. Yes. Mr. Mantashe, you said that at the time when this equipment was given to you, you were the Secretary General of an NGO called the ANC, correct?
That is correct.
Now, as I listened to some of the questions which were put to you, the suggestion is that you should have been at your guard if any offer of cameras or whatever was made by Mr. Papale Shabane. That was the tenure of some of the questions put to you, correct?
Yes, that is the line of question, yes.
Yes, you asked that, did you know how much he earned? Correct?
Yes, I was asked that.
Yes. Now, just clarify again briefly what your relationship with Mr. Shabane at the relevant time was.
I describe Papale Shabane as a family friend because he was a friend to my son-in-law, by extension became a friend to my children and many others. And when they come to me, they would come with many other friends from Limpopo because the marriage of my daughter cut across tribes. Went to Bush Pakris and I was in Kala. And we would develop a relationship which was a family relation in that regard.
And it was suggested to you that you should have been on your guard because Mr. Shabane worked for BOSASA.
Yes, that was the question.
Yeah. Now, did you ever meet with Mr. Agrizi?
No, I don't remember meeting Agrizi. Even when I see him in pictures, I don't have any recollection of seeing the man.
Okay. So would it be correct that you have never discussed any business, or maybe have you ever discussed any business of BOSASA with Mr. Agrizi?
No, I never discussed anything with Mr. Agrizi.
And have you ever discussed any business of BOSASA with Mr. Watson?
I never discussed business of BOSASA with Mr. Watson.
Because you would have seen in one of the affidavits of Mr. Agrizi, he suggests that you were part of what they called the special project. You recall that?
Yes, I recall that, strangely so.
Yes. Did you have any knowledge that some people in BOSASA call you a special project?
I didn't know that.
And what he also suggests is that Mr. Agrizi is that Gavin Watson impressed upon him, that is Mr. Agrizi, the vital role that Mantashe played in assisting BOSASA. Have you ever assisted BOSASA with anything?
I never assisted BOSASA with anything. As I was recalling earlier, is that the only thing I recall were running battles much earlier in my life.
And he also says that you, Mr. Mantashe, were a good connection and needed to be looked after. Did you know that somebody at BOSASA was looking after you, as Mr. Agrizi suggests?
Nobody was looking after me from BOSASA. There's nothing I was receiving from BOSASA.
And that you were a person of great influence and highly regarded in government circles, that you are highly placed with the trade unions and in government. That's why he, Mr. Agrizi and Mr. Watson discussed that you should be looked after. Any comment?
You could Google that and you will discover that I was a general secretary of the NUM, I was secretary of the ANC, I was chairperson of the Communist Party, and therefore the influence and the extent thereof is an assumption.
And you say Papa Shabani is a family friend, more a friend of your children.
Correct.
Have you ever made any business favor, done any business favor for Mr. Shabani?
I was never asked for a business favor.
And you have said that and let's come to the security features. It was suggested to you that you should have known that somebody had installed this security equipment and that you should therefore have asked how much it cost. Do you recall that?
I recall that.
And also, Mr. Leroux has a long list of equipment that he says he installed at your various properties, correct?
Yes, I see the list.
To your knowledge, as far as you have observed, what equipment was installed at your house in the form of security at the instance of Mr. Shabani?
I'm not a security expert, but I know that cameras were installed. And I read somewhere about intercom. And I know that there's no intercom because there's no fence to install that intercom on, but cameras were installed. Details of those cameras, I will not be in a position to explain.
And have you ever shown any member of the public these cameras which, to your knowledge, were installed at your premises in Boksburg, in Kala, and in area?
I did take the media. When the whole story emerged, I took the media to them and said, here are these cameras, have a look at them. And any other security upgrade is non-existent as these cameras, they did go.
Yes. And you said that there were some people who were looking after your security, including Nzonke, correct?
Nzonke was the head of my security.
Yes. And it was suggested to you that you should at least have probed and asked further, how much do these things cost? You recall that?
I recall that.
Yes. Any further comment you wish to make on that line of questions put to you?
No. Nzonke and Babal Shabana agreed. I will give you cameras of better quality at my own cost. So I wouldn't go beyond that.
Yes. And also you were taken to your, in that context, we also asked about the affidavit which you deposed to, which appears on page 238.
238, yes.
Just page 238.
Yes.
It was asked of you, who paid for the cameras? Did you ask? You recall that?
Yes, I was asked.
It was asked of you, do you know how much they cost? You recall that?
Yes, I recall that.
Yes. Now, in your affidavit, on page 238, I just want you to read paragraphs 22 and 23.
22 and 23.
Yes.
That is on page 239.
Page 228, AJ.
On my bundle.
Is it on 239?
On my bundle, it is on page 239.
Okay, yes, fine. Yeah, it's fine. Yes, I might have misnumbered it. Yes, proceed, Mr. Mantashe.
Yes. In that paragraph, I'm making an emphasis on the distinction between the so-called special project and my project. all those special projects were given code names. And my project was not given a code name. It was called Project Mantashe, meaning that it was not a special project, it was a direct project. So what is in page 22, that my security upgrades was the only project which was not given a secret project code. Mr. Leroux himself referred to it as Project Mantashe. This is indicative that there was no malice associated with the security upgrade at my place. I'm further informed that there was never an agreement with the executive of BOSASA, Agrees and Watson, regarding security upgrade at my portfolio. Papa made the decision and proceeded with the security upgrade out of his own volition.
Yeah, so you're saying it is Papa out of his own volition who proceeded with the upgrades, correct?
Yes. Yes, that's what I'm
Mr.
saying.
Mantashe, did you hear me?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
And you say Mr. Lechabani has confirmed this under oath?
Yes, no.
Yes. And at the time when this security equipment was given to you, 2013, 2016, you say you had no reason to believe one day you'll be answering these questions.
Correctly.
Mr. Mantashe?
Hey.
Yeah.
You hear me now?
Now,
He had you and he responded.
oh, thank you. Now, if we look at I want you to turn to, I think it's page 529.
Come again.
It is the 529. Yes, and this is an affidavit deposed to by Mr. Richard Leroux.
Yes.
Yes. And it's part of his affidavit substantiating why he thinks the costs were 300,000. You recall that?
Yes.
Now
Yes.
he attaches a whole lot of invoices and statements to his affidavit to try and match, as he says, some of this cost to you. But if you turn to page 524 of the same affidavit,
I've got that.
yeah. So he says at paragraph 114, can you read that?
It says, I'm unable to link the following work performed at a specific premises. 53 invoices to the value of 227,306 Rand 57 cents. 18 credit notes to the value of 59,855.51. Adjustment notes to the value of 3,429.39.
Yeah. And then paragraph 115.
In performing the above exercise to arrive at an estimated cost per installation, it must be noted that 1151, I've kept the technician's rate constant throughout the document for consistency purpose, although the rate would have increased over the years. In doing so, I've entered on the side of caution and calculated the approximate cost on a low to average rate. 1552, I've estimated the days taken to perform installation on what I consider to be the minimum time that it would have been taken to perform the installation. And although certain invoices in the unidentified category above may have been for work done at the identified properties referred to in the affidavit, I have been cautious to only allocate the invoice to a property where this is clear to me from the date and description of the invoices.
Yeah. So he says he's estimating, he's trying to match invoices to premises. Some invoices he can't match to any premises. Correct?
That's what he says here.
There's a bit of a delay in the audio. Mr. Mantashe, did you hear what I said?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
And he did
Okay,
respond.
thank you. And your answer?
I say that's what he said.
Thank you very much. And he says the cost at your premises is 300,000.
Correct.
Mr. Agrizi says it's 650,000.
Correct.
Mr. Leshabane says it can't be more than 30, 40, or 50, 70 odd thousand.
That's what Lishabane says.
And they all work for BOSASA.
Yes. Correct.
Well, I will not take you to the details of the invoices appearing from 532, but perhaps, well, because they say it's all, but let's just look at one or two items appearing there, page 532.
Yes.
You see the first item, what is that?
Angela.
The first item with the date.
In 532.
Yes, the date is 13/02/2015. You see that?
It's Angela.
It's Angela. You say the security equipment at your premises 2013 and 2016. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what
Well,
I'm saying.
I need not take you throughout the documents, but that's just illustrative of the confusion in the estimates, or whatever they call calculations. Yeah. Now, I want to round up now. Mr. Mantashe, I've come across a book recently written by Mr. Agrizi.
Yes.
And he describes the security equipment installed at your house as a bribe.
Yes.
But you say you have never met Mr. Agrizi in your life, correct?
Yeah, I've never met him.
Yes. He has never spoken to you about the security equipment at your house, has he?
He has never spoken to me about it.
And yes, he writes in a book that you have bribed with some cameras. Your comment?
Yes, that's what he writes.
Yeah.
That's what he writes, and obviously he would have elaborated bribe for what.
And it was suggested to you that because you are the Secretary General of the ANC, you had enormous influence in government, in the appointment of ministers, and perhaps you'd have done some favors for BOSASA. Any comment?
No, I didn't do any favor for BOSASA, and I had no influence on the work of ministers. I'm a minister now. I know how irritating it would be to have an official from the Tule House coming to a ministry to give instructions. It would be quite irritating.
Yes. Is there anything else you wish to add before we end off?
My last comment is, I'm here before the commission. For a period, I was not in government, where I held no office. I was not working in a state institution, but I'm here now. And there is a big effort to make me one of the many. And the reality of the matter is that my project, even in their books, is not code-named because it was not a bribe, it was not a special project. That's all I can say.
Were you subpoenaed to appear before the commission?
No, I offered to come.
Okay.
Is,
Okay. No,
are those all your
Commissioner.
questions?
DCJ,
Yes.
I almost want to end now, but because I'm not with my attorney,
Yeah.
I see she sent me a message. Can I mute for just 1 minute and just find out if she wants me to say anything else, and then I can address.
Okay, no, that's all right.
Each.
Okay.
Thank you. DCJ?
Yes.
Yes, I'm back and I've got one last question.
Okay.
And then we can conclude.
Yeah.
Mr. Mantashe, as you would appreciate, this is a state capture commission. And the suggestion and accusations, or the things that have been said about you by Mr. Agrizi, Mr. Leroux, might suggest that you are part of state capture, or you either aided, abetted, helped state capture. Do you have any comment in that regard?
As I can explain to you that the concept corporate capture and state capture, we originated because we saw the threat, and we started a discussion within the ANC to start a process that will actually dispel this notion and try to arrest the depth of rot. And that's why we've repeatedly committed ourselves to supporting the commission. We've repeatedly said so that we want the commission because it is through this commission that the debt will be unearthed. And only when you unearth that can you clean it. So I could not assist state capture in any way.
Thank you. DCJ, thank you for the opportunity. Those are the questions for Mr. Mantashe.
Okay, no, thank you. Mr. Mantashe, I might have just one or few questions, but before I put them, you probably are aware that sometimes people say parents should be careful when they give a name to their child, because the child might end up being what the name says, and you would have some parents who will name their child Meli, which is Gwede or lawyer in isiZulu, or some will call their child professor, and some will call their child doctor. So I saw that when you were muted, the initials that came up on the screen was Mr. S.G. Mantashe. So I wondered whether when you became Secretary General of the ANC, it had anything to do with your initials.
No, it had nothing to do. My initial is Samson Gwede.
No, I know that's what they represent, but it was quite interesting because the abbreviation for Secretary General is SG as well. Your initials are
Yes,
SG.
it is.
Yeah. What seems to emerge from your evidence and the evidence of Mr. Agrizi and the evidence of Mr. Leroux seems to be the following, and I'm going to mention this to give you an opportunity to say whether you agree that that's how the evidence seems to emerge. It would seem to me that one, Mr. Agrizi and Mr. Richard Leroux say that it was BOSASA employees or people who were sent by BOSASA who made installations, security installations in your properties. And it seems to me that you are not in a position to dispute whether that is so. All you say is you were told that Mr. Leshabane would take care of the cost for the security cameras. Is that correct?
That is correct. Though in the evidence of Agrizi, he contracted out the installation, then BOSASA and other people from BOSASA dispute that.
Yeah.
So what you are summarizing
Yes.
is correct.
Yes. And whether, as a matter of fact, the work done and the cameras that were installed were paid for by Mr. Leshabane from his own pocket, or whether the payments came from BOSASA, is something that you have no personal knowledge of. Is that correct?
I have no personal knowledge of that. I have no personal knowledge of that.
Yes, yes. The point you make is simply that your knowledge was Mr. Leshabane, a family friend, offered to install cameras of better quality at the Boksburg property. He said that would be at his own cost. You agreed, and subsequently you understood that that arrangement was extended to your Eastern Cape properties between him and your security advisor, Mr. Mzonke. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes, okay, all right. No, those are the things that I wanted to just confirm. I propose to release Mr. Mantashe now.
Just before that, Chair, can I just raise two things?
Yeah,
Just want to point them out, Mr. Mantashe,
yeah,
for comment.
yeah.
One, Mr. Mantashe, is you confirm that when Mr. Leroux when he replied to your affidavit, it did state that you had a code name, BOSASA GM. You do confirm that?
Come again, I don't understand.
You
that.
confirm, will you confirm that Mr. Leroux filed an affidavit answering your founding affidavit? Am I right?
Sorry, I think what you should do, Mr. Noche, maybe put to him what Mr. Leroux says.
If I,
And then-
Mr. Leroux in his answering affidavit said you were given a code name, you had a code name GM.
So the question is whether you recall seeing that in his affidavit, Mr. Mantashe.
No, in his affidavit, he said they gave my project a project name, Project Mantashe. That's what they say themselves. I don't know how they code name my project, but they say that. They code named that project Project Mantashe.
On page 257, paragraph 10, yes.
Okay, I'm almost there.
You see in paragraph 10, the penultimate paragraph, on paragraph 10, it says, I confirm that I referred to it as Project Mantashe, but the correct name for the special project was in fact Project GM.
So that's what he said, yeah.
Beg your pardon?
Yeah, he says that is what he's
That's what he
saying.
says.
Yes.
Well, what I think you were talking about, Mr. Noche, you were saying, he says that's the code name.
Yes, yes.
But that's not in the affidavit, that's the code name is, that he says so, but he gives what they called it. I don't know whether when one reads elsewhere,
No,
it's
it's
consistent with the code names.
he says the correct name of the project
Yes,
was GM.
okay,
Yes.
all right.
He says the project was given a name GM.
Yeah, he
You
has
see that?
confirmed, yeah, he has confirmed that he sees that.
And then lastly, what I want to point out, on page 330,
Can I respond to that?
yes, okay,
Yes.
Can I respond to that?
please.
Yeah,
Mr. Leroux, in his affidavit, says, my project was called Project Mantashe. Now, as an afterthought, he's giving it a name, Project GM. That would be my submission.
I see.
okay.
Now, let's go to page 330. And page 330 and 331.
Okay, 330, yes.
These, we have dealt with these. These are these are documents that are attached to the affidavit of Lishaban. Now, these are clearer copies. Just want to bring to your notice at the foot of those pages. Look at the foot. It says, code expires 28 February 2019. You see that?
Where are you looking at? Which page? 330 or 331? 330?
And 331.
Yeah.
At the foot, Chair, at the foot of, let's start with 330.
Yeah.
At the foot of 330, the last sentence is quotation, code expires. Below
Yeah.
the boxes,
Yes.
are you with me, Chair?
Well, I don't see, but I think if you tell me what the point is, that will be enough.
All I want to point out, Mr. Mantashe, is that it's clear from this that this was a quotation obtained in 2019?
We've dealt with that, advocate.
You accept that it's a quotation?
No, I said, I'm repeating what I said to you.
Yes.
I can't deal with invoices because no invoice was sent to me. So those are internal contradictions that I say. But whether that is a quotation for Shabana or the quotation for Chris, I won't have first-hand knowledge of that quotation.
I understand. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mantashe, for availing yourself to assist the commission. Thank you very much. I will now excuse you and thank you to your legal team, and they are also excused.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Justice.
Thank you. Thank you. We are at nearly 22:08. We can take an adjournment, a 10 minutes adjournment. Is your other witness ready? Is he?
Mr. Makwetla is here and is ready to testify.
Yes. Okay, we'll adjourn for about 10 minutes.
Yes.
And then we will resume.
No, fine. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. We adjourn. Are you ready, Mr. Nocha?
Yes, we are ready, Chair. And Chairperson, the next witness is Mr. Thabang Makwetla. Also, the genesis of the evidence of the witness is the testimony of Mr. Leroux, wherein he testified to the fact that there were security installations he made to the residence of Mr. Makwetla. And also the issue of the installations being made is not an issue. The question is sort of the amount and the reason and the justification. Mr. Makwetla, Chair, has made a special request. One, that because there's no fight about the installation, that we just refer to residence. He says for security reasons, he wouldn't want his place of residence to be put out there in the.
No, of course.
Yes. And then also we said if you don't mention the residence, you don't even have to go how frequently it goes to that residence. But as I said, the issue of installation is not the question of installation is not an issue.
Yeah.
The only problem is the amount and then also the justification.
Yeah.
And then Mr. Makwetla has also requested that before he gives evidence, he wishes to make a statement. But that, Chair, I've explained to him, will be part of the proceedings in the sense that he will first start giving and explain to the Commission his response to the evidence that is there. Chair,
Yeah.
the evidence and it's...
Well, let's get his legal team to be place
sorry,
themselves on record first.
yes.
You can do so from where you are if your mic is working.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Advocate Eboho Musikiri. I am instructed by Mdluli Pierce and Mzikwa attorneys. They go as MPM attorneys.
Yes.
Chairperson, we are indebted to the issue around the sensitivities regarding security of Mr. Makwetla and the undertaking by the evidence leaders that those issues will be kept away from the public as much as possible.
Yeah. No, that's fine.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Makwetla.
Good evening, Deputy Chief Justice.
Thank you. Thank you for availing yourself to come and assist the Commission and for availing yourself, you and your legal team, to come to the Commission even in the evening to assist the Commission to try and finish its work within the time frame that has been imposed on it by the circumstances. Okay, all right.
Chair.
Do you want Mr. Makwetla to take the oath now before you say anything? Or
Yes,
you want
it
to
will be
say
better,
something?
yes, Chair, so that we can
Okay.
then flow.
Administer the oath or affirmation. You may stand, Mr. Makwetla, and switch on your mic. Yeah.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is Thabang Samson Patahe Makwetla.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
Not at all.
Do you consider the oath binding on your conscience? Do you consider the oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Okay, thank you. I'm checking technicians whether the fact that Mr. Makwetla was wearing his mask may have meant that they didn't hear him properly or not. Okay, they say it's fine. They are making certain gestures to me. I read the gestures to say they wanted to be redone. Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Makwetla, we'll have to redo it. If you don't mind, please take off your mask because there is proper social distancing. Yes, okay.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is Thabang Samson Atahe Makwetla.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
No, I have no objection.
Do you consider the oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Okay. You may be seated.
Chair,
I don't know
I must-
whether the chair that you are seated on is going to be comfortable. I seem to think other witnesses sit on the other one, but if you are comfortable there and the mic is not far, it's fine, whichever you use.
Only that it looked worn out, Deputy Chief Justice.
Oh, no, you
I
are
thought
free.
the other one is
Yeah, you can sit
comfortable.
on the other one as long as you will be able to speak closer to the mic. Yeah. Okay, all right.
Chair, I must declare up front, the fact that we call two Samsons
Yeah.
today is not meant to intimidate the commission. It's just a coincidence.
And
Chair,
yes,
the evidence is contained in BOSASA bundle 3, and
well, hang on. I see that Ms. Makwetla, you have put on your mask again.
I must keep it off.
You see, if you can be heard clearly with it on, we wouldn't mind. But what has happened in the past is that they say they can't hear it clearly. But we have taken it that because there is proper social distancing, there should be no problem. You're comfortable with that?
That's fine.
Okay, all right. Okay, yes, Mr. Notch.
Chair, is the evidence is in BOSASA bundle 3, and it starts at page 124 and exhibit T31. Makwetla, can I take you to that? It's exhibit T31. Do you have it in front of you?
Yes.
And at the left-hand corner, at the top left-hand corner, it's written BOSASA-3-124 in black.
Yes, I can see that.
So we will be using those numbers, although we might just use the number 124 and the other numbers. So when we refer to a page number, we will be using that. Now, before we started, before the commission started this afternoon, you informed me that you wish to read out the statement that you made when this issue of the installations came up before the commission. You confirm that?
Yes, I confirm that.
And you have a copy thereof in front of you. You wish to read out?
Yes, I have the copy with me.
Can I ask you to read that out for the record, into the record, and then can you then proceed from that to explain to the chairperson and the commission as to what happened?
Well, maybe it's better that he reads it, finishes it, then
Explains.
Yes.
Chairperson,
I've been
I've-
assured by Mr. Notcher that the statement you want to read doesn't implicate anybody in anything. So on that assurance, I'm happy to let you read it.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, all right.
Chair, I've made a copy for you and it will be handed up to you.
Okay, all right.
Proceed, Mr. Makwetla.
You may proceed, yeah.
No, thank you very much for the opportunity, Deputy Chief Justice. I just thought that it would possibly assist to provide a premise from which, in submitting my evidence, I moved from. And it was only because as I was going through the file of correspondence around this matter, preparing to come before the commission, I came across this statement, media statement that I released just 2 years ago, actually exactly 2 years ago. And I thought that it would be helpful to serve as a context that the Commission should have in interrogating the evidence submitted. 2 years ago, I made this statement to the effect that the unfolding testimonies before the State Capture Commission are indeed a welcome relief. By its very nature and magnitude, this commission must be celebrated as a reassurance that the foundation of our democracy is strong and dependable. Not even mature Western democracies, I believe, have spectacles such as we are witnessing in the promotion of transparency in public affairs. All those who believe in the devastation corruption can lead to, and its incompatibility with development and freedom, must do everything to ensure that this commission succeeds. In this regard, we must all be vigilant to guard against any attempts to abuse or hijack this commission for other goals which it was not established for. I have submitted a request, that's what I said then, to appear before the commission, and I trust that this application will be granted. This is not because my name has been mentioned in the commission's proceedings. That is important. However, it has always been my conviction to make a modest contribution towards efforts to arrest the threat of a backward slide in our national transformation agenda. We have to combat corruption in all its manifestations if the dream of those who gave their lives generously for this country to be free must not lie in ruins. I wish to indicate that the evidence submitted before this commission that an electric fence and an alarm system were installed at my home by BOSASA is not new. That's what I said then. I have previously responded to it and will deal with it again when I appear before the commission on the date that I am granted audience. That's what I said then, and I thought that this would be appropriate for the commission to note what my attitude is in relation to the commission's work and the evidence that I have shared in you.
No, thank you, Mr. Makwetla.
Do you confirm that you then gave a sworn statement explaining and responding to the evidence of Leroux?
I confirm that I submitted.
And can you, the evidence and the statement of Leroux was that there were installations, security installations made at your house in 2016. And these were done, he was contracted by BOSASA to do that. And can you explain to the chairperson how it came about that this work was done at your place?
The statement by Richard Leroux is to me accurate generally about the job that was done by BOSASA at my house.
Sorry, Mr. Makwetla, although I ask you a question, the person you
I'm
talking to is the, yes, so I see, no, it can get confusing because I'm asking you questions, but you are talking to the chairperson. But proceed.
The story starts in 2015. I see that in all the correspondence, including the correspondence, the first submission to the Parliamentary Ethics Committee, it says this was in 2016. I have subsequently realized that that is actually inaccurate. This was in 2015, at the beginning of 2015. What happened is that I got a call from Kevin Watson, the CEO, of BOSASA requesting an urgent meeting, to which I obliged, and we met. He raised his concern and stressed that the Department of Correctional Services seem not to understand that the industry, and this was in relation to the catering industry that was contracted to support the department or to provide services to the department, was actually on the verge of a crisis, and that the adjustment to the pricing in terms of rates in their contracts was such that the service they are providing was not sustainable. At that meeting, because it was at the beginning of the year, after we had discussed his concern, we proceeded, of course, to talk about the festive season that we were emerging from. And he asked me how was my festive season, and I explained to him that I had a good time. I was in Cape Town. However, the bad thing was that I came back to a house that was burglarized, that was broken into my house here in Johannesburg. And that I've still not found a company to come and put, install an electric fence to the house, because my house has a very high perimeter wall, but I felt that what was actually lacking is a security fence. And I wanted a service provider that could install an electric fence for me. At the time, I could not find one because it was at the beginning of the year, and the companies that I've tried from the yellow pages were all still not back in operation at the time. And he said to me, no, we can actually sort out that for you very quickly. And I was pleasantly surprised because I had been to BOSASA in December, just at the end of the year that just ended, for the first time to familiarize myself with the operations of BOSASA, the things that they were doing for the Department of Correctional Services. And I was not aware that they were involved in home security. I knew that they were involved in security and catering, and their security was at a high level because with correctional services, their security involved providing the technologies that were employed for controlling movement inside the correctional services themselves, the electronic control of access, and also the design of the perimeter fences around our correctional centers, much as he told me that they were not done by his company, but it was his company that came with that design and the whole, approach to perimeter security around correctional services. You'll have observed, Deputy Chief Justice, that almost many of our big correctional centers, they have these perimeter fences that are bent inwards. That is what they designed, and he said that sent some of their engineers to the US and came back with that design. So I never thought that they would be involved in security around houses. So when he said to me that no, we do home security, we can do that for you, I was very pleased, and I asked him to send a team do my best to do an evaluation and to provide me with a quotation. And that's when we parted. I now would not remember whether it was how many weeks, a week or 2 weeks, when I came back to the house to come, as I usually do once in a while, to come and do inspection at the house. That I found that they had actually started installing security features at my house, and they were almost at the end. The only reason they did not finish their work was because they did not have access into the house. I then arranged with my son, because during the week I'm in Cape Town and I live in the government house in Pretoria. I arranged with my son to come and open the house for them so that they can finish the work. Of course, I phoned Gavin Watson to say, you have started doing work, you have not provided me with a quote. How much is this work going to cost? I want to know that. And he said to me, no, that should not worry you. When we meet, I'll explain everything to you. And when he said that, I was very, anxious, because I could see that they were doing other things that I did not even understand what they were, and I had not asked for. And I was, keen to meet with him as soon as, like instantly. And when I came back at the end of the week again from Cape Town, we met, and he said to me that, no, the reason why I said do not be anxious is because I will not charge you for that work. It is to me not much. I run a very big company. The cost of what I've done there is very insignificant. I was, not just surprised, I was shocked, because I thought that he would appreciate that you could not offer me a free service, for the simple reason that he was doing as a company business with the department. And I explained that to him to say, no, I admire your generosity, but I cannot accept a favor from your company because it's providing services to the Department of Correctional Services. But not only that, the other point also is that I did not expect that kind of proposal to come from him, because I had heard before about BOSASA, even though I did not know exactly what the issues were. But there was a lot of reportage in the media, and it would have been 6 years before the time that we are talking about. At the time I was in the province in Mpumalanga as a premier there, so I didn't really pay much attention and even understand what the issues were. So I knew that there was something that, is history, which BOSASA would not want to find themselves involved in. And so when he offered a free service in the manner in which this whole thing had happened, I really got very worried. And I did not expect that from him. But he insisted that, no, I will not charge you for this. You are my comrade, and which of course is true. And left me very frustrated. Of course, what I can say is that those who have had the opportunity of interacting with Gavin Watson, he was a very strong character. it was just so frustrating for me to say, yes, but not no. So it went on and on, continuously trying to put pressure on him to say, bill me, and he was saying, no, I'm not going to bill. I realized that I am caught in a very, unfortunate situation where here is a comrade who is saying, I'm doing this as a favor to you, and I'm rejecting it, and he does not want to understand that. But the material conflict of interest, prima facie case, exists directly and immediately. So I then decided that I will take this matter up with the president. And I was comfortable in doing that because in our conversation, he gave me an impression, good impression, that he also had access to the president, and that did not surprise me, that he had access to the president, and that he sees the president from time to time. And I felt that if I informed the president that Comrade Gavin has provided this service to me, but he is refusing that I must pay him. But his department, his company is doing business with my department. And he seemed not to be appreciating that this to the public is going to lead to perception of conflict of interest. And I knew that the president would find it easy to take it up with him to say, Comrade Gavin, yes, we understand your generosity, but you can't do this. I had no doubt that the president would be able to do so, and I had no doubt that raised by the president with him, he would actually back off and understand that. The meeting with the president did not take place for the longest time. I went to the president's office, I spoke to the PA to the president at Vituli House several times, but I could not get that appointment.
That was President Zuma.
That was President Zuma.
Yeah.
That's right.
And this was still 2015?
This was in 2015.
Yes, when you were trying to
Yes.
have a meeting with.
This was in
President.
2015.
Okay.
And of course, and this is apparent, you'll see in my statement to the Ethics Committee, that pursuance of an audience of a meeting with the president got compromised by a stance that I had gotten involved in an initiative within the organization and specifically within the community of military veterans to say that the positions that were taken by the leadership of the military veterans, former military veterans of MKMVA, those positions were politically very problematic and were very controversial. And we made several interventions, and when we were not being listened to, that's when we came up with an initiative to establish a structure which is now known as MK National Council that sought to, challenge the positions that were taken by MK. And that, of course, when it happened, it made the meeting that I was hoping I would be granted by the president's office to be, very difficult. But long to cut the story short, when in 2017 December the president left the presidency and President Ramaphosa came in, I made immediately in January that request for a meeting with the president to brief him about the matter. The president's office kept on saying the meeting will take place. It took a whole year until I met the president in December. By the time I met with the president in December and I briefed him about the matter, a lot of things had happened. The matter had come out in the papers about BOSASA having put security infrastructure at my place. When it was published in the newspapers, immediately Gavin phoned me, apologizing for what he had done, phoned me to say, comrade, you were right, I am sorry. You were correct, I was wrong. And I am very sorry for this. I will send you the quotation, what I was concerned about when that happened was that it was too late. Damage was done. And I told him so that his apology was not of any use. And if he feels he wants to make an apology, he better direct that apology to the Ethics Committee of Parliament. And that is why, as in the attachments, you would see a draft letter that he sent to me to say, this is the letter I would send to the Ethics Committee, explaining myself and apologizing to the Ethics Committee. And in the letter, he actually says that he proposes that I should pay the bill, but I should pay that money to a charity organization of my choice. And I refused to do so because my rationale was that it was no point, it was not serving any purpose at that point to say, pay, but, pay to a good cause of your choice. And I said to him, if he had raised this proposal right at the beginning, when I asked for this service, to say that I will not charge you, the money will go into, I would have expressed an opinion about that and advised whether we should go that route or not. And as a result of that, I refused to take his advice and insisted that he must send me the bill. He sent me the bill, and the bill came as a figure of about 90,000. That is including VAT. It was 85,000 and about 90,000 including VAT.
VAT 90 or 19?
Sorry?
90 or 19?
90.
Okay.
90. And when that bill came, I queried. And I said to him, look, I see you saying 90,000, and the bill was not itemized. It was just saying security installations, 90,000. And of course, it was very abnormal, voucher, bill of quantities to be presented that way. And I knew, or let me say, I had an idea of how much the work done that I asked for was going to cost me. The electric fence that I wanted and the repair to the alarm system in the house, because I had an alarm system that got damaged when I made renovations to the house. And all I had asked for was the repair to the alarm system. So I had a sense about how much that could be. Why I had a good sense, it is because the security of the house, when I was appointed as a deputy minister, the first time in 2009, of Defense and Military Veterans, the Department of Public Works, as a matter of conventional practice, came to my house and did a security evaluation and submitted a report of the security areas of the house that needed to be addressed, and specified everything to say, you must put burglar bars to this grill door, to this, burglar bars to this door and that door, to these windows on this side of the house and that kind of thing. You need to have an electric fence. All of those things came up to 33,000, according to the report that the Department of Public Works submitted to my office to say, here is a security evaluation of the Deputy Minister's house. Let the Public Works get on, to sort them out. So I knew that what I'd asked for, the security fence and the repairs to the alarm system could not have even reached to 33,000, because 33,000 included other things that were in that evaluation that was done by the security department, and I did not implement all of the elements that were there. So the 90,000, I explained to Gavin, this is about things that I had not asked for. You put them, you install them, and I don't have that budget. I am only going to pay for what I had asked for. And that's how we ended it. I paid that money, and they never queried it. They never came back to me to say that, no, we don't agree to the 25,000 that you are paying us. So that is what happened, Deputy Chief Justice, with respect to this.
So initially, you sought a meeting with the former president when he was still president. You did not actually get that meeting, you say, because of developments involving the MK military veterans and the establishment of another structure and issues that were being dealt with. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Although I must point out that when that happened, the political developments that strained my relations with the president, it was after a long time, months and months of asking for that meeting with the president's office.
Yes.
And to give you a sense of the difficulty of securing an audience with the president, and I would not know whether with the other colleagues it would have been the same kind of difficulty. I only met with the president, President Jacob Zuma, twice in the 9 years, almost 10 years that he has been in the presidency, and I've been a deputy minister. I only met with him twice. And not that there were no reasons that from time to time compelled me to seek an audience with the president, and I would have benefited from the audience with the president. I only met him twice. So it was that kind of environment in which this effort to get a meeting with his office happened.
And then when President Ramaphosa became president, you say you then sought an audience with him and you were able to get a meeting with him.
Yes, I got a meeting with him in December 2018.
Yeah, December 2018.
December 2018.
By that time, had you already made payment or not?
By that time, I'd already made payment.
Yes.
To that.
So by that time, it was a question of reporting to him what had happened.
I'd asked for the meeting.
Yes.
And he needed to know about the whole story because it was also at the time now in the media.
Yes.
But when I had asked for that meeting, it was not it was not something that was known.
Yes.
That's why when I met with him, I said, our meeting has actually now been overtaken by events, President. The reason why I've been looking to have this privilege throughout the year, it was what is now in the paper. Yes.
So are you able to remember the month where you made your first approach to request a meeting with President Ramaphosa in 2018?
January. January 2018, he came into the office in December 2017, in January. And when we reopened, my request for that meeting was there.
Okay.
And it was not only my request for this personal meeting, it also included a request for a meeting with the MK National Council, because we had our issues with the presidency before the national conference in 2017. And here we now had a president we thought would actually understand us better, where we're coming from, and what we needed to be assisted with, which we thought, if it's done, would be able to assist the organization. So we wanted that meeting right at the beginning in January. So he then said to advise the PA to say, my meeting with him will take place on the back of the meeting with the MK National Council. It had always been like that. Say, we'll meet with the MK National Council and we'll meet the two of us after. It has always been that way, but it was from January, right from the beginning, January 2018.
And that was even before Mr. Akrizi went public about some of his allegations against BOSASA involving various people.
Through that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Nocho.
Sorry, Chair, I didn't realize I was off mic.
Oh, okay. I also didn't realize otherwise I would have.
Because, yeah, we could hear you. Sorry.
Yeah.
So, Makwetla, let's go back to your first meeting, not your first meeting, but the initial meeting with Mr. Gavin Watson after the festive season. Was that January 2015?
That was January 2015.
Yes. So if I understand your evidence, was that...
No, let me say, I'm sorry. No, the break-in was in January 2015.
Yes.
But you see, as I sit here, I would not be sure whether it was in February when I took this meeting with him.
Yes.
But it was right at the beginning of the year.
That is beginning of 2015.
Beginning of 2015.
I see. Now, if I understand, he was complaining that the Department of Correctional Services was only allowing him a small amount for his services than what was the current market prices.
No, the complaint he had and wanted to bring to the attention of the ministry was that he wanted to share the information that in correctional services, as far as catering was concerned at the time, there were 3 companies that were involved, that were having contracts. It was BOSASA and some other 2 companies.
Yes.
That were relatively very small compared to BOSASA.
Yes.
And he was saying that the owners of those companies had approached him to sell him their contracts. They wanted him to take over their contracts because they were not coping the contracts. The business was not a going concern for them. And he was saying these 2 other companies were actually, in terms of their rates, paid way above what BOSASA was charging per meal, per prisoner, per offender. And so he was saying that it is clear that the whole contractual arrangement that the department had with these companies was actually not sustainable. But of course, there was in the contractual agreement with the department an understanding, not an understanding, agreement that the rates were to be adjusted at the beginning of every year to take into account the CPI effect on the inflation.
I understand.
Yeah, so...
Don't speak too far away from the mic, Ms. Makwetla.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
So he was bringing this as a crisis of catering that the department was sourcing from outside. There are correctional centers that were still and are still managed through internal labor as far as catering is concerned. Their kitchens are concerned, they are not outsourced. But the big ones, the big correctional centers, big five, that populations of 5,000 to 10,000 are the ones that are outsourced to these companies. And it was a matter of concern that the companies that were holding the contracts, it appeared to me that they may have underpriced themselves when they bidded for these contracts in order to win the contracts, but the prices were not sustainable. And it was in that context that he had asked for that.
So if I understand, he wanted the department to intervene, either to increase the price they allowed those companies, so that when he buys them, it could be at the level where his company was. Do I understand your evidence correctly?
No. Actually, his request was that BOSASA must be paid at the same rate, at least. Must be paid at the same rate that the other two companies were paid.
I see.
Yes.
But the gist of the request was he needed the department to intervene.
He wanted, he had made his own submission. As I'm saying, it was in their contract that at the beginning of every year they negotiate the new rates. And it was in the course of those negotiations that they were not finding each other. And he was saying that can the ministry, intervene, because there is a real, crisis, because from his side, carrying the bulk of these kitchens, BOSASA's catering business was being subsidized by the other operations of BOSASA. They were not making money out of that. So he was raising it to say, be aware that much as the contract says, this is the level at which we are to provide this service, all of us are thinking. All I am asking you to do is to consider, at least with us, BOSASA being paid at the same level as the other two companies. And that's what I took to the accounting office, the AG of the department.
I see. Now, this person had come for intervention and did not find it strange that you would then allow them to install services in your house when you were at that time the deputy minister of the department that had a contract with them.
Just say the question again.
I said, did you not find it strange?
Kevin Watson did not find it strange.
You.
Myself?
Yes. That there's a company that's rendering you services, and this company had a contract with the department, and it wished you to intervene on its behalf.
No, not at all. All I was asking for was a service that I was going to be paid for. And if they are also providing home security, and they were going to do it at my place and I'm paying for it, there was no conflict of interest that I was anticipating at that point. That's why I asked. He didn't offer. I
understand.
Asked for the service.
Understand. But you must have realized that he wants you to intervene. So the price he's going to give you, it must be the price that is going to be favorable to you because he needs a favor from you.
No. He wanted to intervene to assist me because I was at the time not getting a service provider available to do the job. That's why he said, I will assist you. The request to have the department take a second look at their contracts as companies that were providing, catering was raised before he actually even knew that I would be asking him if I get to know that they also do home security.
No, I understand.
Yes.
Now, he asked you to intervene, right? And thereafter, you then ask him about the security services. Did it not occur to you that you were putting him under the spot because he has now got to give you a price that is favorable to you because he's also seeking a favor from you?
No, I did not have a concern that there could arise such a possibility. And as I said, Gavin was a CEO of a company that I had this at the back of my mind that they had negative things said in the media about the work that they do with the department. So I did not expect him to even if I had asked for a favor myself, I did not expect him to actually agree to that favor, that request for a favor from his side, just from the caution that he would have wanted to exercise. And as I am saying, it was something which also made me to raise my guards in dealing with BOSASA. Because I was also very clear that, dealing with BOSASA, everything has to be done by the book.
But Mr. Makwetla, exactly because of that, why couldn't you ask Mr. Watson to get you another company to do this for you? Because you knew there were problems with there were reports of problems about this company.
Well, let me repeat myself. At the time, I had looked around for a service and I could not get one. And in the nature of the work we do, you do not get time to attend to your own personal or let me say private matters, like on a daily basis, or even on a weekly basis. When you get time to attend, excuse me, when you have time to attend to your own, private family matters, it is, where you get the, a gap or, So this thing about getting a service provider and Gavin telling me that his company is also doing home security, as I said earlier, was a big relief for me because it minimized the burden that I had that I was still going to be, on the same issue for the longest time. Yes.
I understand.
Yes.
Now, initially you wanted that they should provide you with a quote first before they do the work.
That's correct.
But then some days, weeks thereafter, you came home, you find that they had started the work without giving you the quotation first that you asked for.
That's correct.
Why did you not stop them there and say, don't do any further work until I get the quotation, I know what I'm in for?
As I said earlier on, I could not do much about what BOSASA had already done because the project was almost complete, as I said, barring things that had to be done inside the house. That is the first reason for it. It was a fait accompli. But secondly, I had a relationship of respect for between myself and Gavin, or for him, because of who he was to me. And there would not have been, for me, an easy and reckless way of resolving any dispute between the two of us that would, undermine our comradeship. So it was just, the right thing for me to do to seek a resolution of the, the impasse that we had in a manner which would still make him, respect me as his comrade, but also in a way that would not suggest anything that, I am playing to the gallery and wanting to make myself, a better, more disciplined person in terms of, adherence, to procedure. So I could not stop. I could not stop them. That's why I sought a meeting immediately with him to say, where's the invoice? I mean, not the invoice. Where is the quote? Where's the quotation for the work? How much is it going to cost me? And, to understand these other things that they were doing there, because I did not ask for it.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, tell me, by the end of 2015, work had been done at your place, and you hadn't paid for it then, end of 2015?
At the end of 2015?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, we know that...
No, yes, at the end of 2015.
No, take your time, think about it. It's
No,
all
no,
right.
you're right, at the end of 2015, I think you're right.
Okay.
I was just kidding.
Now, look, we know from the documents we have supplied, that have been supplied to the Commission, that in August 2016, you submitted a declaration of the members' interest to Parliament. Am I correct?
Yes.
Turn to page 167 of that.
Did you say 167?
Yes, 167.
167.
I'm there.
This is now, I don't want to go through this, I'm sure you know the document.
Yes.
This is about the disclosure in Parliament.
That's right.
And you know the purpose of this, that you've got to declare, and we'll go through what we are supposed to declare.
Yes.
Paragraph 1 is the issue of shares, and paragraph 2, the remuneration we get outside Parliament. And then over the page on 168, it deals with directorship. Then 4 consultancies and trainerships. Then 5 sponsorships. And then 6 gifts and hospitality. And then 7 benefits and 8 travel. Then you go over the page 170. It deals with land and property. And then pensions, public contracts, trusts. Now, I want us to go back to 169 about gifts and hospitality.
Yes.
I'm sure you will agree with me that a gift amounts to something you didn't pay for. Am I right?
A gift is something you have not paid for, correct?
Yes. Now, I know you have told the Commission that you wish to pay for the work that had been done at your premises. Am I correct?
Not that I wished, I wanted to pay.
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, my choice of English. You must excuse my English.
Okay, we are saying the same thing, yes.
Yeah. Sorry. At times, Bantu education catches up with me with the choice of words. Now, here under this paragraph 6, why didn't you just declare that there was work done at your premises, and by 2016, when you made this declaration, you had not paid for this?
In my response to the and I would imagine it's part of this document, to the Ethics Committee.
Yes, yes.
I've explained why I did not. And I submitted that as an explanation that was sought from me by the committee.
Yes.
Which is that I did not accept a favor. I refused the favor. During the period that we are talking about, as I said earlier on, and I repeat myself, I've been going into the president's office at Lituli House, seeking an audience with the president, anxiously, in order to get this bill to be paid, because I knew it would be paid. Once the president raised it with Kevin, I will pay this bill. He was going to charge me. So, that's the first point. But the second point is that to declare what is unacceptable and that is wrong does not condone it, because it has been declared. So, this is a typical, for me, example of what should not be declared. Even if I had accepted, declared, and okay, if it is declared, this is what should not have been accepted by the Ethics Committee. So declaration in that context, for me, actually did not occur that I should declare it, because I was in a battle to get a bill to be invoiced. That's one. But the second point, why I did not, and I've raised this matter, why I did not take this matter to Parliament, it is because in the members of the executive are held accountable with respect to their conduct to two codes. There's the ethics code for members of Parliament, but there's an executive code, again, for members of the executive in relation to conflict of interest in the course of the execution of their work as ministers, as deputy ministers. And that is declared to the Secretary of Cabinet. It is declared to the President. It is for that reason that when this matter arose, I didn't take it to Parliament. I took it to the President because it arose within the province or the realm of my duties as a deputy minister, not as a member of Parliament.
Tell me, the explanation you talk about is that what appears on page 172, the letter to the Registrar of Members' Interest. Is that what you are talking about?
No. No, this is a letter to me by the register.
On 172?
On page, I'm sorry, I'm on 171, sorry. On 172.
It seems as
yes.
if, huh? It seems as if it's from you.
Yes, it's from me, this letter, yes.
So is this the letter you're referring to?
Just give me a second, let me just get the logic of the letter. No, it's not communicated in this letter. It's not in this letter.
I thought this is the letter that you wanted to address, you were addressing to the Ethics Committee, explaining.
There are several, I think, letters that were addressed to the Ethics Committee. It's not the only one.
Okay, that's
yes.
fine. But is it correct? Is it correct that in the end, the Ethics Committee met and, firstly, let's go back. I think this matter came before the Ethics Committee as a result of a complaint by
Mr. Steenhuisen.
By Mr. Steenhuisen. And then you responded and And then on the 28th of March, the Ethics Committee wrote and found you guilty of breach of certain provisions of the code.
That's right.
And that letter is on page 179 to 180 of the bundle.
(179), I'm with you here.
To 180.
Yes. I see that.
Yes. And I note here that the committee found that you breached item 4.13 of the code, and where the code says, this is I'm reading from the letter, a member must act in all occasions in accordance with the public trust placed on them, in them. Then it says the committee found that you breached the public trust that is placed in you as a member of parliament when you allowed a company which is contracted to a department to conduct work at your private residence, which was not paid for.
Yes, I actually noted that
Yes.
statement from the, not the first time, now as I was preparing to appear before the commission, that I found it actually that statement to be erroneous, because implied in that statement is that one is not expected to get services or buy goods to any company that is doing business with your department. There are many companies that are doing work with the Department of Correctional Services. I only know a fraction of them, and it could only be 10% possibly of the companies that are doing work with the Department of Correctional Services. And I may have at different times bought goods or whatever services they are providing to the department. That too, it does not constitute a conflict of interest. What I mean is this. What I mean is, sorry.
No, continue, sorry.
No, what I mean is the mere purchasing of goods or services from a company that is doing business with government would not in itself constitute a conflict of interest.
But
this is what the Ethics Committee is suggesting.
But is it not different where you know that the company is doing business with government? I take your point where you don't know, but where you know the company is doing business with the department in which you are a deputy minister, shouldn't there be a problem in that?
No, I don't believe so. Of course, you may have a different take on it, but I don't believe so, because I can buy goods from a company that is doing business with the department in which I am. And the transaction be just like any other transaction. Let me just, come with a supposition. A small enterprise of previously disadvantaged individuals that has been given a contract for purposes of affirming that company to provide whatever goods or services with the department, giving business myself, buying from that company myself, I'll do it and do it consciously and deliberately, because I know that this is a company, is a young company that the department is doing business with the department because the department wants to affirm the owners of the company. And as a public representative who is supportive of the empowerment of previously disadvantaged, I would consciously and deliberately buy from them. So my point is that by buying in itself, I'm not agreeing with the ethics committee that that constitutes a conflict of interest.
Well, let us take a case where, for argument's sake, let us say you are deputy minister in the Department of Settlements, human settlements. I think that's what it's called now. Human settlements, which is involved in the building of houses and so on and so on. And you want to build a house. Would you see nothing wrong in asking a company that is involved in building houses for your department to build a house for you?
I may.
You may.
I may, Chief Justice.
Yes, just elaborate.
I may, because at times, perceptions are just as, difficult to erase in people's minds as things that are actually factual. But it would depend. It would depend on the scale of what of that business, of that transaction. It would depend on maybe a situational factor that may at the time require that you must just deliberately avoid creating perception.
Yeah, because how would you feel if people were seeing this company that they know has contracts with your department to build houses, also building a house for you? Do you think it would be enough to say to those people, what's the problem? I'm going to pay them. They're building a house and I'll pay them. Do you think that would be good enough for the people?
No, you're right, and to that degree, I have considered to say it depends on the size, the volume of that transaction. Mm-hmm. Building a house is, for me, a substantial, transaction. That's why I'm saying that is a factor that you want to take into consideration. Yes, there may be, but respectfully, I submit that you may buy from a company that is also doing business with your department, and there would be nothing untoward.
Well, it may well be, as you have been giving evidence, I've been thinking about some scenarios. It may well be that if there's a shop that provides some takeaways food to your department,
bread.
you pass there and buy a can of Coke or something, you pay cash.
Chief Justice, don't talk about food.
You buy a can of Coke and you pay cash and there you part. Maybe that might be a different situation, but it may well be that once you talk about something that will require codes, maybe there might start to be problems because there may be temptation on their part to give you a favorable quotation compared to what they would give somebody else. I'm just saying there may be that situation, but the way you just buy a can of Coke and pass, you don't need to negotiate with them. There is one price for every can of Coke. Maybe that might be a different situation, but where there might be negotiations involved or quotations, it may well be that it begins to be a different scenario. But I don't know what you want to say about that.
No, I would agree with you, Deputy Chief Justice. I would agree with you that there is indeed, that logic is valid. All I am saying is that it is you see, it is difficult to deal with this and disabusing ourselves from the knowledge of what happened. We have hindsight here, and the extent to which we can be objective on the matter, maybe yes, we can, but it challenges us because we know what has happened. The point that I want to make is that, and it is there in the statement, I don't know which of my statements that I made, to say I wanted, among other reasons, to have a quote because I was not sure necessarily that they were going to give me a favorable quote. Although I could not say that to Gavin without offending him as a comrade, but I wanted a quote because I was still going to compare when I have the time. It is not like I was going to say, yes, you've given me a quote, proceed. No, I was still going to compare. I just happened to be that person who has this weakness. I don't part with money easily. I don't part with money easily. And even, people in business, even the richest, those who are lavishly rich, you will still come across people who would still want to take advantage of every little opportunity to make an extra cent. So I was not sure in business what kind of a person Gavin was. So I wanted a quote from him in order to protect myself in that respect as well. So the point I am making is that procuring from him was necessarily in itself a conflict of interest. Now that we know, yes, but I didn't know at the time that there would arise a situation like this, and I did not expect it for the reasons I've shared.
Mr. Nasha?
And Mr. Makwetla, the committee also found that if there was a doubt, you should have brought this to at least to the registrar of members' interest, report it, that you are doubting whether this conduct falls outside what should be reported or what should not be reported. The question is, why didn't, if there was such doubt, bring it at least to the attention of the registrar?
Advocate, let me repeat one of the points that I said. Which one?
Please go closer to the mic again so I can hear you.
I was saying maybe I should repeat one of the things I've said, the points I made earlier on.
Yes.
To say, I did exactly that. And I did that to an authority which I was very clear that in relation to these matters, this matter lay within its province, and that is the presidency. Because I am responsible or I'm held accountable by the executive code. I did not, that's why I did not even expect the ethics committee in Parliament to make this an issue, because as far as I was concerned, it fell within the realm of my duties as a deputy minister.
Now, Mr. Makwetla, just to round off this, is it correct that then after the ethics committee had found you guilty, the matter was escalated to what they call the Joint Committee on Ethics, and it found you, it confirmed the finding of the ethics committee. The Joint Committee confirmed the finding of the ethics committee. Am I correct?
I have no knowledge of the development that you are talking about.
Look at page 181.
Yes.
It contains the announcements, but it also importantly contains the reports of committees. And then on 182, the report of the Joint Committee on Ethics and members' interest on the complaints against you, if I understand. You see that?
Yes.
So I don't want to waste much time, but on page 185, it deals with the paragraph 5, it deals with the findings, and then paragraph 6, the penalty, and then most importantly, on 186, paragraph 6.4, then the Joint Committee recommends to the House, and then it recommends the following, and then being that the sanction that you must be a fine equal to 30 days salary, and then that you must apologize to the House. You say that?
Yes.
You confirm this was a finding of the Joint Committee?
I confirm, what I can confirm to you is that I was not aware of this at all, because Parliament had adjourned.
Okay.
Parliament had adjourned, and just the logic that there was such documentation generated after Parliament had adjourned is itself a matter for investigation. Because as you would see in the letter that I addressed to the Ethics Committee, expressing my deep reservation about how my case was dealt with, I refer to the complete violation of procedures that were committed by the Ethics Committee itself. The Ethics Committee followed no rule that governs investigations and findings on matters that are brought before it. The rule book of the Ethics Committee has 7 pages that details what the committee must do when it receives a complaint. Mm-hmm. None of those, not a single page of those 7 pages was observed by the Ethics Committee. Now, secondly, I think it is in this committee's report somewhere, which I only saw now because in January this year in January, a few weeks ago, I decided to get legal intervention to get my legal representative to file papers with Parliament to produce documentation of the record of Parliament around this case. And I thought that, that is correspondence that would have been shared with yourselves, with the Commission, by my legal representatives. If they have not done so, it was just an omission.
No, they did. They are letters.
And to say that none of those letters were responded to. None of those letters were responded to. My point is that this, and we are talking about Parliament. It's not a statement that I make lightly, but to me raises a serious problem of possibilities of malicious contrived decisions taken by a committee of Parliament. Because in one of the attached documents that you have there with you, Advocate, it says at the end there that this was to be, it's a report that was to be placed before plenary for adoption.
Yes.
Parliament had agenda for the term. We were going to elections. Parliament had agenda for the term. So when this was put as a report on which there was finality on the wrongdoing that member Makwetla had done, what was the logic? It was on the basis of what? When actually the report had not served and was not going to serve before Parliament. Parliament has not ratified this report.
No, look what you are, sorry.
So that is,
continue.
yes. That is, for me, a very important point. But secondly, the committee released a public statement on the day they finished the deliberation. They released a public statement to say they have found member Makwetla guilty. Even as in the report themselves, they say this was to be put before the plenary of Parliament, and Parliament was not the Parliament at that time.
Let's just explain this.
Yes.
Let's explain this. As you know, I've not been a member of Parliament, so I don't understand how it works. Can you?
One second. Mr. Noche, do you think if we aim to finish at 9:30, that might be fair?
It might be fair, Chair.
15 minutes.
Chair,
Makwetla?
it's just few.
You're comfortable with that?
No,
Chair, it's just few issues.
Yes, no, that's fine.
You're raising an important issue which we need to. When you say Parliament had adjourned, you mean the Parliament for that term had dissolved? It had come to its end.
It has come to its end, not adjourned. It had come to the end of its term.
When did it come to an end? In 2019? When did it come to its end?
It came to an end on Thursday, the 28th, the very same date that is put here. The very same date that is put here.
28th of March.
28th of March. On that very same day, Parliament was rising for the term.
Because I'm looking here
Yes.
on page 179.
Okay.
If you look at 179, this is the report of the Ethics Committee on 28 March 2019. You see that?
Yes.
And the letter is to you.
Yes.
Then you go over the page, 2 pages at 181.
Yes.
It seems as if then the joint committee sat on the same day as the other committee and then made a finding that I referred you to it. Do you have an explanation for this?
No, I have no explanation for that.
What is your comment?
My comment is that there is something highly irregular in the manner in which this matter was proceeded with. And this actually confirms that, because you see, this matter was a matter that was raised in 2018 September. It came right at the beginning of September, when the Ethics Committee wrote to me in 2018 to say, there's this story in the papers, can you provide us with an explanation? And I did exactly that. Okay. 2018. From there, nothing happened until the following year, in 2019, a week before Parliament adjourned, when I got a letter, and the dates would be there around, I think on the 15th, that said, within 48 hours, give us in your explanation you provided, that was the year before. You had said that you made an effort to meet the president. Can you adduce evidence? You said that you paid BOSASA. Can you show us a proof of payment? I provided those. They gave me 48 hours on a matter that had been dealt with a year before. And Parliament was adjourning the following week. I get this letter on Friday. The deadline was Tuesday. I gave them that letter. Proof. Sorry, I gave them the proof of my...
Proof of payment.
Payment and proof of attempt to meet with the president. I provide them with that. From there, that was it. Nothing said to say we are not happy with what you have, the evidence that you have provided with for the following reasons. Nothing said to me, nothing. Instead, I got the letter that you pointed to me, a 1.5-page letter that said, we have said and we have found you guilty. Found me guilty without being allowed to appear before the committee. I was shocked. I was shocked.
Can you just tell, before we step off this, is the present parliament the 6th parliament?
This is the 6th parliament.
Have they resolved, they taken a resolution on this?
Nothing. I've never had, that's why we've written to the speaker. That's why I took legal action, and my attorneys have written to the filed papers to Parliament. They've written to the speaker to say, can you provide us with a record on this matter? Just that before we can, declare any dispute, can you just provide us with a record, the minutes of this meeting, who were in this meeting and all of that. That has not been provided, and that was in January. We are now in March, Deputy Chief Justice, we are now in March. This was raised with the Speaker's office. It has not been responded to.
Chair, just for the record, to put the record properly, on page 153, I just wanted to confirm this. Page 153.
Thank you very much. I'm there.
Is this the letter you say you wrote complaining?
Exactly. This is the letter that I wrote to them complaining about this decision that was communicated to say that I have been found guilty. And as you can see, this is 2019. This letter was written to the registrar of the Ethics Committee. And this letter never received any acknowledgement of receipt. There was never an acknowledgement of receipt, and it was never replied to. And as you can see, it was in 2019.
Now, on page 156, a few pages down the line there. To page 160.
156, I'm with you. Okay. To 160.
Yes.
Yes.
Are these the letters
Yes. I referred to.
You referred to about your attorneys?
That's right.
Now, Makwetla, the one thing I want to raise with you as such is, did you get quotations to compare the quotations against the invoice you got from Mr. Kevin Watson?
No.
Then on what
The
basis
quotation, the quotation of
the work that was
BOSASA
done?
was 90,000, 85 plus that there.
Yes.
Yes.
No, what I'm saying is, did you then, when you disputed this, on what basis do you dispute this?
I
Without
repeat myself.
quotations?
Sorry, advocate. I repeat myself. I based myself on the report that had the codes of the security work that must be done on my house, which was done by government.
But if I understand your evidence, that was some years back,
Yes, that was somewhat.
not in
Yes,
2015, 2016.
yes. And yes, you're correct.
Why didn't you get quotations for and ask the industry for the quotations of those year or subsequent years?
Well, I can say that the wisdom of doing so was not obvious to me, that I should present BOSASA with codes which I argued that this is what I am paying them from, when it was not their code. I thought that, I was raising a matter which they may logically have an argument against. But I felt that using a report with the codes that were done by the government security was for me enough for me to argue the case with BOSASA. And I felt that to have somebody else's code as a basis on which I was paying would not actually be, necessarily a correct way of going about it. I felt that I would have this report of, government to fall back on as what I used to average what I expected to spend on that security fence and the request to my land.
Chair, can you just bear with me 1 second? Makwetla, just few last things. At the meeting, I'm going back to the meeting you had with Mr. Watson in January, in early 2015, when he was complaining about, he needed the intervention of the department about the pricing. Were there any officials with you from the Department of Correctional Services?
No, it was just myself and Comrade Kevin. It was just the two of us. There was no other person.
Did you not
I'm sorry. Just repeat your answer and come closer to the mic.
In the meeting with the Deputy Chief Justice, with Mr. Watson, it was just the two of us. I didn't take the officials of the department.
Okay.
I took the department's officials on my first visit to BOSASA, which was in December 2014.
Okay.
I had a whole delegation of officials when.
Now, I just also noticed, we have noticed that when you paid the money, pay back the money, you paid it back in two tranches. What is the reason for that?
Because I could not afford to pay 25,000 at once. And I had reasoned that 15,000, according to my estimate, was an appropriate amount for the security fence. and 10,000 for the repairs to my alarm. That's how I worked out the figure of 25. But I could not pay at once 25,000. I don't have that. And that's why I made the point that when BOSASA started doing work without my permission, without providing me with a quotation, it cost me a lot of anxiety.
Now, the person you were dealing with in BOSASA, was Gavin Leroux. Sorry, was firstly Gavin Watson? Then how did you get to know Gavin Leroux? Richard Leroux.
Richard Leroux was the person in charge for the job done at my place. In my understanding, he was the team leader, but not only that, he appeared to be the technician who was more knowledgeable about everyone else, because he was the one who was telling me what is it that they put there and how does it work.
Did you try to get the invoice from him?
No.
Why?
I had nothing to do with Leroux as far as the services that I've asked for. Leroux was sent by his company with a team to come and do work. I'd asked for a service from the company and I was to pay the company. Yes.
Chairperson, I have no further questions.
Just a few questions, Mr. Makwetla. I've had evidence here by a number of people, some of whom are members of parliament or were members of parliament at some stage, including Mr. Vincent Smith, whom you would know, that Mr. Vincent Smith was chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Correctional Services after the general elections in 2009. And that that committee was given a report of the SIU, which had investigated allegations of corruption involving BOSASA and the Department of Correctional Services. The documents that have been placed before the Commission in regard to how that committee dealt with that report, I think includes minutes prepared by, if I'm not mistaken, what is called Parliamentary Monitoring Group, and a certain NGO.
Yes.
Yeah. And Mr. Vincent Smith confirmed what was written in those summaries of minutes, that he was one of the people, if it's not the whole committee, who were shocked at the kinds of findings that the SIU had made, or allegations of corruption involving BOSASA at correctional services at that time. They said, I think the word used was shocking, but they may have used another word, but I think it would amount to shocking. And the SIU, I think, had been conducting that investigation from around, I don't know whether 2007, 2006, but it had been conducting that investigation for a few years, but it had completed it by then. And there is the question of what that committee did to stop or address these issues at correctional services in the relationship involving BOSASA and correctional services. And it appears that there is not much that they did. And I'm saying that because I think that's what was put to Mr. Vincent Smith, and he said what he had to say. Now, I would have thought that when you became Deputy Minister of Correctional Services, I assume that was 2014?
2014.
Yes.
Yes.
That these things would have come to your attention, that there were serious allegations of corruption involving BOSASA in its dealings with correctional services, and that you may even have been aware of the SIU report, which Mr. Vincent Smith accepted was shocking. And of course, in the public domain, I think there were lots of allegations of corruption associated with BOSASA in its dealings with correctional services, maybe with other government departments as well, but certainly with correctional services. So I would have expected that with that knowledge, whatever the position is, you would never have wanted to have any business dealings involving you personally with BOSASA because of their own reputation, the fact that you are Deputy Minister for Correctional Services. What do you say about that expectation that I would have had? In other words, I would have thought that you would avoid, just in case you might be mired in allegations of corruption and conflict of interest, to say, I better have no dealings with them. What do you say about that expectation on my part?
Deputy Chief Justice, what you are raising, it's a very pertinent question. The SIU report, let me just say, from what if I heard you correctly, you're saying that Mr. Vincent Smith was the chair of the committee from 2009 to 2014.
I think, yeah, to 2014, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That it's likely to have been the case, I do not know.
Yeah.
Because I was not yet there.
He might not have been chairperson throughout of the term. I may be mistaken, but certainly for some years, starting from 2009, after the general elections, he was chairperson of that committee. And when that SIU report was discussed in that committee, he was chair of that committee.
Let me just quickly go to the last point and then I'll come back to that. It was, to me, a mystery that when we were appointed to the Ministry of Justice and Correctional Services, there was, as it is convention, a handover report in the ministry that gives whoever comes in an idea of what the issues and the challenges of the department and so on. Nowhere was the SIU report mentioned in the handover report. And throughout my term in the Ministry of Justice and Correctional Services, I was totally, and I must confess, that ignorance is not, an excuse for not, I was not aware that there was a an SIU report on BOSASA that was released. The report of the SIU, we got it in 2019, a month, if not 2 months before we left, before I left that ministry, as we were going to the elections. And I even remember the venue where that meeting took place, extraordinary meeting took place, where it's 3 big volumes of the SIU were being tabled. March, April, can confirm that if you want it. March, April 2019, as we were winding up work going to the elections of 2019. It was never mentioned anywhere that there was an SIU report on BOSASA that carried the kind of challenges and problems that are talked about today. And I asked myself, okay, the Deputy Minister's office is not, the case that will always be cited about everything in a ministry. I wonder whether the Minister of Justice and Correctional Service, who I served with there, Advocate Masuda, was ever favored with this report. Was he aware of the SIU report for the whole 5 years that we spent there? Because, as I am saying, the report only got tabled in 2019, 2 months before we were leaving the office. And what made that to happen was the work of this commission. And because in the disclosures that were made by Akrizi, there was then mention of these things that happened. You'll appreciate that these are things that happened quite a while, about 6 years before we were in that department. And as I said earlier on, I was not in national government, I was in the province. So one had no sense of, that kind of massive problem that was contained in those reports. And I must confess that they sitting that SIU report in 3 volumes in my study. I only browsed through them. I've not had time to read them because, as I'm saying, it was at the end of our term of office there, and I got appointed into the new department after the elections. I had now to quickly, familiarize myself with a lot of information of the new ministry, the Department of Defense, and the reading. So I did not have time to read those, that SIU report. I just browsed through. But that's what happened.
Well,
in relation to...
Yes.
Sorry. In relation to Vincent Smith, when I
and the fact that in the public domain,
yes,
there was a lot of allegations that BOSASA was involved in allegations of irregularities, tender irregularities, corruption with correctional services. So I'm just reminding you that there's that lack of the question as well.
Yeah.
Yes. But
what I know,
you can continue with what you wanted to say, which relates to Mr. Smith, then you can deal with the other.
I was just saying that in relation to Mr. Smith, what I know is that he was one of the members of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, OPA, who I found very useful and knowledgeable about the wrong things that were happening in the department. Because as I was grappling with the challenges of the department from 2014 when I got there, I found that each time we went to Scopa, there were a lot of things that I was getting educated about. And that thing unsettled me because, in your duties, if it's time you go to Parliament, there are Oversight Committee members who are more knowledgeable about what is happening in your department than yourself. It's not a good thing. So I always made it a point that I listened very carefully to what Vincent Smith and Mnyamezeli Boy, who were members of that SCOPA committee, who were very useful in dealing very aggressively with the challenges that were there in the department. And it could be because in the previous term he was in the responsibility that the Deputy Chief Justice has just respected.
Well, one of the things that emerged when Mr. Smith gave evidence last time was that at the end of the term, the 5-year term of Parliament, committees prepare what I was told are called legacy reports, which I was told is simply a document that where the committee or its chairperson records issues that they want to bring to the attention of the incoming committee, the committee that will come after the elections, to say, here are issues that need to be followed up as far as we are concerned, so that they can take it from there. Then it's up to the new committee whether it takes them up or doesn't take them up, but they would be informed. So one of the things that emerged is that in the legacy report that he prepared, he said nothing about this SIU report or the allegations there or findings that had been made by the SIU in relation to allegations of corruption and irregularities involving BOSASA and correctional services. So I just mentioned that for the sake of completeness. But of course, one of the things I raised with you is, apart from the SIU report, in the public domain, you know, the understanding is that over the years there had been a lot of allegations in the media associating BOSASA with allegations of corruption in tenders in general, but particularly correctional services. And one would have expected that you would be aware, at least, that this is a company that has got all kinds of allegations against it. Well, I don't know, maybe you would say, I don't know if the allegations are true or not, but that knowledge might have enabled you to say, I won't have anything to do with them in terms of my own personal things, particularly because they're involved with the department in which I'm Deputy Minister. So to avoid all possible allegations, I would rather go and look for another entity. What would you say to that?
Deputy Chief Justice, as I said earlier on, I have a recollection of reports in the media. And I am even very sure of which paper I saw those reports in. It was the Mail and Guardian, way back then. And as I'm saying, this would probably have been just around 2008, 2009. I was not in the national space, national government. I was the premier of Mpumalanga at the time, and there was enough, occupying and challenging me in the office in which I was. I took note of those reports in the papers that here is some massive thing. I did not technically even understand exactly what were they saying was the problem with this BOSASA. That's why I said earlier on, when I came to the ministry, this recollection was there. But I was surprised that no one was talking about it. No one. Actually, in the department, I observed that people will only mention BOSASA outside meetings, you know, in hushed voices in the corridor. Some to the extent to the suggesting that BOSASA should not get jobs from the department. I did not know where they were coming from with that. All I know is that there were reports that were negative at some point, and that's where it ended.
The talk that you had within correctional services, that BOSASA should not get jobs, which you say people were saying outside of meetings, would that have been prior to this already, prior to your transaction with BOSASA, or in other words, did you hear those things before?
When I got there in 2014.
Yes.
Now, of course, the first time of interacting, when I interacted with BOSASA, was at the end of 2014. I would not be sure whether this, you know, talk in the corridors would have been before or it would have been after our visit. But I was clear that with everything that I had that I knew about, the need for me to go to BOSASA was actually even. Though I was initially reluctant, but I felt that no, actually I was strategically wrong. I must go there and see for myself, what is this BOSASA? And, you know, what is it that people seem to be people seem to be negative. And when I went there with the delegation from the facilities branch of the department who had proposed this visit, we spent almost, you know, the whole day there. When there in the morning, we left at just early afternoon, because we were shown almost every element of the operations of the company. And I could not but ask myself the question at the end of that excursion, to say, but I even asked Kevin the question, Kevin, where does this negativity about BOSASA arise from? Because from what I have seen here, I would not be surprised if there are very few companies in South Africa's corporate that had that kind of excellence in relation to empowerment of their workforce, that their workforce was predominantly previously disadvantaged young people, that they only did not, and they had a corporate university. They were providing training of the Department of Correctional Services officials in the, you know, financial management, in human resource and stuff like that. Their technology division, young black youth that were involved. And of course, at the level of equity, he says, in this company, I'm the only white. So I was keen to ask the question, why is it that this company, being the best corporate citizen I've at least ever been exposed to, generating this negativity? Of course, his answer was something which I anticipate, which was that, no, these are legacy issues. It's a hostility towards the legacy issues of hostility towards the family in South Africa's white corporate, and which I knew that there may be, you know, hangovers of that problem. And the other thing, of course, was that it was just business jealousy. It did not, for me, suffice. It was not enough. And I even proffered my opinion to him to say, Maybe there are other issues, but what I suspect is that you are not paying as a company sufficient attention to publicity and marketing of the positive best practices that you have here. Because all of the things that I've seen, I was seeing them, I was hearing them and seeing them for the first time. I would never have associated with BOSASA. That they had a corporate university that was doing all of these things for black kids, I would not have associated. BOSASA, I knew that there was something that was next. Yeah.
That visit, when was it?
It was in December 2014.
2014.
Yes.
Well, what would you say to a proposition that by the time you made this arrangement with Governor Watson, there was enough to have served as red flags for you to say, don't get BOSASA to do a job for you, because one, you were aware of the media allegations of corruption irregularities. One, when you became deputy minister, you had people within correctional services speaking in hushed tones, saying BOSASA shouldn't get jobs or whatever. And then, basically you were aware of this negativity. What would you say to the proposition that there was enough to serve as a red flag to say, I shouldn't have anything to do with, I shouldn't have any business personally, because I'm Deputy Minister of Correctional Services and they have business, they have contracts with correctional services, and yet there are all these allegations. What would you say to
Yes. No, Chief Justice, the allegations were there. To me, they, at the back of my, they registered as negative things that are alleged against this company. What exactly the issues are, I just did not have a clue. I just did not have a clue. And that is why, even as I got into that, we got into that ministry, I think it should have been in May, if I'm not mistaken, but it was in the first half of the year. I only went to BOSASA leading this delegation in December, the last week, and I think we were closing, it was the last assignment. And the reason for it is because of two things that happened. During the course of the year of that 2014, as part of my familiarization program, I visited the regions, that's what they are called in the Department of Corrections, of the department, just to see what their infrastructure was and just what kind of organization this department was. And I discovered that in correctional centers where there was good practice, and this is in relation to catering the kitchens, the food that was served to the offenders, and the security infrastructure systems, electronic controls that were inserted. That was work that was done by BOSASA. I recall very well that actually at Paulsmoor, what struck me is that Paulsmoor was the only correctional center which had a whole warehousing of farm produce. They had the warehouses that are called, warehouses. And they have machines of cutting these vegetables as they are coming from the farm. It is the only correctional center. And I was impressed that they have such infrastructure. And when I asked, why is it that the other correctional centers don't have, they said, no, this was not procured by us. This is a donation from BOSASA. information from BOSASA. This is what we need. And this is really where the department should be going, because they are encouraging the utilization of offender labor in order to sustain the support, the food supply to these correctional centers. But as you would know, correctional centers, they would produce more than what they need. And what is left then has to be, shared with the nearby places. But the condition of that produce, whether it's meat and whatever, by the time it reaches other correctional centers, is no longer of good quality. So this warehousing was an important infrastructure. And the department's finances were under. That's another challenge the department had, that they did not have the requisite budget to do the things that they were doing, at least from the books. But I was clear that they needed this infrastructure, this warehouse, cold storage. And the BOSASA was providing this for free. And I said, but if this BOSASA is doing things like this, I wonder what is the story. Not only the Deputy Chief Justice, there are other correctional centers where I went to. And in the interaction just with the offenders at those centers, just to hear whether they are happy with how they are looked after, some of them said, "Sifuni BOSASA." They wanted BOSASA to be in charge of their kitchen. Because, the practice is that these offenders, they are moved around, especially I'm talking about those who are serving long sentences. They don't serve a sentence just in one place. By the time a person finishes 10 years, he has stayed in about 3 or 4. So they would say, "Sifuni BOSASA," because they would have been in centers where BOSASA is in charge.
Yeah.
So the department was also under that pressure in terms of excellence. So I said, I need to
You wanted to go and
understand this thing.
Yeah.
But the facilities division itself said, "Deputy Minister, you have been here for now a year. The year is ending. You do not know the industry that is supporting the work that we do. We will organize a program where we'll take you to all these companies." That's how it is.
Okay, no, that's fine. Just one last question. Sitting there in 2021, looking back to the arrangement with BOSASA in 2015.
In 2021.
You are sitting in 2021?
Yes.
Looking back at what happened in 2015, what would you say? Would you say you think it was, you think there was nothing wrong with it, it was fine, or you say, look, maybe at that time I didn't see it that way, but with what I know now, I would do things differently?
Put in the same position I was in 2015,
Yes.
I would have done things
Very
exactly
differently.
No, the same.
Oh, the same,
Put
okay.
in the same
Yes.
position I was in then.
With what you knew then.
What I knew then,
Yeah.
and what I was looking forward to achieving
Yes, yes.
when I led that delegation
Yes.
of officials to
Yes.
Krugersdorp.
Yes.
I would have done the same.
Or maybe we're talking at cross
Yes.
purposes.
So-
I'm talking about the transaction about the security
Or the
in your house.
transaction,
Yes,
the
that's what I'm
transaction.
talking about, yeah.
It is something which Deputy Chief Justice, I find most regrettable. And I've said it, verbalized this in different places in the documentation posted
Yes.
and statements that I've. You see, I never even suspected that Kevin would do what he did. I never suspected. It really took me by complete, surprise. And I must say that it is a lesson. It is a lesson that, you never know what you are dealing with. And I'm saying this because now there are the disclosures that we now know that were shared with this commission. For me, some of those allegations are just, I try to understand the things, the sophistication that was shared with the commission. I don't want even to lie, to say that I understand what is, how they were doing, the systems that they put in place in relation to the alleged, tax evasion, the alleged, money laundering, if I knew that, sitting now here with what I know, I would definitely would not have come anywhere near. Anywhere near. I have no doubt.
Thank you. I've taken longer than I thought I would, but I think, let me check. We are it's after 10. If Mr. Makwetla's counsel who wished to re-examine, we might have to arrange for another time, but I hope he doesn't wish to re-examine.
No, as long as it,
yes.
Sorry, Deputy Chief Justice.
Yes.
As long as it is not going to involve me paying the gentleman across the floor.
Oh, okay. No, that's fair enough. Because if he has to come back, maybe you have to pay. But let me hear.
Chairperson, I do have, unfortunately, questions that I want to put to Mr. Makwetla in re-examination.
Did you say a question?
Questions.
Or just one?
No, questions, Chairperson.
Oh, questions.
Yes,
plural,
I want to cover certain topics that were canvassed with him.
We're covered.
I would be indulged, Chairperson, if I was at least to be given at least 30 to 45 minutes, Chairperson.
It's difficult. It's difficult now.
Yes,
I think we will need to, if it was like 5 minutes or even 10 minutes, I think it would be easy. I think because we have gone past 10, it would be difficult. I think we'd have to arrange for another time. And if Mr. Makwetla would like to appear via Zoom, or you wish to appear via Zoom, that can be arranged if that can help with cutting down on costs and so on. So I think we'll have to do it on another time. And please don't charge Mr. Makwetla too much.
I will take that to note, Chairperson, when I send my quotation and invoices. We're indebted, Chairperson, for that indulgence. Even if it's via Zoom, we'll try to keep it very short and very straight to the point that we just want to cover.
No, that's fine. So an arrangement will be made for the re-examination to happen as soon as possible.
And Chair, if I'm in this re-examination for less than an hour, I think we can do it even piggyback on some other hearing.
No, it's easy. We don't have to find a clear day.
Yes.
We will find time. Okay. Let me thank everybody for their cooperation. Thank you, Mr. Makwetla. Thank you to your legal team. Thank you, Mr. Noche and your team. Thank you to the technicians and to the staff and everybody for having been prepared for us to sit until this late. Thank you very much. We'll now adjourn Just for the benefit of the public, next week, the Commission will hear evidence that relates to SARS on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And on Friday, it will hear the evidence relating to Denel. And on Monday, it's a public holiday. But there is a possibility that the Commission may sit on Monday morning if all parties which were involved in the day session are available. But otherwise, it will sit on Tuesday. Thank you. We adjourn.
Thank you, sir.